before returning his attention to the man. "The crown, huh?" he muttered, almost to himself. If only the man knew. But that wasn't important. Adewale went through the stacks of paper before finding what he was looking for. It was a small identification tag, brown like wood, with words inscribed on it with black ink. He held it out to Audid. "Here." Audid turned to him and took it. "What's this?" "The person who's supposed to be taking charge of this contract quest. However, we are the head branch of the Adventure Society. We do not work for the king. We work with the king." Audid paled at Adeware's words, looking up at him from the card. "Please tell me this is not a royal command. You know I was joking about what I was saying earlier about the crown, right?" Adewale shook his head in disappointment. This was Audid's problem, his temper. Once it got going, he said and did anything, forgetting that there were consequences. Even now, he was indirectly accusing the person who was supposed to take over the quest of nepotism. What the man failed to understand was that nepotism was what had given him the quest as well. If Adewale did not know the man's father, he would have allowed him to continue his struggle at the bottom of the adventure ranks for a few more years. Instead, here he was getting a chance most adventurers did not get. "As I was saying," Adewale continued, "we do not work for the king. That said, a king's request is not something easily disobeyed. It is also not something freely made." "Aidan Lockhart," Audid read the ID with a frown. "I know all the royal houses, and I don't know any Lockhart." "And that should let you understand that it is a false name," Adewale said. "What he is will be a bastard son of some noble whose name I am not going to tell you. His father wishes to legitimize his claim on the boy, but wishes for him to have some form of clout. And he has chosen adventuring." Audid looked down at the ID in his hands. "It says here that he is only a level 2. We have it on confirmation that there are goblins as high as level 5 out there. The boy won't last a single fight." "Well, that's why—" "Hold up," Audid interrupted him. "This says that he's 19. What kind of 19-year-old is still at level 2? You're sending me to play babysitter to a slacker, Master Adewale." Adewale took a deep, calming breath. "Audid," he said as calmly as possible. "Yes?" "The initial request was for young Lord Lockhart to take command of this quest. However, I have taken it upon myself to simply add him to your party. The reward for this quest will be updated to be split 3 ways amongst 3 current participants, based on individual contribution. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir." Audid placed the ID on Adewale's table. "Which means I can just keep him in a safe place and complete this quest without him. He's royalty, so I'm sure it shouldn't be a problem." Adewale didn't hate Audid, but he could see himself hating the man. By the stretch of things, Audid wasn't a bad adventurer. The reason he was still so low in level was simple. He was talentless. But he was hardworking, and Adewale hoped it would one day count in favor of the man, in the eyes of the gods, and they would somehow bless him so that his level grew faster. But by every conceivable notion, the man's personality was shitty. Nepotism was the only reason Audid was in Adewale's office, throwing an unnecessary childish tantrum. "Take the ID with you as you leave," Adewale instructed, turning his attention back to more important matters on his desk. "When you get downstairs, ask for the young lord at the reception hall. And if you are thinking of bullying him out of whatever he wants, I will have you know that while you remain in charge of this expedition, the young lord already has his own babysitter." Audid scoffed. "Of course he does. And while his babysitter will not be a part of this party, he will be present. And I assure you, Audid, You do not want him to point out any form of abuse of your power as a leader. Adewale met Otid's gaze. If the man was smart, he would be on his best behavior. If he was stupider than Adewale thought, he would continue on the path of stupidity his anger liked to lead him on. Yes, sir, Otid grumbled before leaving the room unceremoniously. Adewale took a calming breath and brought up his interface. With a simple mental command, all the contract quests administered by him directly came up, filtering themselves straight to the one currently under Otid's ownership. Contract Quest: Goblin Subjugation. Goblins have been spotted somewhere in the capital city of Brandive. Investigate this report, confirm goblin threat, and conclude extermination. Objective complete. Confirm goblin location 1/1. Objective complete. Confirm goblin 32. Objective: exterminate goblin 0/24. Reward: silver coins times 10. You have administrative rights. Quest is ongoing. Party requirement: none. Participants: 2. Would you like to update quest? Y/N. Adewale looked through the details and accepted the update request. Truthfully, he knew next to nothing about the quest. In fact, the quest was too far beneath his attention that he wasn't supposed to be aware of it. But he had picked something for Audid to deal with, and took command of it lest someone with delegated authority make decisions surrounding it. Personally, while most people would disagree, he saw this as an abuse of power. With the Guildmaster title, he had free rein and authority to issue and give contracts on authority of the Adventure Society. It was a perishable title, but a title nonetheless. Update quest, he thought. With a simple shrug of will and a few adjustments, the quest carried more information. Contract quest: Goblin Subjugation. Goblins have been spotted somewhere in the capital city of Brandive. Investigate this report, confirm goblin threat, and conclude extermination. Objective complete. Confirm goblin location 1/1. Objective complete. Confirm goblin 32. Objective: exterminate goblin 0/24. Reward: silver coins times 10. You have administrative rights. Quest is ongoing. Party requirement: none. Participants: 3. Now he just had to hope that Taliner had enough control over Audid to prevent the man from doing something stupid. Just thinking about it was making Adewale tired. Audid made his way down the stairs of the Adventure Society building with thoughts in his head and worry in his mind. Adewale was being unreasonable. He could have just given the noble prick another contract to handle. He heard Jayton was handling some contract about some overmoles terrorizing some farm somewhere. Overmoles were relatively safe creatures to deal with. Audid couldn't imagine the noble would not be happy having their bastard child deal with something more on the safer side. When he got to the bottom of the stairs, he strolled up to the receptionist's desk. Every adventurer had to get here if they wanted to register their collected contract, or update it, or register their party. There was one in every city or town, and this was the capital city's. The hall was filled with the constant bustle of adventurers coming and going. Each one was busy with something important and unimportant. But these were the low-level adventurers, those below level 50. The higher-ranking adventurers were rarely ever seen. Unlike the rest of them, those ones didn't come looking for their quests. Their quests were sent to them. "Good afternoon, Deity," Audid greeted the lady at the reception desk. Deity was a lithe woman in her 30s who'd retired from adventuring early. No one knew what happened or why, and it remained one of the secrets of the Adventure Society. She had brown hair she kept tied back in a neat ponytail, and a small fringe cut in front that covered her forehead and fell just above her eyebrows. She currently wore a green vest over a black shirt and was going through applications on her desk. Good afternoon, Audid. She didn't look up from her files. Audid placed the ID on her desk gently. The guild master said I've got a new party member. Some young lord or something related. Aiden Lechart. She raised her head to look at him, finally acknowledging him. Lechart? It's what it says on his card. Audid tapped the ID. Aiden Lechart. Deity looked down at it, read the card, then pointed across the hall. I guess that's your kid. And your contract has already been updated, so you don't have to worry about that. Audid snorted as he turned around. Got no kid, love. Audid crossed the hallway, avoiding other adventurers. He exchanged verbal greetings and simple head bobs until he arrived at the bench Deity had pointed him to. When he got there, he was surprised to find Talonor talking to a boy and his companion. While the boy was young, his companion looked like he was probably in his early 20s. What mainly grabbed Audid's attention was their attire. None of them were dressed like they had any relationship to nobility. The man was dressed in a simple brown cotton shirt, with leather armor to cover his chest, and knee pads worn over brown pants. As for the boy, he wore a gray, long-sleeved shirt quite casually and black pants. He also had deep black hair that was slowly growing from medium length to long. He wore no armor of any kind, which Audid found quite pompous of him. A newbie adventurer who thought he wouldn't need armor. In place of armor, he wore 3 soldier belts, which was nothing short of overkill. One at the waist, another that hung diagonally down from one side of his waist to rest at his hip, and one that cut across from left hip to right shoulder. Attached to the one at his waist was a single longsword on one side and a sheathed dagger on the other. Poor kids trying to be over-prepared. Audid had seen the kind. They walked into battle thinking they could be prepared for anything, getting all the offensive items they could get because they thought being flashy and destructive was somehow cool. He ran a hand down his face as he approached them, wondering why he had to babysit a reckless noble bastard. You must be Lord Lechart, he greeted when he got to them. The man turned to him. And you are? Audid offered the man a handshake. Audid. He didn't have to like the noble brat, but he could at least be nice to his fellow babysitter. The man shook his hand. Dead. The guildmaster sent me, he added, handing the ID over to the bastard. I take it you're Lechart. Aiden Lechart was forced to look from Talonor and acknowledge Audid's presence. But he wasn't the one who took the ID. Dead collected the ID and turned it one way, then the other, before handing it to Aiden. It's pronounced Lack-Heart, Dead corrected, as Aiden took the ID from him. Not Lack-Heart. Aiden waved Dead's concern away. He can just call me Aiden, he said. It's easier for me. Audid smirked. Not used to Daddy's title yet? Daddy's title? Aiden raised a brow in what looked like confusion. Oh, yes, that. Is that going to be a problem, Audid? Not at all, Talonor moved to answer quickly. Audid's just not happy to have nobility taking over. He's quite headstrong about some things. Like quests he takes. Aiden slipped his ID into one of his pants pockets. I see. I'll be more than happy to just go my way and deal with the quest however I see fit, if he'll have a problem working with me. Audid frowned. The pompous little prick. Will you better not? Talonor shot him a scowl, silencing him. Oh, don't be like that, Aiden, Talonor told the bastard, all smiles and sycophancy. We're all in this together. How about we get to it while the sun's still up? She gestured towards the exit, and Aiden nodded. The stroll out of the hall was done in silence. Talonor tried to initiate conversation once, asking Aiden about his life before finding out he was a noble. Aiden's answer had been bland and simple. A single word. It was all Talonor needed to lose interest in the conversation. When they were outside the hall and turned to head in the direction of their quest, Audid grabbed Aiden by the arm. "Hey, kiddo." Aiden looked down at Audid's hand, then up at his face. Audid was only taller by an inch or two. "It says on your ID that you're only a level 2, Audid said, ignoring the insult of the boy's look. "This mission has goblins with levels as high as level 15. If I'm going to be handling this with you, I'll need to be sure that you can handle yourself. So we'll need to have a quick test once we're in the forest." Aiden scratched his forehead with a single finger. Audid wasn't sure how he did it, but there was something very condescending about the action. All it was missing was the condescending, tired sigh. "I'm a specific type of fighter," Aiden said after scratching his head. "My fights tend to cost money on account of the items I use."
"You think you'll be able to foot the cost of the items I'll need to face you?"
At level 2, whatever consumable items the boy used weren't going to be expensive. Besides, Audid still had enough money to indulge. Worst case scenario, he wouldn't be drinking for a while. "Sure," he smiled. "Why not?" "How did I get here again?" Aiden reached across with one hand to scratch the elbow of the other arm. He was standing in a small clearing in the same forest Ded had led him and the others to find the goblins. Audid, the adventurer who had brought him his ID, stood a few paces away from him. To their side, Ded and the lady who'd called herself Talonor stood by silently. "Remember the rules," Audid said with a far-reaching voice. "Since you have no class, I will not be using any of my skills, while you are permitted to use any skill you might have." Aiden nodded absently. "Second," Audid continued, "you may use any of the items you see fit, including the sword and dagger at your waist. Third, I will assist in the replenishing of any said item used, as long as it is a single-use consumable." Aiden nodded. "And finally," Audid let out a dramatic groan as he stretched, "your victory is determined by you landing 2 hits. I will attack with nothing but fighting techniques, and limit my class strength the best of my ability. My victory is determined if you can't land these 2 hits within 5 minutes. Agreed?" Aiden nodded, already growing tired of listening to the man. He had found himself in a cliché, overpowered isekai trope. Audid was going to be the adventurer who thought he was so powerful that he would teach the young lord a lesson in the beauties of danger. The twist? The young lord is overpowered. Aiden almost winced at how corny it was. But it didn't matter. All that mattered was that if this subjugation went the way he wanted it to, he would be level 10 by the end of it. From the style of fighting he'd maintained, he was sure was going to be one of the classes he would be offered. If he'd gotten mana mastery, there would have been a chance at getting battle mage. But alas, in this world and the one before, I am without magic. Regressed with all his knowledge, and he was still without magic spells. It was like he was destined to be spellless. At least might be on the table. If I win, and you're unable to strike me twice in 5 minutes, Audid was still going on, you will obey every instruction I give throughout this expedition, even if it means you sitting in the corner where it is safe. Aiden could understand the man, but only a little. This was an unnecessary display of authority, a wrong way to define hierarchy. At least that was what he would have liked to say, but it wasn't. Aiden was clearly not going to listen to instructions he did not agree with, and Audid was likely to cause a problem if he didn't listen. So, this was the fastest and surest way to establish a hierarchy of command. It was used between adventurers and worked more often than not. It only failed when one of the adventurers was a dishonest one. And if I can land those 2 hits, I get to do whatever I want, correct? Aiden began his own simple stretches, limbering up his muscles. Correct. And if I land 3, I will take command of this quest, and you will listen to my instructions. Audid paused at that, frowning. So he's not a complete airhead. The adventurer held his hand up with his thumb tucked away. 4 hits, he said. If you land 4 hits, you get to take charge of this quest. Aiden nodded, then turned to their spectators. Miss Talloner, would you be kind enough to call it? Talloner looked awkwardly between Aiden and Audid. Are you sure you want to do this, Aiden? Audid is a level... I'll be all right, Miss Talloner, Aiden interrupted her. Talloner frowned in discomfort as Audid unsheathed his sword. He was a bulky man, and he drew a longsword from the scabbard at his hip. Aiden did not reciprocate. Instead, he lowered his stance and held his hands out to his side, like a gunslinger waiting for the draw. Audid's displeasure was emblazoned on his face. Talloner raised her hand where she was and dropped it. Fight! Audid dashed forward, sword held to the side for a horizontal slash, and Aiden acted immediately. His hands skimmed over 4 pockets, unclipping one and allowing the single enchanted item drop into a waiting palm. He tossed it into the space between him and Audid as the adventurer swung his sword and braced for impact. You have activated Lesser Madness. Effect: 8% disruption of ambient mana. Duration: 0 hours, 0 minutes, 8 seconds. Radius: 0.0005 kilometers. Aiden closed his eyes as the enchantment took effect. It shook the ambient mana in the air, disorienting sight and sound. It was this world's version of a minuscule flashbang. Unprepared for it, Audid lost his balance. Disoriented, he staggered with his swing. Aiden took the opportunity, knowing it was coming, and stepped into the adventurer without hesitation. With the swing faltering, he ducked it easily, grabbed Audid by the arm, and spun him into a shoulder throw. Audid hit the ground with a loud thud, bouncing once. Aiden stepped away from him quickly. He had been expecting a follow-up attack, maybe a sword slash to keep him at bay, but nothing came. Instead, Audid just remained lying on the ground, a confused look on his face as he stared at the sky above. Aiden cracked his fingers. That's one. Chapter 13. Goblin Mess. Aiden stepped away from a vicious swing that would have taken his head off. He backed himself into a tree as Audid came in swinging once more. His hand was already working behind him as Audid charged. Aiden could see the traces of someone who'd taken his time practicing his sword skill, but he could also see a man who had grown complacent in his practices. It wasn't just enough to learn the swordsmanship skill. You needed to practice it. You have used. Aiden dived out of the way as Audid swung his sword at him. You have activated Lesser Endurance. Audid's sword cut an inch deep before Aiden's enchantment took effect, and it held as the enchantment went through the tree as far as it could go. He tugged on the sword once, then twice. Aiden was already going in for the finish. You have activated. With the extra strength from the Aiden swung a powerful punch into the man's side from behind, then quickly backed away. The force of the blow didn't do as much as it would have done to someone of Aiden's current level, but that wasn't the point. That's 3, Aiden called out. Audid was furious. He wrenched his sword from the tree and turned to Aiden with a snarl on his lips. The fight was technically over, and Aiden had used at least 6 enchantments already. He was practically out of mana at this point. If he activated another enchantment, he'd likely pass out. At level 2, this was his limit when fighting against someone with a class. I guess 6 is stretching it, he thought, as he unsheathed his sword. He couldn't wait to get to level 10 and have a class. Only then would he be able to use the proper enchantments with increased percentages as high as 15 and 20. And fighting against someone with more than 10 levels more than him wouldn't be so taxing, as they would both have classes.
Aiden sighed as he gave a few testing swings with his sword. It wasn't like he was really going to use it, after all. What? Oded asked. If he wasn't so angry, it would have sounded like a taunt. Run out of enchantments? Aiden shrugged, then patted one of his soldier belts, the one hanging low. I've used up all the cheap ones. The ones remaining are more on the side of nobility expensive. Wouldn't want to waste them before running into the goblins. He took a sword stance with his free arm in front of him, as if it held a shield, and rested the flat of the sword on his forearm, tip pointed at Oded. Come on now, he said. Let's end this with me in command. Oded stood there, sword in hand, chest heaving in anger. Aiden waited. He had played tricks and games the entire way, confusing Oded with one well-placed enchantment after the other. It was the only way he knew how to win with how weak he was in comparison to his opponent. Now, for their final clash, he intended on using his final trick. He wasn't sure exactly how it would go, but he was curious. Aiden felt his mana channel through his body as he dashed forward. Oded stood where he was as they met and swung his sword in an upward arc at the final moment. Aiden stabbed his sword forward, and Oded's sword clashed into it, sending it flying upward. Aiden abandoned the weapon to the upward momentum and let himself fall. He slid along the ground and into Oded. His body barreled into the man's legs, and Aiden moved quickly. He grabbed one of Oded's legs, raised his, and locked them around it. Then he pushed his weight into the action, turning himself around for better leverage. In a moment, he found leverage, and Oded's knee bent forward. The man fell, and Aiden had him in a leg lock. That's 4, he declared quickly, then hurriedly extricated himself from the man. When he got back to his feet, he was slightly panting. He turned to Talonor and Dead. Call it, he said. Bed looked down at a pocket watch in his hand. 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Aiden finally let go of his alertness. The moment he did, fatigue hit him like a truck. He bent forward, catching himself with his hands on his knees, and panted heavier. All the movement and the enchantments had taken a lot out of him. For the duration of the fight, he had practically been a 12-year-old on steroids fighting against a young adult. Once again, Aiden was reminded of how much he hated being classless. In front of him, Otted was already getting back on his feet. Last one doesn't count, Otted declared. That wasn't a hit. Aiden could debate it, but the man wasn't entirely wrong. Otted could have broken out of the hold at any time. It had simply surprised him. He could have also found an angle to swing his sword down on Aiden. It was why Aiden had released him quickly and called it. But by that argument, Aiden could have also done a lot of things in that moment. He could have pulled his dagger free and stabbed 3 nice holes in the man's leg. It counts, Otted, Talonor disagreed. Dead walked up to where Aiden's sword had fallen from being knocked away by Otted's swing as the adventurers exchanged words and picked it up. Then he brought it to Aiden. Doesn't count, Otted was saying, turning to Talonor. The kid tripped me, that's all there is to it. Tripping someone doesn't count. Talonor shook her head. He had you on the floor with your back exposed to him and your leg in his hands. Trust me, it counts. How? Otted turned and pointed a finger at Aiden. You know darn well that last one didn't count. Aiden took his sword from Dead and slid it into its sheath. He ran a tired hand through his hair, paused, then touched his forehead. He hadn't even broken a sweat. But he was tired. Which means this is all mana fatigue? Which meant his tiredness didn't even come from the fight. It came from the constant use of mana and the effect of constant use of the enchantments on a body that wasn't supposed to be pumped full of so many enchantments. Aiden almost laughed as he checked to be sure he still had everything on him. His dagger remained sheathed and strapped to his belt, and his other pockets still had his enchanted items. Talonor took a deep breath, then let it out. When she spoke, she did so slowly, as if to a child. Oded, he had you on the ground. Your back was exposed to him, and he still had his dagger on him. This is not an argument. She stomped over to Aiden after that, leaving Oded with his mouth hanging open, making incoherent sounds. I don't know about the big oaf, she told Aiden, but a deal's a deal. As far as I'm concerned, Lord Lockhart, you're the leader of this contract quest. If you'd like, I have no problem escorting you back to the Society Hall to have the details updated. I'll serve as your witness. Aiden waved her words away. That'll just be a waste of time. And please, call me Aiden. After the little exchange, Aiden asked that they find somewhere to rest while Dead tracked down wherever the goblins could possibly be. Oded pointed out that he had a tracking skill, but Dead pointed out that his class required that his tracking skills be as high as possible without revealing what it was. In the end, Oded was left to wait behind with Aiden and Talonor while Dead went forward. The scout would find the goblins and report back. So they sat for minutes. 3 minutes turned to 5, and 5 to 10. Eventually, they were seated for almost 30 minutes doing nothing. Talonor sharpened her short sword simply because she could. Oded loitered about, sat, then loitered some more. Aiden sat calmly, allowing his mana restore itself. While he did so, he wondered at the adventurers he was with. He knew Talina. She hadn't been very important in his past life, but she'd had her moment of fame after leading a quest that had brought down a necromancy horde. Turned out, from the little he knew, that she'd done a quest at some point in her life and had failed to kill a goblin shaman that had gone on to grow very strong and terrorize places. It had turned out that a mutated monster had unlocked the necromancer class and had been terrorizing a village. It had taken a few adventurers to put it down in the end, and some lives had been lost. But that isn't for another 2 years, Aiden thought. As for Oded, he'd never heard the name. So either the both of them were not an official party, did not become an official party, or simply parted ways at some point. Or he died. Hey, kid. Aiden turned his head to Oded and raised a questioning brow. Oded grumbled something about young people not having respect for their elders anymore before coming to sit beside him. What was that enchantment you used? He asked, staring into the canopy of trees. Aiden didn't need to think about it to know what Oded was talking about. Very few people knew the enchantment by its effect. Lesser confusion, he answered. Never heard of it. Talina paused in sharpening what was probably her 5th blade. I have. It's actually a rare enchantment. Not many people use it. It's called lesser madness in some places. Not many people used it in any kingdom Bandiv was aware of. In fact, it was banned in most kingdoms. But there were places where its use was common. Wait, Talina frowned at Aiden. Isn't that enchantment banned in a lot of kingdoms? It is, Aiden answered, but not in Bandiv. If it's so rare, how did you get your hand on one? Oded asked. Aiden pointed at himself. Noble bastard, remember? It would amaze you the kinds of things a noble can get their hands on. It's also very expensive, Talina said, looking at Oded with a smirk. Like gold coins expensive. Oded paled. I thought you said you only used the cheap ones, Lord Lockhart. Aiden cocked a brow. Lord Lockhart? Bastard or no, you're nobility, right? Oded said sheepishly.
You're still a lord.
Aiden shook his head, but couldn't help smiling. He was finding Oded interesting.
Don't worry about it, he said. I have no idea how much it costs. Since it didn't come from my pocket, it's not a cost you need to settle.
Oded let out a relieved sigh.
Thank the gods.
Aiden actually had no idea how much an enchantment of lesser madness was supposed to cost. He hadn't used it much in his past life because it also disoriented the caster, and he hadn't learned about it until his level was significantly higher. And even then, he had done his own enchantments, so he'd never needed to buy one. As for how he got this one, he'd had a list for the palace's enchantery, and they'd simply prepared what he needed at no cost. Their conversation switched into simpler things after that. It was more of Talonor and Oded engaging in the occasional bickering here and there. They talked about a few quests they'd done together, clearing out mole rats, helping in a subjugation of walking snakes, which were basically Komodo dragons that walked on 2 legs and were more snake-like in form. Dead returned after an hour while Oded was telling Aiden about his swordsmanship and how he had been practicing with the sword since he could walk.
Even after I hit 18, it still took me 12 weeks to get the foundational skills I needed to get it, Oded was saying.
Ha! Talonor laughed. I guess you aren't as talented with the sword as you thought you were. Aiden understood that. The truth was that it actually took a lot to register a skill as learnt by the system. Someone could know how to use a weapon and still not have it registered as a skill, and that person would never be as good as someone with the skill. Skills were a bit on the extra side of things. It was a registration that the skill was now an unshakable part of you. It was basically an unconscious acceptance of the specific skill. If it took 1,000 punches thrown in a single day to call someone a master of a punch, then it would take 1,000 punches for the system to register the skill at 0 mastery. That Aiden had gained his early was a testament that the effects of his previous life were still very much there. Even amongst the other summoned, each skill needed to be practiced a few times to register. A single sword swing was not, naturally, enough to get the skill. Technically speaking, he was already overpowered. Aiden got up to meet Dead as he came to them.
Found them? Aiden asked him.
Yes, Dead nodded. I counted at least 8.
Levels? Oded asked.
Dead said nothing. He didn't even acknowledge the man.
Levels? Aiden asked.
The lowest was a 3.
And the highest?
11.
Aiden rubbed his jaw. He was very sure they had a leader. Goblins didn't lead goblins in this world. They were led by hobgoblins, or goblin shamans, and none of the two were anything less than a level 15. Oded held his annoyance at being ignored well as he turned to Aiden. It must be some external gathering. A level 11 goblin can't be the one leading them.
Yeah, Talonor joined, slipping her knives in many sheaths that littered her belt.
There's got to be a hobgoblin or a shaman. If not, the guild would have given the contract to someone else. Adventurers with lower levels. My money's on shaman.
Why? Dead asked.
Well, before you guys came along, we've been tracking these things. At some point, we got a tracker after some unfortunate circumstances, and he detected traces of magic. Goblins don't use magic.
Oded groaned. Not this again. Aiden looked between them. Not what again?
Foolish Tracker was rambling about summoning and things like that.
Oded waved it aside.
Just bullshit.
He said he found blood of something summoned with too much magic in it. Said it was human. It was unreasonable. Just how much magic? 80%. Aiden almost let out a low whistle. That was definitely too much magic to be found in anyone's blood. And that much magic from a summoned creature was
Sam bled that night, Aiden remembered. It meant their foolish tracker had found residue of Sam's blood. But 80%? Aiden hadn't thought their mana concentration was that high. That explained why they leveled up faster than the average person on Nestild and learned skills at breakneck speeds. With that level of mana concentration, it was a wonder all of them hadn't been Demon King candidates. Then again, from what he knew, all of them were arguably Demon King candidates. Aiden gestured ahead of them. "Lead the way, Dead." The soldier obeyed, and as they followed, Otid grumbled once more about having a tracking skill too. They found the goblins after 30 minutes of walking. As Dead had said, there weren't that many, 8 to 12 at the most, and unlike the ones Aiden had fought along with Sam and the others that night, these ones carried a scar or two here and there. Weapons, too. "Is that a fucking morning star?" Otid whispered in surprise. Aiden looked in the direction the adventurer was facing. It was. The goblin held the weapon by the handle, swinging the spiked ball at the end of the chain like it was practicing some odd technique, while another watched in what Aiden could only interpret as awe. Aiden pointed at a goblin that kept sheathing and unsheathing a longsword. "What's that one's level?" "Can't you—" Otid trailed off. "Sorry, you don't have a class, so you can't see it yet. Never knew the day would come when I'll be adventuring with a classless." Talonor shook her head. "And in everything you just said, the answer wasn't there." "That's a level 5, my lord," Dead answered. Aiden nodded. "Thank you, and I won't warn you about that title again. It's Aiden, but I'm taking that goblin. It was high enough to get him at least 2 levels when he killed it." "Because you use a sword?" Otid asked, confused. "You know there are lower levels in the group that also use a sword. You sure you can take it?" Aiden snorted, making his way out of hiding. "I took you, didn't I?" Otid frowned, and Talonor snickered. Out in the open, Aiden held up his sword and placed a finger on it. He traced a simple enchantment on it, while the others stepped out of hiding as well, drawing the goblin's attention. "What are you—" Otid's voice trailed off as a soft orange glow trailed a path along the enchantment Aiden had drawn. "You have used Enchantment of Lesser Flame. Effect: fire damage with a 3% chance to deal critical damage on every blow. Duration: 0 hours, 2 minutes, 0 seconds. The effects of everything before a class were abysmal. Aiden swung his sword in a vertical slash by his side, and it ignited in flames. "Let's get this over with." He could see the question on everyone's faces as they charged into the goblins. Aiden followed behind them, sword swinging, while Dead darted about until he disappeared from the battle. Aiden ducked a stray goblin swing, avoiding it narrowly, only for Otid to take its head off with a single swing. In his current position, Aiden needed to be careful. A person could not identify a monster's level without killing it until they developed a class. So all he knew was that the goblins in front of him were all stronger than him. By how much was a question he had no answer to. He swung his burning sword, deflected a dagger thrust from one of the goblins, and brought the blade down on the goblin's back as he sidestepped it. The creature shrieked in pain as Aiden trailed a burning line along its back, then stabbed it through the neck. He ripped his sword out, already running after his initial prey. Energy filled his chest, curled around his heart as he kept running forward. "You have dealt a critical blow on Goblin Level 6. You have slain Goblin Level 6. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Level 2 to Level 4. You are now Level 4. That wasn't so bad. The reason he was charging the Level 5 goblin was for the double level up. With 3 levels between them, he had been sure of it. But a random goblin had dealt with that for him. Aiden twirled his sword as he stepped forward, deflecting a strike from another goblin. It had charged at him with a dagger, and he was more than happy to indulge it. Before he could, however, Taloner's throwing knife took it in the head. "Does that count as a kill steal?" he thought, stepping over the creature's body. From Taloner's point of view, his success wouldn't have been guaranteed. In a matter of time, Aiden was on the level 5 goblin he'd initially sought out. It deflected 3 of his strikes, parried 1, and missed the last that cut open a line in its inner thigh that ignited in flames. Levels were a great method of measurement, but the truth was that they were nothing but a measurement of raw power. All things being equal, a level 5 was always going to be stronger than a level 4. But that was if all things were equal. And nothing is ever equal, Aiden thought, as he spun around the goblin, sword held out in the spin to take its head. The blade of his sword sliced the creature's head in 2 horizontal halves. "You have slain Goblin Level 5. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Level 4 to Level 5. You are now Level 5. Aiden stood as the creature fell, flaming sword in hand. Around him, the goblin camp was falling into silent chaos. One goblin corpse was slowly beginning to burn, while others just lay scattered about. Only 2 were left alive, and Taloner and Otit flanked them easily. "Are they playing with them?" Aiden wondered as he walked up to them.
As he approached them, the flame of his sword dimmed and dwindled. The duration of the enchantment was coming to an end. "What's going on?" he asked as he approached them. Taloner turned to him, somehow still keeping the goblins under her watch. "Killing goblins is really kind of a waste for us. At least, goblins of this level. So we thought we'd thin them out for you," Audid finished. "Have you level up safely?" Aiden looked around them once more, taking in the chaos of death. "I kind of already had my level ups, though," he said. "Certainly can't be enough," Audid replied. "What we've got here are 2 level 9s. They've got to count for something, right?" They would. But Aiden wasn't sure how he felt about safe leveling. And at this rate, he was going to hit level 10 before they even finished the contract. That had not been a true part of his plan. The plan was to level up until he was close to 10, get back to the palace to gain some more skills, then safely hit level 10. Though, from what he knew, he wasn't sure how many more skills he was going to be able to get. Unless he could get mana mastery, there really wasn't any other skill he really needed. He already had what he needed to ensure he got a combat class, a battle class to be specific, and with enchantment skills being his only real magic-based skill, there was a high chance that Enchanter was going to be one of the offered classes. Regardless, his current skill set would give him a larger number of classes to choose from. Unfortunately, Aiden's plan was proving to be his own ruin. At this rate, he was going to hit level 10 in the field of battle, and he had no idea what kinds of classes would be offered if his last levels were rushed in battle. "I thought you didn't like me," he told Audid as he considered their offer. Audid shrugged. "Can't say I hate you either, kid. But they are monsters and you are human. Getting as many strong adventurers as possible will always be a good thing. We've always got to be stronger than the monsters." Aiden couldn't disagree with that line of thought. Aiden cleaned his bloody dagger on the grass and pulled up his skills. Tongue of the Visitor, Mastery 100%. Basic Swordsmanship, Mastery 10.20%. Unarmed Combat, Mastery 12.00%. Resilience, Mastery 44.23%. Mana Manipulation, Mastery 0.00%. Keen Eye, Mastery 39.33%. Basic Enchant, Mastery 02.10%. Unarmed engraving. Mastery 3.00%. Dagger wield. Mastery 04.33%. He now had the dagger wield skill. Talonor walked up to him and held out a piece of cloth. "Have this." Aiden looked up before taking it. He looked down at his dagger with residue of goblin blood on it, unsure. It would be a while before they returned to the adventure hall. If he was right, they would be out here for another day, 2 at the most. "Goblin blood isn't very easy to wash off if you leave it for too long," he told her. Talonor scoffed. "It's for your legs, stupid." Aiden looked down. Oh. He had an injury in his thigh. It wasn't deep, just a simple knife wound, a glancing blow, really. He'd miscalculated the speed of one of the goblins and had gotten it for his worries. "You know that was stupid of you," she said, as he pressed the cloth to the injury. "You had a sword and 2 opponents. In every fight, you take the advantage you can get. There was no reason for you to use a dagger, even if you know how to use one." "I was testing something." Aiden dabbed the remaining blood he could. Some of it had dried up, so it would take a bath to get it off. Aiden had never been a fan of the dagger. The Order had forced him to learn its use, but he had only used it when it was necessary. So while he'd had the skill, it had taken him a while to learn it. But a single fight against 2 opponents with it, and I've got it at 4% mastery. He was sure of it now. His skills from the extinguished timeline weren't totally gone. While he'd lost them entirely, he'd somehow carried over his proficiency in them, which meant that he could get all his skills back. All he had to do was engage in them. He wondered if it would still apply once he got his class. Also, fighting off the 2 goblins had only gained him an extra level, so he was now level 6. Level 6 in under 2 weeks, he chuckled. I guess we're lucky I'm not the Demon King. He doubted there was anyone above level 3 among the others back at the palace at this time. They were too preoccupied with getting their basic skills. Aiden guessed things were going smoothly so far. Unless you end up being the Demon King in this timeline. The thought slithered into his mind, unbidden, and Aiden froze. You've already met one of the criteria. You've gotten a unique skill before getting a class. And you know where the Demon King Castle is, and how to access it. Aiden frowned as his own mind played games with him. There was no way he was going to end up being the Demon King. He just couldn't picture it happening. He doubted he was the kind of person to meet whatever the requirements were to gain the title. Right? Then are you going to be the hero? Aiden's reaction to that was a laugh. He had never possessed the characteristics of a hero, and everyone had been very certain that title went to someone based on who they were. What he was had nothing to do with being heroic. In his past life, he had been too unfocused, confused, and arguably cowardly in the early days of his summoning for it. In this life, he was too jaded. Here you are getting stronger so that you can stand by the Demon King. Sounds like something a Demon King candidate would do. It's what a brother would do, Aiden muttered to himself with a frown. Good to see you're having fun, Audid commented half-heartedly. Come on, we're not done. It's only a matter of time before the other goblins realize these ones aren't reporting back. We can take another 3 minutes, Talonor objected. Let the kid catch his breath. Aiden didn't like being called a kid, even if he was technically a kid right now. But Audid was right. They needed to hurry. And he could always get a healer to deal with his injury so it didn't become a scar whenever he found his way back to the palace. He picked himself up from the ground, wincing involuntarily at the slight pain. Let's get going. The next encampment Dead led them to had goblins of lower levels, and they cleared it out easily. Aiden played support, using enchantments of varying kinds to destabilize and confuse the goblins, while Talonor and Audid dealt the finishing blows. They needed none of the support, and Aiden knew it.
He gave them the support for himself. Enchantment magic was the only kind of magic he'd ever developed a proficiency for, and the classes a person was offered was based off their personal capabilities, their skills, and who they were as people. It was also based on what state they were in the moment of their offer. If he was offered a magical class, it was going to be Enchanter. He was sure of it. So he might as well ensure that the class skills that came with it, if it remained his best choice to pick, were at least battle-oriented. People offered classes in the heat of battle often had classes that leaned heavily towards battle and violence. Aiden didn't want Enchanter, but he also didn't want a pure martial art class or violence class like Butcher or some other strict violence class. So he practiced his enchantments where he could find them. They made their way through 2 more encampments in the same way. They rested after each fight, while Dead went in search of the next encampment and disappeared once the fighting began. In this way, they fought into the night, and their violence spilled into the sunshine of the next day. "Just how many camps do these bastards have?" Odded spat.
He was growing irritable from the lack of civilization. At least, that was Talinor's defense for his continued growing uncouth behavior. Talonor gave him a worried look before coming over to Aiden. Despite the sun shining in the sky, the forest was cool, with a gentle breeze and the swaying branches of trees that had witnessed a lot of goblin deaths in one night. "And why the hell aren't you killing anything?" Ottid snarled at Aiden. "That last goblin was getting away, and instead of killing it, you just chopped its leg off. What if it had escaped?" "It would have made no difference," Aiden answered, checking for leftover specks of blood on his dagger. "Whatever is leading these things already knows we're hunting it. If it's smart enough, it will be planning how to escape." Talinor's eyelids narrowed at him. "You're not interested in leveling up, are you? That's why you've stopped killing them. You don't want to hit level 10 and get a class." Aiden said nothing. "You don't want a battle class, is that it?" she tried. "You don't want the violence, even though you're good at it?" Again, Aiden said nothing, and Talonor seemed to give her opinion a second thought. "Why?" she pressed. "Everyone wants to level up, and battle classes are amazing. You could end up with a knight class. Or did your father tell you not to get a class? Is he trying to dictate that part of your life, too?" Again, Aiden said nothing, but his mind moved to thoughts of his father at her words. His parents had been strict, but not harsh. They liked things a certain type of way, and did their best to ensure they ended up that way. Let the children make mistakes so that they learn from them. It was his father's guide to raising them. Even when Ted had fallen off a tree as a child and broken his arm, their father had simply taken him to the hospital to get it fixed, and had done nothing when Ted had gone tree climbing again a few months after his arm had healed. It was definitely reckless, but their father had a very precise approach to life that had only been softened by their mother's presence. If it wasn't going to kill or maim his child, then his child was free to make the mistake and learn from it. All that mattered to him was that the mistake wasn't one that would affect the rest of their lives, or end it. They often wondered if he kept strictly to that rule because he only had sons. If they had a sister, would he have treated her the same way? Aiden felt a touch of longing for his parents in his heart, and smothered it almost immediately. He'd gone 11 years without them once before. He could go another 11. Still, he couldn't help but wonder how they were. How long would they mourn? Would they try for another child? His father was only in his late 40s, so they could still have another child if they wanted, right? When Aiden saw Dead coming back, strolling with the easy stiffness of a soldier, he was glad for the distraction. "What did we get?" Ottid asked a bit forcefully. "Please tell me it's the last group. If not, I'm going out on a limb and hunting these motherfuckers down myself." Dead looked from Ottid to Aiden in a request for permission, and Aiden nodded. "A bunch of goblins," Dead answered.
At the heart of the camp there were 2 hobgoblins and 1 shaman. Talina let out a low whistle. That's a tussle and a half if I ever did hear one. Aiden agreed. 2 hobgoblins and a shaman was quite a lot. It meant there were at least 2 level 15s and 1 level 20. Aiden wasn't sure of what he wanted to do. He could call it a day here and head back to the palace where things were under his control. He only had a few more levels to go through before level 10 after all. But that would mean risking the chance that one of the hobgoblins or the shaman would escape. That was going to be a consequential problem to innocent people who would have the misfortune of ending up in their path. Turning back was not an option. It isn't even your world, he thought. But he was going to be stuck in it for a significant while. And he wasn't even sure if Ted would come across the same discovery that led him to finding a possible way home. If things happened differently here. No, they needed to deal with this and be done with it. The longer he stayed below level 10, the longer he remained weak. With the thoughts going through his mind, he cast aside the need to take his time. He knew how to get stronger, and for him, right now, faster was better. Ted had said there was a key with the giants in the Frost Mountain. He had also said the leader of the Order needed to know about it, so Aiden at least knew where to start on his journey back home. There were 3 Frost Mountains he knew of that were close enough to Bandiv he could get to first, and they required good levels to venture into. Aiden shook out his leg, tested the injured leg to see how far he could push it. The result was that he could push it far enough. 2 hobgoblins and 1 shaman, he said, turning to Ottid and Talina. I'll deal with the goblins. Can you guys handle the hobgoblins and shaman? Ottid scratched his jaw. It's a stretch, but we can. Give me that expensive burning sword and I'm sure I can push it far with the help of the enchantment. Ottid, Talina chided him. You can't take the boy's enchanted sword. Aiden thought otherwise. I ain't got any problem with that, but it's only got 1 more enchantment on it, and it's customized to my mana signature, so it'll just be a simple sword for you. I could still have it customized for you when this is all done, though. Lord Lockhart, Ded said in a hurry. You cannot. Today you answer to me, Aiden cut him short, checking the enchantments he had left in his soldier's belt. I will hear nothing about safety or madness. We're killing these things before they try to escape and endanger others. Got it? Ded slipped into silence, but nodded. He suddenly had no arguments to offer. The quick acceptance was odd, and Aiden realized the soldier had always been that way. What if it's also the reason he'd done something as stupid as lead us to the goblins that night? It was worthy of thought, but Aiden cast it aside for now. All right then, Aiden said, then slid his dagger into its sheath. Let's go get this goblin mess over with. Chapter 14. Job's Not Done. The crescent moon smiled down on Aiden, a false friend to bring him light. The smile was as metaphoric as it was literal, since the moon's crescent curved downwards from left to right. Aiden stood with sword in hand, drawn and waiting. In front of him, a congregation of goblins stood staring at him, with a mix of confusion and anger. While he had been the one to create the current plan he was working under, Aiden found himself hating the plan the more goblins he saw. Ded had led them to a clearing filled with campfires, and a single tent settled in at the center, surrounded by goblins. Ded had said there were only a handful of goblins over level 10, and while Aiden believed him, he still thought it was a difficult position to be in, not knowing what goblin was what level. It inevitably meant he would have to pull out all the stops for all the goblins. Is there any other way? The Order taught that every fight was to be handled as if it was fought with the fate of the world on the line, and if you couldn't bring yourself to care for the world, then fight it as if every blow dealt would grant you your heart's desire. The leader of the Order wasn't much of a motivational speaker, but he'd built a terrifying enterprise, so he deserved some accolades for that. Aiden reached into one of his belt pockets and slowly picked out an enchantment as the goblins slowly solidified into a mutual agreement. They were done being confused and were ready to be rid of him. Behind them, the tent ruffled a little. It was large for a simple tent and was as wide as a house. Aiden hoped that was a sign that Otid and Telener were finding success in their part of the plan. Why did I choose this plan again? Aiden wondered, rolling the tiny orb in his hand. Because you want to level up and get it over with. But it didn't matter anymore, though. The plan had been made, and he needed to carry out his part of it.
Would be very hilarious if I died to some level 10s at this point, he chuckled darkly. The gentle silence of the night turned into incoherent mutterings as one goblin after the other started making sounds Aiden couldn't understand. It was a standing theory amongst scholars of this world that goblins were intelligent species capable of communication. The debate, however, was if they communicated like beasts, such as dogs, or if they communicated with complicated languages with human-level intelligence. Personally, Aiden liked to think it was the latter. It was difficult to believe monsters as cruel as goblins couldn't communicate like humans. It took a certain level of intelligence to be cruel. "All right then," he announced, and tapped the end of his sword against a piece of rock when he couldn't see any other goblin loitering about. "Let's get on with it then." The first goblin to charge at him did so, leading a pack of 4 others. It held a massive branch in its hand that it swung like a club when it leaped to reach his head. The other 3 had weapons of their own, but with the club goblin in charge, Aiden paid them the littlest attention. He ducked the first swing of the branch, pivoting so that he weaved himself into the middle of all 4, evaded what looked like a sickle at the end of a chain, then his sword went dancing. There wasn't much in the way of challenge. There was no threat of loss or defeat, merely what was and what could be. Aiden's sword came to an abrupt stop to the ovation of 4 notifications. "Congratulations! You have slain Goblin Level 4. Congratulations! You have slain Goblin Level 6. Congratulations! You have slain Goblin Level 4. Congratulations! You have slain Goblin Level 5. Aiden stared at the tip of his broadsword. It did not tremble. It did not shake. It was as straight as anything could be, and as still as the moon in the sky. Skill beats level almost every time. It was a shaky truth that his mind refused to allow him accept, as it brought up his only real encounter with the king's sage. How powerless he had been while his brother fought to save his life. That was power. That was a level simple skill did not beat. Aiden swung his sword in an arc, ridding it of goblin blood. His job tonight was to buy time for the others to deal with the main problem, or clear the entire place of low-level goblins so that there would be no interference with what the others were doing. "All right then," he declared, sword held out to his side. "Come on, we don't have all night." The entire front line of goblins inched forward, and Aiden winced. He counted 8 of them, easy. 8, he muttered to himself, worried, hopping on the balls of his feet to get the adrenaline going. "I can do 8. Right?" As if sensing his indecision, they rushed him. This wasn't a controlled area. If he made enough mistakes, he could die. Death was not an option, so going all out was the only reasonable response to his situation. He reached into his pocket and pulled out another enchanted item. He rolled it along with the orb in his hand once, channeling mana into the both of them, the way in wood. When he was done tracing the runes and sigils in them with mana, he let the first orb fall from his hand. He'd picked both orbs for this specific purpose. They were an enchanter's go-to when fighting a group at close range, and he had 2 of them. At his level, their effects would be near insignificant, but he didn't need them to be significant. He was fighting against monsters that were arguably also at his level. The first orb hit the ground and exploded in a translucent orb with red streaks running along its surface like veins. It swallowed them whole. "You have activated Effect
3% decrease is movement speed. Duration, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 12 seconds. Radius, 0.0008 kilometers. Aiden felt the effect of the enchantment the moment it activated.
His muscles grew tense. The air was heavier. Everything felt as if he was moving through mud, and everything within the radius of the enchantment would suffer the same effect. He squeezed the second orb, even though he didn't need to as it came to life, igniting the mana inside him. You have activated Orb of Lesser Speed. Effect: 3% increase in movement speed. Duration: 0 hours, 0 minutes, 12 seconds. He stepped forward and swung a horizontal slash with both hands. You have activated Basic Swordsmanship. A gray line trailed behind Aiden's blade as it cleaved through the air. He felt the resistance of blade cutting through skin and bones, but didn't stop there. 12 seconds was a lot of time in a fight, but it was also, ultimately, not a lot of time. Enchantments that slowed movement speed weren't as popular as enchantments that increased them, so the palace had only been able to get him 2 of them. As he stepped into his swing, bringing it down on the next goblin, he really hoped this group of goblins had the higher levels among them. Congratulations! You have slain Goblin Level 3. Congratulations! You have slain Goblin Level 6. Congratulations! You have slain Goblin Level 4. Congratulations! You have slain Goblin Level 4. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Level 6 to 7. You are now Level 7. Otid raised a hand, gesturing for Teliner to stop. They'd been working together long enough that he didn't have to check to know she'd stopped. There was something confusing about this part of the tent. From the front, the littlest moonlight they had served to illuminate it well enough. But from the back, where they were trying to sneak in through, it was as if the night had swallowed the moon. Otid looked up. Yep, moon's still there. Then he looked at the tent. Tent's still black. He rolled his eyes and sighed. Let's get this over with, then. The plan was Lord Lacarte's, and it was simple. The young lord was going to draw the attention of the lower-ranked goblins, all 20+ of them. Then he would stall for time. Taliner had been quick to point out that he had no reason to be fighting the goblins. He was to distract them long enough. The whole point was to make sure the goblins did not interfere in their fight with the hobgoblins and the shaman. Really wish I had that flaming sword, Otid muttered, pressed up against the back of the tent. You're not the level 2 distracting a bunch of higher-level goblins, Taliner said. Otid grumbled. He's probably a level 4 by now. At the end of this whole thing, he'll be a level 6. I'm sure his dad will be proud. Taliner frowned but said nothing else. Come on. Otid took a deep breath and unsheathed his sword. Let's get this over with. As the growing cacophony of goblin shrieks continued on the other side of the tent, he tore the back of the tent open with a large swing. He charged in, sword at the ready, only to backtrack quickly. Talina! He bellowed. Duck! A massive hobgoblin, twice his size, burst out from a different part of the tent, fist cocked back in a savage blow. It had dirty blue eyes, and its cheek hung from its face by a thin, loose skin. The smell hit Otid a second later, and he knew they were fucked. Otid turned, hand shooting out to push Taliner as he raised his sword to meet the blow. Fist and blade met, and he was sent skidding back. To his side, Taliner was a good distance away from there, and that was all Otid needed to know. His eyes were back on the problem in front of him. They darted around in his socket, alternating between the heaving hobgoblin in front of him and his general surrounding. Dead said there were 2. Where's the other one? Behind you! Otid ducked into a side roll at Taliner's warning. He stumbled during his roll as the ground shook beneath him. When he came up from his roll, it wasn't straight to his feet, but he was quick to orient himself. Melina stepped up beside him with a scowl on her face as she looked at their opponents. In front of them, standing between them and the tent, were two large hobgoblins. Each one was a level 16, but their presence wasn't what was intimidating. It wasn't what made Teleanor angry. No, it was what they were. Undead, Teleanor spat. Oded nodded, noting how the skin hung loose from their body. He could see the empty space in one of their heads. He was certain that under the sun he would have been able to see the color of the thing's skull. Both undead hobgoblins watched them with empty eyes as another monster stepped out of the tear Oded had made in the tent. This goblin wore a dark purple robe and held a grotesque staff in its hand. Its eyes shone a murky green. It was not as large as the hobgoblins, but it was as large as Teleanor, with gray beards and grayish-green skin. "That's one old motherfucker," Teleanor observed. "Yeah." Oded was beginning to think they'd bitten off more than they could chew. "Should we report back to the guild?" Teleanor shot him a dirty glare. Oded sighed. "I thought so." There was no way she was going to allow them to make a retreat. Teleanor had a personal beef with anything undead. Oded had tried to find out why on multiple occasions and had gotten nothing from his trials. Even Adaware, the guildmaster, had refused to tell him anything. "I always said I would die facing a horde of undead because of her," he grumbled, as he placed his sword at the ready. "Let's get this over with, then." The shaman, because that was the only thing the goblin with the staff could possibly be, raised its hand at them. "Gotta get going, Tel," Oded muttered, as green aura gathered to the goblin's hand. "I don't think we wanted casting that." Teleanor was already on the move, longsword drawn from its sheath. Her hand blurred, and throwing knives crossed the distance, glinting sharp silvers under the moonlight. The shaman deflected the attack with a raised staff, but the mana gathering to his hand winked out of existence. Audid took his chance and charged the hobgoblins. He and Teleanor going up against two hobgoblins wasn't too much of a stretch, but two undead hobgoblins was. The undead did not feel pain. As such, they did not react to it. They were no more than sturdy constructs. But Teleanor and Audid had a chance, though. If the shaman was not up to level 30, then the undead would not retain any semblance of intelligence. All they would be were puppets at the strings of a puppeteer. Killing them was good, but killing the shaman was better. Audid swung his sword, was parried by the hobgoblin of his choice, and spun into a leg slash. His blade cut a gash in the hobgoblin, and it brought a hand down on him. Audid, learning from his brief encounter with Lord Lacarte, released his sword to weave around the monster. He wrapped his arms around the creature, barely encircling it, lifted it off the ground, and threw it. With his strength stats being his highest, the hobgoblin went flying. Audid abandoned his sword in the creature's leg. Rather than follow after it, he went for the shaman. "Stop the puppeteer," he thought. "Stop the puppets." Teleanor was keeping the other hobgoblin occupied as Audid charged the shaman. The shaman abandoned its magic and swung its staff at him. It was an odd response for a magical beast of any level of intelligence. Even the magical classes did not abandon their spells for physical combat. They created distance so they could be allowed the time to cast them. It implied that the staff was probably more than just a staff used for casting magic. Audid avoided the swung staff, unsure of what its effects could be. He harried the shaman, darting in and out with blows and kicks. Each attack was futile, since the shaman did its best to block every blow with its staff. And considering Audid had no idea what the staff could do on contact, he couldn't allow it touch him, even if it was in defense. Maybe I shouldn't have left the sword. The shaman raised its staff high, and Audid darted in again. The last thing he needed was a cast spell. His class had no real defense against magic. was a class designed for large weapons like claymores and actual cleavers. It had high strength, little agility, and no skill that gave it any form of magical resistance. He also had no armor for that. They were expensive, and he wasn't really rolling in money. Audid heard a growl from behind him and sidestepped. Another thing he didn't need was to be caught in a pincer attack between an undead hobgoblin and a shaman. Despite that, Audid hesitated in his action. Avoiding them would give the shaman the time he needed to cast his spell, and one did not allow a necromancy class cast combat spells. The shaman staggered forward as if pushed, and a scowl split its bearded mouth. From its back protruded the hilt of one of Taliner's throwing knives. It turned, swinging its staff as if at an attacker. Audid turned to give his attacker his quickest attention. The hobgoblin's eye remained empty, even as it continued to charge at him. Audid ducked a swing, then threw an uppercut of his own. The blow connected, sending the creature staggering back. Audid capitalized on the chance and reached for his sword, pulling it free with all the strength he had. It came loose in one tug, and black blood sprayed like syrup from the injury. If he could get a clean blow and sever the head, this would be done. A loud explosion boomed on the other side of the camp. It shook the ground beneath their feet and ignited the air. It was enough to draw even the shaman's attention. Audid frowned. What the hell is the young lord doing? Aiden laughed self-deprecatingly as he staggered away from the goblin he'd just killed. He was bleeding from a cut in his side. He waved the notification of the goblin's death away as it came up. This one had been a level 12, and he had killed it with a stab in the eye. The fire enchantment he had used had ended up being more than just a fire enchantment. What was meant to be a small explosion of fire had spread into a literal bomb by errors that were not his. How was I to know that one had enough flammables to burn down a small house? Aiden panned his gaze around. There were goblins running around, set ablaze from the explosion. He avoided barely one as it ran frantically and swung his sword at the back of its neck. The goblin fell with an open neck, and another notification popped up. Congratulations! You have slain Globble level 8. Congratulations! You have slain Globble 2. Congratulations! You have slain Globble 5. Congratulations! You have slain Globble 5. Congratulations! You have slain Globble 3. The notifications came running down, a growing list. Confused, Aiden looked at the point of the explosions and found goblins still charging out of the fire, running rampant. Some tossed themselves on the ground, rolling about to quench the flames. Others simply dropped to the ground after moments of struggling. Each goblin Aiden watched fall was succeeded by a notification. Again, he laughed. He'd been ready to spend the entire night killing goblins and doing his fair share of running. Then some goblin just had to go and get blown up from a simple fire enchantment. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Level 8 to 9. You are now level 9. Aiden ignored the rush of power that curled around his heart and filled his body. His speed of leveling was now decreasing. He was getting to the point where he would need far more kills or stronger opponents to level up. Achievement unlocked. You have dipped your hands in the blood of goblins, weighed them on a scale, and considered them unworthy of life. You have become death, destroyer of goblins.
You have single-handedly slain 15+ goblins in one battle before level 10.
You have earned a title, Goblin Slayer. Effect: plus 30% damage increase when fighting goblins. That was surprising. Aiden looked at the chaos around him, counting the number of corpses. There were more than 15. Most of them were victims of the fire. It did say 15+, he thought. Aiden turned to the chaos where he was certain Audid and Taliner had to be fighting. He checked his pockets, counted his enchantments.
He had used up all his speed reduction enchantments, so he wouldn't be getting any help there. He took a step in their direction and grimaced in pain. The cut in his side, given graciously to him by a goblin with a massive cleaver, was the deepest injury he had. But it was not the only one. Cuts riddled Aiden's body, evident through the tears in his clothes, but most of them weren't deep enough to be fatal. He'd lost one of his belts, its strap cut by one weapon or the other. Aiden had no idea if he had used up all the enchantments it had before he'd lost it. I need to catch my breath, he thought, but didn't rest. Goblins burning around him didn't mean the fight was over. He could easily just be stabbed in the back by a dying goblin. He had also used up the few potions he'd had, 2 to be precise, so there was going to be no healing to be done. It had been a question between more enchantments or more potions, and he didn't have an infinite storage. So enchantments it had been. It had just been to clear out goblins, after all. And you ended up facing a small army. Unfortunately, or perhaps it was fortunate for him, most of them had been low levels, 3s and 6s mostly. But their numbers had overwhelmed him from time to time and left him in a mess. Aiden pushed himself forward, steps sluggish. He wasn't about to go fight a shaman or a hobgoblin in his current position, but he was willing to render any help he could. He got to the tent with notifications of dying goblins and critical damage filling his screen. He had used too many enchantments, and his mana was low. His sword was also at its weakest, its durability reduced to almost nothingness. It was what happened when you used random enchantments on a weapon not designed for enchantments. Aiden was sure the palace would have given him an enchanted sword if he could actually use it. Even the times the sage, and then Brandis, had offered him a knight's sword, it hadn't been for him to use, but to hold on to until he could. Suddenly, a massive creature came flying at Aiden out of nowhere, and he hit the ground. It whizzed over his head and tumbled along the ground. Oded came running after it like a madman with a longsword. The adventurer ran past Aiden as if he didn't see him, leaping into the air. Landing on top of the creature, he plunged his sword into the thing's chest, roaring like a berserker in battle. Aiden turned on his back. Many adventurers were often victims of what was considered war madness. But Oded wasn't wearing some manic smile, and he didn't seem in a frenzy. He had eyes only for his opponent. Battle madness would have had him looking from side to side, seeking out a next opponent. Congratulations! You have learned foundational skill, awareness, mastery 07.39%. I didn't even do anything, Aiden muttered. The creature slapped Oded off it, the blow sending the adventurer soaring through the air, as he'd once sent himself with a leap at it. Oded hit the ground in a heavy thud, and Aiden dragged himself to the man's side as the hobgoblin struggled to get itself back to its feet. Oded turned to look at Aiden when he was close enough. Good to see you made it, he said to Aiden with a bloody grin and a groan. Weren't you supposed to just distract them? Things changed, Aiden replied. Then he nodded at the hobgoblin. What's happening there? Fucking undead, Oded spat, pushing himself to sit up. Put too many holes in its leg. It doesn't feel pain, but standing up is going to be a bitch. Undead. That explained the goblin that didn't feel pain. Aiden wondered if they'd run into it and killed it without knowing. Aren't there supposed to be 2? He asked, remembering Dead's report. Oded laughed, then coughed as he pushed himself up to his feet. Aiden supported him instinctively. Talinor's dealing with the other one, Oded answered. And the shaman? Aiden knew Dead was not helping. The soldier's only job was to track. He'd specifically given the man instructions not to interfere. A level 19 scout was not the same as a level 19 soldier. Their strengths varied. The hobgoblin was on its feet now, pounding away at the ground like some angry gorilla. Its empty eyes focused on nothing but Audid and Aiden. Aiden looked from it to Audid, worried. "Can you take it?" Audid cleaned his bloody mouth with the back of his forearm. "If Talonor can hold off a shaman and a hobgoblin, I don't really got a choice." He leveled his sword in front of him. "All right, big boy," he challenged the hobgoblin. "Let's have at it." Aiden searched his pockets frantically and pulled out an enchantment. He channeled mana into it quickly, then slapped it against Audid's arm. Audid scowled at him. "What the?" The man's voice trailed off as he focused on something in the air. Aiden couldn't see it, but he was sure the man was looking at the notification in front of him. He'd just given him his last strength enchantment. Plus 3% to strength had to count for something, right? At least Aiden hoped it did. It was definitely better than nothing. "Had no idea enchantments could work like that," Audid said, then charged the hobgoblin. Aiden let the two hulking figures run into each other. They looked almost evenly matched, and he wasn't going to be the hamster caught between two dogs fighting. Besides, if he was going to do that, he might as well help the one that was being outnumbered. He pushed himself towards the tent, checking his belt for the enchantments he had. After tapping at his pockets for a while, he gave up. What does it matter? He only had maybe 1 or 2 more enchantments left in him, which meant that how many enchantments he had was not important. What was important was what enchantment he still had. No, that's for solitude. He'd thought stealth would be needed at some point. It was funny how he hadn't used it, and wouldn't use it. He tapped another pocket, hearing the slow rise of grunts and flung spells crackling through the air. No, that's for lesser endurance. He patted himself down some more. Where the fuck did I put it? If Audid was calling the hobgoblin an undead, then the shaman had to be using necromancy, and Aiden had encountered necromancers quite a good number of times in his life. The grunts were getting very audible now, and he could see the green sparks flying all over the place as Talonor ducked and weaved and fought off a hobgoblin the size of the one Audid was fighting. "First rule of killing necromancers," he muttered to himself as he got to the tent, peeking around the corner and catching sight of the shaman. "Take their magic away." His hand patted one of his belt pockets, judging the shape of the object inside. Unfortunately, the time delay of this enchantment required him to be in the same space, so he had to get close enough to the shaman to use the enchantment. It was a significant risk if his timing was off. Now all I've got to do is get within 6 feet of a level 20 shaman capable of turning me to moving bones in 2 spells. What's the worst that can happen? Aiden unclipped the pocket, and the item fell into his palm. He gripped it tightly. 1 enchantment. 1 chance. Talonor slammed a throwing knife into the thigh of the undead hobgoblin, then spun around it in one smooth motion. A blast of green flame struck the hobgoblin and sent it staggering back. She frowned as she flipped out of the way. She'd told Audid that she could take the shaman and the hobgoblin alone, and he'd believed her. For that, she couldn't blame him. She was 5 levels above him, and 3 levels above the shaman. But necromancy magic was a touchy subject. It basically ignored level disparity in some ways. One touch from it could set her skin rotting as easily as it could the next person. And being tag-teamed by a necromancer and his puppet was a strenuous activity. She kicked the hobgoblin in the knee, sending it falling to its knees, then shoved her last throwing knife up its jaw and into its head. Her sword was somewhere around, but she couldn't remember where. Behind them, the shaman lifted its staff and pointed it at them. Talonor frowned as she repositioned herself so that the hobgoblin's hulking body stood between her and the shaman. The fight was getting annoying. She had used too many skills facing only the hobgoblin,
simply because the stupid thing had refused to die. It always avoided being stabbed in the heart, and taking its head off was too tasking on account of its height. She'd pierced its heart once, but the shaman had brought it back almost immediately. So while she could have taken them before, now she was pretty low on mana and stamina. As if to prove a point, her interface notified her of her stamina. Stamina 18%. Like I haven't already figured that out. She was already panting like she'd fought some godlike being when her opponents were just level 15 and level 20. Adewale would have to pay extra for this specific contract quest, because this had not been a part of the risks she had been informed of when he'd asked her to partner with Audid, for Audid's own good, a few months ago. She shoved her knife deeper up the hobgoblin's jaw, hoping to tickle its brain, and maybe get a little reprieve from this madness when the shaman gave up on caution and accuracy and just blasted away with its staff. Valina heard the crackle of the shaman's green flame as it shot through the air before exploding against the back of the hobgoblin. Heat traveled up her arms, threatened to consume her. Even as she reacted, releasing the knife in panic, the force of the blast threw her and the creature. The shaman shrieked something she could only interpret as annoyance as she hit the ground. "Fight!" she willed herself. "Get up and fight! The job's not done!" She was still struggling to get to her feet, with no idea where any of her weapons were, when she saw it. It looked like the impossible. It was pure madness, if anyone asked her, but it was unmistakable. Not far from the shaman, the bastard of the Lockhart family was crouched low. He was like a statue, still and unmoving, sword held in hand. She couldn't be entirely sure, but from where she was, still struggling to get back to her feet, his sword looked like it was ready to crumble. But the boy looked nothing like his sword. Even with his tattered clothes, cut and torn up, he looked like he had a plan. He also looked like the problem he was having was how to execute the plan. From where he was, Aiden wouldn't be able to get to the shaman in time. And if the shaman caught sight of him, he would die. The last thing Talina wanted was the death of some lord's bastard on her conscience. So she pushed herself all the way to her feet, ignored the hobgoblin lying helpless on the ground as the shaman leveled his staff at her from across the distance once more, and hoped she still had enough stamina and mana for one more skill. She sucked in a deep breath and roared like the maddened. "You have activated skill Taunt." The sound was less of a roar and more like a shriek. With her mastery level, she'd learned how to direct the skill rather than just throwing it about randomly. For a split moment, the shaman lowered its staff in confusion. Then, confusion twisted its face into anger. Teleanor saw the rage in its green eyes and smirked. "What are the chances I'm going to die here?" The thought filled her mind as green fire gathered at the end of the shaman's staff pointed at her, and she watched the young lord toss something into the space between him and the shaman. "He fights with enchantments," she remembered, as the shaman's green flames reached a crescendo. "He better have some good enchantment in there." Teleanor had never imagined her life would end like this, dead at the hands of a monster with a lower level than her. Dying of old age had never been a delusion she'd allowed herself wallow in either, not with what she did for a living. But she'd always thought she'd die doing something glorious, maybe stopping a horde of drakes or in some great expedition, just something grand and memorable. Dying to a level 20 shaman just because she was trying to give a classless a chance to do something was not grand and memorable. It was just unreasonable. The last things she saw before she closed her eyes, feet too tired to move,
was Aiden tossing something at the shaman while he rushed the monster with his sword, a massive ball of green fire shooting from the shaman's staff, and a notification she had not seen in a long time. You have slain Undead Hobgoblin, level 18. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Level 23 to 24. You are now level 24. Huh, she snorted. I never made it to 25.
Chapter 15. Class. After much debate on how to close the distance between himself and the shaman, Aiden got an idea. He retrieved another enchantment, the one for lesser silence. It kept every sound happening within a specified area from leaking out. If he could use it right, he had roughly 6 feet of distance he could cover in almost perfect stealth. The shaman leveled its staff at Talonor and her opponent as he contemplated. It hesitated before firing off the ball of green fire that gathered at its end. All the while, Aiden moved as quietly as he could. 2 notifications popped up in front of him as the roaring sound of fire burning through air filled his ear. You have learned skill. Light steps, mastery, 0, 4.19%. You have learned skill. Quiet movement, mastery, 0, 5.00%. Aiden recognized the foundational skills and ignored them all the same. He activated Orb of Lesser Silence and tossed it into the space between him and the shaman. It hit the ground and activated at the same time the shaman's blast slammed into Talonor and the hobgoblin. Aiden winced as the blast sent Talonor flying, knowing it had to hurt, even though the hobgoblin had taken most of the blast. You have activated Orb of Lesser Silence. Effect: all sound made will be partially nullified within the specified vicinity. Duration: 0 hours, 0 minutes, 19 seconds. Radius: 0.0014 kilometers. Aiden watched the distortion spread out from the orb's point of impact and darted into it immediately, rushing across the 6 feet. The moment he got to the edge of it, he stopped. His mind froze at his stupidity as the shaman leveled its staff at Talonor once more. Now, Aiden was in plain sight. All the shaman had to do was have an unreasonable urge to look around and he would see him. An orb of solitude would be best right now. Conceal him, even if a little, from external attention. But he was completely certain that he only had 1 more enchantment left in him. Any more, and his mana would give out on him. Then the worst happened. The shaman turned.
Aiden was already preparing his retreat when an ear-piercing shriek filled the air. It was strong, the scream of a defiant challenger that refused to be ignored. The shaman lowered its staff, startled. Then its focus sharpened on Talonor. It was as if nothing else mattered. Aiden had seen the effect more than once on the battlefield. It was a powerful skill given only to battle-oriented classes. He had been a victim of its effect on more than one occasion, and could say for a fact that it was not a nice feeling at all. But it was an amazing use of the skill in the current moment. The shaman charged up a new ball of fire with its staff, and Aiden ran at him with everything he had. His last enchantment gripped tightly in his hand. He hoped he would not need any more than it. He judged the situation as he charged, as the shaman's flames grew too large to be reasonable. If his attack did nothing, he really hoped that Dead was not as obedient a soldier as he had displayed himself to be thus far. Aiden had instructed the scout not to interfere in the battle, and the man had followed the instruction to the letter thus far. Aiden hadn't even sensed the tiniest touch of the man's presence. In fact, he almost believed that Dead was nowhere near the battlefield. But if his last blow did nothing, Audid would be too far to save him, and Talonor would be too weak to do anything. Aiden tossed his last enchantment at the shaman, a small orb that exploded in a translucent sphere encased in red and green and blue veins running along its surface. Caught within the reach of the enchantment's effect, the shaman's green flames guttered out. You have activated effect 8% disruption of ambient mana. Duration 0 hours, 0 minutes, 8 seconds. Radius 0.0005 kilometers. 8 seconds was not enough time to think of anything else as Aiden threw himself at the shaman, sword poised to take the goblin in the heart through the back.
The shaman turned as its flames guttered out, one hand braced against its head in pained confusion. It wore a thick gray beard, and Aiden watched a snarl cross its lips when it saw him. It leveled its staff at him, shaken from the effects of Taloners, and Aiden was happy. There was no low-level class that experienced the effects of lesser madness and adapted immediately. It didn't matter the class, they always faltered. And in the chaotic state of the ambient mana, the shaman's spell faltered once more. Green flames gathered at the edge of the staff and simply vanished. Aiden crossed the distance, knowing victory was his. His sword pierced the goblin's skin, went through the ribs, and dug a precise hole in its heart. Thrown by his own momentum, Aiden rammed into the monster, tackling it to the ground as his sword pierced all the way to the hilt. The shaman fell with a heavy thud, and Aiden fell with it, his fall cushioned by the monster he'd slain. You have dealt a critical blow. You have dealt a fatal blow. Congratulations! You have slain Shaman Goblin, level 20. Congratulations! You have leveled up. 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 Level 10 detected. Advanced growth restricted until level 10 requirements have been met. You are now level 10. Dear prisoner number 2345023855739, your dedication to your very craft and your will to grow your abilities to the point of greatness, seeking to reach beyond your human limits, has graced you with a reward. You are much unlike the others. You are a great being, one who does the simplest of things in the most extraordinary of ways. You are a prisoner of the multiverse, claimed for the crime of breaking existential laws, undeserving of a reward for time served favorably. Please claim your reward. Class options are now available for selection. Prisoner number 2345023855739. Would you like to select a class? Aiden was too tired for anything, too weak to even be worried at the contradictions in the notification itself. He still had a vague recollection of what the interface showed whenever someone got to level 10, and while most of what he saw jogged his memory, the little part about being a prisoner was completely new. He was sure of it. This was also the first time he was hearing anything about a multiverse. The shaman twitched under him, then deflated slightly. Aiden didn't react to it. His interface had told him that the thing was dead, and it was never wrong. What Aiden needed right now was rest. A long and hard one. Adewale flipped through the pages of the report in front of him, then looked up at the branch manager for the society branch in the capital city of Nastild. "You're sure this is accurate, Mr. Nude?" he asked. "A 10% rise in 3 days." The elderly man with his monocle worn over his left eye nodded. "Certain, sir. Its rise was measured at a steady growth of 0.0018% every day for the last 2 months. Then there was a significant drop in growth by about 8% about 2 weeks ago." As if someone tapped into its power,
Adewale mused. But that's impossible. Demonic mana cannot be harnessed. It cannot be harnessed by humans, Nude corrected him. But monsters can harness as much demonic power as their body can contain. It is no real secret amongst those who possess significant authority that the kingdoms use this very method, the harness demonic mana to do very specific things. It was not news to Adewale too, but it didn't mean he was going to confirm anything. So there's a possibility that someone or some monster took a bite out of the demonic mana. Nude nodded. Then how do we explain the growth? Adewale asked. 10% in a handful of days is a lot.
Are you going to tell me that the universe is somehow trying to balance things out, restore it to the rate it is supposed to be at?
Nude chuckled lightly. If you are looking for a conversation where the universe has a will, Guildmaster, you are looking in the wrong place. I can procure a priest, however, if you wish.
Ha ha, Adewale said the words blandly. Have I ever told you that you're my least favorite branchhead?
Yes, sir, though it continues to baffle me that you have not removed me from my position.
Adewale closed the report and dropped it on his desk. Normally, this was a kind of situation that needed the king's attention, but something told him the king was already aware of it. His interface popped up in front of him. It appeared edged to the side in a way that did not require his attention, and he brought it forward with a shrug of will. Contract Quest Update. Contract Quest. Goblin Subjugation. Goblins have been spotted somewhere in the capital city of Bandiv. Investigate this report, confirm goblin threat, and conclude extermination. Objective complete. Confirm goblin location 1/1. Objective complete. Confirm goblin 55. Objective complete. Exterminate goblin 46/46. Reward: silver coins times 10. You have administrative rights. Quest is completed. Possible chain quest discovered. Details unknown. Reason for possibility: dead and it. Would you like to create an investigation quest? Y/N. Dead and it. Adewale knew the name. Nude opened his mouth to say something, and he silenced the man with a raised hand. There were perks that came with the title of Guildmaster. One of the perks was access to certain important databases in the kingdom the Guildmaster operated in. If Dead and it had any records in any part of the kingdom, he could access it from here, and it wasn't long before he found it. Name: Dead and it. Species: human. Age: 28. Class: locked. Level: locked. Affiliation: King's Army. Locked. 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 A member of the King's Army had seen something during the conclusion of the quest that had led the system to believe the quest warranted the possibility of having a chain quest? What could he possibly have seen? Nude, Adewale said, drawing the branch manager's attention. Kindly submit a petition to the King's Army, requesting a conversation with a dead andit, a soldier among their ranks. What rank, pray tell, is he, sir? Adewale scrolled through the notification. No idea, but I'm sure they'll tell us. And if he is of a high rank? Nude asked. Then you can terminate the request if they hesitate to grant it. That will be all, Mr. Nude. We'll dance this dance again same time tomorrow morning? Yes, Guildmaster. Nude got up, delivered a pristine bow, and exited the room. When he was gone, Adewale's attention never left the notification. He'd expected the quest to be concluded in perhaps a week. But 2 days? That was impressive. He wondered what had made them conclude it so quickly. Had it been easier than he'd thought? Or had Otid been too annoyed at having to work with a noble bastard that he'd rushed the quest? It sounded like something he would do. It didn't matter, though. What mattered was that the quest was accomplished, and he had a justification for recommending Otid to work with more skilled adventurers under a contract position. Normally, such a recommendation from him would be taken without argument, but that would simply be an abuse of power. He wanted a reason to justify the recommendation, and this was it. He also knew he would have to speak to Taliner. All in due time, he thought, dismissing the notification. All in due time. The bed Aiden had been given at the inn was soft, but not as soft as the one in his room in the palace. If he was heavier, he would be feeling the wooden platform under the bed. He had bandages covering his torso, and a few more cuts he'd gained over the course of the quest. As for the quest, well, its completion had already been reported to the society branch. When the shaman had died, the undead hobgoblins had simply stopped moving, and Taliner and Otid had finished them off without too much stress as far as he knew. But the fight had done a number on them. From what Aiden had gotten from Dead, both adventurers had been scraping the bottom barrels of their stamina and mana. Aiden had missed knowing how much stamina, mana, and life he had left. Without a class, he was arguably a regular person, lacking that level of information. But with a class, the interface gave a person details of their mana, health, and stamina in percentages. While it added a lot of pressure in certain situations, it also helped in planning. Right now, if he was wounded and weak, he could tell himself he could soldier on and accomplish a task. But if the interface was telling him that his health was perhaps less than 10% and steadily declining, he could plan around it better. Retreating or advancing would be a decision not made by his gut or general hubris. Alone in his room, Aiden summoned his interface. The first thing he read was the outcome of the quest. Goblins have been spotted somewhere in the capital city of Bandiv. Investigate this report, confirm goblin threat, and conclude extermination. Objective complete. Confirm goblin location 1/1. Objective complete. Confirm Goblin 55. Objective complete. Exterminate Goblin 46 out of 46. Reward: silver coins times 10. Fate has found you. Live to fulfill your calling. Quest completed. Reward system is based on contribution. Kindly collect your reward, 4.689 silver coins, from any Adventurer Guild branch or financial institution near you. Aiden chuckled. The contract felt that he had contributed almost half of the actions that led to the completion of the quest. It was a pity he didn't need the coins, though. He could still remember a time long ago when he would have rushed out of his bed to cash in the reward. It was just after Ted had escaped the palace's attention, and Aiden had run when he'd found out that he was to be questioned. He knew how questions were asked, and knew for a fact that he was going to rot in prison, since he would have no answers to give, and he wouldn't be believed. That time spent being a wandering adventurer had been tough. Sleeping in the forest whenever he walked into town with a wanted poster of his face right next to Ted's had been trying times. Being a wandering adventurer had given him a title, but he would have exchanged the title for the freedom of being a summoned of the palace rather than a fugitive at any time. As for how he'd gotten to the room in the inn, he had Dead to thank for that. The soldier had helped all three of them return to the Adventure Society Hall to report the completion of the quest. While Otid and Taliner had said a thing or two about going to employ the services of a magical healer, Dead had gotten Aiden, under his instructions, a room in an inn and a simple, normal healer. So here he was, in a small room with a window that let in all the afternoon sunlight and a body that still hurt. He couldn't wait to set his class up, get his reward, and return to the palace. The palace healers would fix him up until he was good as new. He could have held back on the class selection until he was at the palace, but it made no difference. The thought of the palace brought the thought of the others to mind. Drax, Leto, Ted. Aiden wondered how they were doing. At least one of them, most likely Drax or Ted, had to have hit level 1 or higher by now. If they hadn't, it would be very surprising. Especially Ted. It was impossible to believe that after fighting off 2 goblins on his own, that Ted would not be at level 1 by now. And if he was? What happens? Aiden thought. King Brandis would not allow them leave the palace until they'd gotten their classes. According to what Aiden remembered, they would get their classes, then have a mock battle between the group adamant on going home and the group that was not. Then Brandis would send them south with 2 knights. Aiden thought hard, trying to remember what their first group quest had been. It came to him in hazy thoughts and a phantom pain in his back. Aiden sighed. The cannibal town. He remembered the quest and hated it. There had been nothing but violence, and he had come out of it truly jaded back then. It hadn't been the king's intention to send them into something so chaotic, but one thing had happened to another and shit had hit the fan. Did he want to do it again? Left to him, he would prefer taking a trip to the eastern borders of Bandiv. If he remembered correctly, there was something there that was supposed to help a person gain a unique skill. A unique quest given within a cave of sorts, with certain issues surrounding it at this point in time. He couldn't remember what the skill it gave was, only that it was a combat skill, and a strong one that ignored class limits. There had also been traces of demonic mana in that area, so he might have an easy time convincing Brandis to send him there. Maybe he could take some of the others as well. Aiden shook his head the moment the thought came to him. It was a unique quest he knew nothing about. He didn't want his confidence in his own strength to turn out to be hubris, only to endanger someone else. He remembered how King Brandis had raised them to be strong. Their quests and actions had been guided and protected until they were strong enough to guide and protect themselves. At a certain level, Brandis had started allowing them to take their own quests and travel out to gain their own experiences. But it had been on the promise that they would return and make their reports to him when they were done.
Now that Aiden thought about it,
Brandis had made himself something of a commander to them. But that wasn't the path Aiden wanted to walk in this timeline. He needed strength, and he needed it fast. For that, he needed to go to dangerous places. He needed a team, too, and none of the people summoned with him could be that team. Their weakness was not the reason he would not take them. Even if, by some stroke of luck, he returned to the palace right now and found that they were all the same level with him, he wouldn't take them. The places he was going to required not only level, but skill and experience, both of which the others were still trying to gain. Aiden dismissed the quest notification and called up the notification of his class selection. Level 10 detected. Advanced growth restricted until level 10 requirements have been met. You are now level 10. Dear prisoner number 2345023855739, your dedication to your very craft and your will to grow your abilities to the point of greatness, seeking to reach beyond your human limits, has graced you with a reward. You are much unlike the others. You are a great being, one who does the simplest of things in the most extraordinary of ways. You are a prisoner of the multiverse, claimed for the crime of breaking existential laws, undeserving of a reward for time served favorably. Please claim your reward. Class options are now available for selection. Prisoner number 2345023855739. Would you like to select a class? Yai/N. What the hell is with this prisoner number, he thought, not for the first time. It was like the system decided to forget his name on certain occasions, and it had all started since his regression. At least I know whose prisoner I am. But that still didn't help. What did it mean to be the prisoner of the multiverse? And what the hell were existential laws?
It felt like living in Japan just to be informed that you'd broken some Nigerian laws while in Japan and were now a prisoner of Nigeria.
It didn't make any sense. First admins, then prisoner, now multiverse. And I haven't even left the capital city. Every day his interface was giving him more questions than answers. At this point, he really needed to know who the system administrators were. Could be the gods everyone keeps talking about, Aiden thought, moving through his interface. Ted did say they existed, so he must have found something to prove their existence. Would you like to select a class? Y/N. Aiden agreed with a thought. Prisoner number 23450-238-5739. By the display of your craft, you have shown a potential for a selection of classes. Kindly choose one which you are most comfortable with. Please note that any decision taken cannot be returned, and class change can only be undergone during class upgrades. Kindly choose from the below selection. Enchanter. You have learnt the art of writing and engraving in the language of this world. You know the words that make you more than what you are. Enchanted Paladin. You have graced the battlefield with the arcane and the natural. Your enemies will fall to steel and enchanted magic. Battle Enchanter. You have learned the art of writing and engraving in the language of this world. You know the words that make you more than what you are on the battlefield. Blood will flow where your enchantments rise. Multiverse Prisoner. By your crimes against the laws of the multiverse, you have become a prisoner to it. However, you have understood what it means to be a subject of the multiverse and wish to willingly submit to its authority. Spatial affinity is merely one of many boons granted. You have a strong desire to lead others, show them the path they desire to becoming who they are meant to be. You know what they can become and wish to lead them to it. You are well-rounded on the battlefield. You fight with sword and magic. You have an array of skills not confined to a single class.
You have an affinity for time magic, and you wish to begin on a path that will lead you to possessing the world of chronology in your hands.
Due to your past experience, you have been granted access to the gods. Most may not choose you, but certainly one has shown interest in making you their apostle. For no being is offered this class without believing. Aiden saw the first class offered and couldn't help but smile. However, the smile died as he went through the classes. The multiverse kept popping up again and again in this life. But if he was really under their command, why was he being offered a class that would lead to conflicts with them? Though it didn't make sense, he understood why he had a potential for. It seemed he still somehow possessed a residue of whatever magic had sent him back in time. Maybe it's using that as a basis. In his past life, Aiden might have picked it, but he knew how time classes worked now, and they weren't as high class as they seemed. They were mostly used for investigative purposes, even if they were sometimes combat-oriented. From the little he knew, they weren't very diverse. Their skills mainly consisted of viewing events that had already happened, or slowing down time within a certain area. Also, he knew a time class user or two from his time in the Order, and their class skills were rarely used in fights. If time classes were designed to become extremely powerful, that would be in the later classes, maybe the hundreds and above. Aiden couldn't really say. Regardless, he took his attention from it and moved on. He wasn't in a hurry to worsen his position with a possible organization that was strong enough to declare him a prisoner through the system without his consent, just for a class he wasn't sure he could wield well enough to make him as powerful as he wanted to be.
Was confusing. How had he recognized the power of the multiverse if he had no idea what it truly was? All he knew about the word itself was that it was a conglomeration of different worlds and universes, and that information was gotten from books back home, stories people enjoyed reading. Will it somehow make me walk through worlds? If yes, then that would be the answer to all his questions. His dreams of going home would be possible. Even if it didn't help him get home immediately, he had a feeling it would put him on the direct path to that goal. But that would also be him accepting this prisoner thing going on in his life. Was being a prisoner to what could possibly be some council of worlds really be worth a possible chance to go home? What if he found the chance, but, as a prisoner, wasn't allowed to go home? He removed his attention from it almost immediately. He wasn't going to willingly be anyone's prisoner. Besides, if Ted had found a way once before, then it meant it was possible. They only had to find it again. Aiden definitely wasn't choosing guide. He knew about the class. It was a non-magical class that carried the skill of Pathfinder, which was technically some kind of advanced mapping skill, and some other skill that helped get more rewards out of quests and boost specific skills of an ally. That was not him. Prophet was a scary class. The system was quite literally admitting to him that the gods were real, even though this world treated them the same way religions treated gods back on Earth. Aiden closed his eyes in exasperation. It seemed his options were between the unreasonable and all things enchantment. Another go at it and I get enchantment again, he sighed. It's like I'm destined for all things enchantment. Chances are I'll pick Prophet and end up with the god of enchantment. There was only one answer. He shook the thought from his mind and chose his class. You have selected Battle Enchanter. Are you sure you want this class? You cannot go back on your decision. As far as Aiden was concerned, being forced to choose a class without knowing what specific skills it would give you sounded like a system flaw. Maybe the admins should be looking at that instead of trying to terminate me. But he knew about all classes that had battle affixed to them. They were all combat classes, specialized in killing in one way or the other. Yes, I'm sure. You have chosen Battle Enchanter. You are error detected. A sharp pain shot through Aiden's chest, and an involuntary full-body spasm went through him. He jerked once, then was pinned down to the bed as if by a massive hand. Error detected. By multiverse laws, prisoner number 2345023855739 is not allowed a class. What the hell? Aiden thought as he gritted his teeth against the pain in his chest. It felt like someone had taken his heart in their hand and was squeezing it of all the blood it had ever accumulated. Whatever it was trying to kill him. Worse, what the hell did his interface mean by him not being allowed a class by the multiverse laws? Extra levels detected. Will you like to brute force your way to a class? Please note that forcing your way to a class is in clear violation of your terms as a prisoner of the multiverse. Of course he wanted a class. Fuck violating the terms of being a prisoner. He didn't even know how he became a prisoner. He was being asked if he was willing to violate the terms of a contract he never signed. Fuck yes. Aiden moved his mouth to answer, but whatever force was holding his heart clamped down harder, and he tasted blood. Yes, he thought, but nothing happened. It wants me to answer verbally. Since when? The interface always answered to commands of any form, verbal or non-verbal. Intent was all that mattered.
Why the hell was it forcing him to voice his response? And why the hell was this segment looking so different from the rest of the interface? It was somehow deeper in how it felt, more personal than mechanical. It took everything in Aiden to say, yes. He tasted blood on his lips as the interface switched to a new notification.
Please note that levels will be sacrificed for this. You have sufficient levels for this. You have chosen Class Battle Enchanter. You cannot renege on this decision. Cost, 2 levels. Error detected. What now? Aiden groaned, the pressure on his chest increasing with each notification. Existent class detected. Enchanter. Please, God, no. Aiden didn't want Enchanter. He knew the limits that came with the class, and pushing past those limits was going to significantly hinder him. It was not the worst class out there, but it was not a class designed for the kind of path he was going to end up on in this time. He knew himself. He wasn't smart enough to take a class and use it to do things far grander than what was the norm. Enchanter was arguably a support class in this world, and Aiden refused to play support in this life too. Chosen class, Battle Enchanter, and Existent class Enchanter can coexist. Would you like to merge classes? Cost, 1 level. UI/N. Aiden braced himself for another bout of pain. He gritted his teeth and put all he had into saying one word. Yes. This time, he felt a warm trickle from one of his nostrils. Chosen classes are being merged. Merging in process. Merging. 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 Unique skill detected. Unarmed engrave. Mastery of unique skill is too low. Consuming unique skill. No! The thought never left Aiden's mouth. The unique skill had been a boon. Enchanting without needing all the necessary tools would have been the best form of enchantment there was. He could have created almost any enchantment on the fly. Why was this happening to him? Merging complete. You have gained a unique class. Weavers have always possessed the gift of creation. With the required tools, they weave things into being from the amalgamation of other things. You are extraordinary. By virtue of your existence, a new unique skill has been detected. Locked. Mastery 0.00%. You have gained 2 class skills. Enchanted Weave. Mastery 0.00%. The weaver is his own tool. You are your engraver and your canvas. With your body, you weave enchantments into being. Walking Canvas. Mastery 0.00%. The weaver is capable of releasing a reach of mana upon which all enchantment effects can be extended. The pain in Aiden's chest subsided slowly. What had once been a tight grip eased into a small hold. Then a small hold became a touch. Finally, it fizzled out to nothingness. Aiden stared at the notification in front of him, panting for air. He'd gotten a class. It had felt like touch and go for a moment there, but he'd gotten a class. Weaver. He knew a thing or two about the class. Those who had it were crafters of different kinds. They were also domestic-based classes. They weaved baskets. Some became renowned tailors, somehow weaving thread. There were a few who threw in their lot with architecture and engineering and were successful. And all it cost me was 3 levels, Aiden chuckled darkly. He was beginning to hate whatever the multiverse that claimed him to be a prisoner was. He'd always hated it, since he found out that they were the reason he was a prisoner, but he had been warier of them than anything. But this was deepening his hate. Instead of dwelling on his emotion, Aiden focused on his class. It appeared in front of him. Weavers have always possessed the gift of creation. With the required tools, they weave things into being from the amalgamation of other things. You are extraordinary.
Perks. Increased speed and chance of success in all attempted enchantments. Increased understanding of all enchantments. Increased flow of mana, plus 10% mastery in mana manipulation. Stats.
dexterity +3, agility +2, mana +6, speed +4, perception +3. Aiden stared at the details. Every class gave benefits to certain aspects of life. Martial classes increased affinity to whatever martial prowess they fell under. It was impossible for a level 15 thief to beat a level 15 swordsmaster in a fight with swords. By the same logic, the thief would always outrun the swordsmaster. "So I'm still an enchanter," Aiden muttered, glad that he could breathe easy once more. "Just a special kind." Achievement unlocked. By your actions you have broken the unspoken agreement of the terms of your incarceration under the laws of the multiverse by achieving a class. You have defied laws that have governed existence since the beginning of this era. You have earned a new title. Defier. Effect: plus 25% damage increase against all multiverse agents. Effect: increased resistance to time and space magic. Aiden's confusion was only growing. Now his interface was talking about multiverse agents. Wait. Aiden's mind worked around the name. What if it's a class, like Multiverse Prisoner? He placed both hands over a tired face, wincing from the pain of his injuries. It was safe to assume that he was now an enemy of people he didn't know. An active enemy at that. But if he hadn't run into any of them in his past life, what were the chances he would run into them any time in this one? Something told him the answer to that was on the high side. For now, Aiden focused on what he knew and understood, and he pulled up his personal information. Name: Aiden Lachart. Species: human. Age: 19. Class: Weaver. Level 11. Class skill: Enchanted Weave. Mastery 0.00%. Walking Canvas. Mastery 0.00%. Locked. Mastery 0.00%. U. Affiliation: Kingdom of Bandiv. Basic swordsmanship. Unarmed combat. Resilience. Mana manipulation. Keen eye. Basic enchant. Dagger wield. Quiet movement. Light steps. Awareness. Dexterity 6. Agility 5. Mana 7. Speed 8. Perception 6. Strength 3. Intelligence 6. Life. Health 42%. Mana 39%. Stamina 70%. Aiden frowned at what he saw. His personal detail was getting congested. What he needed to do was wrap up a lot of his foundational skills and turn them to basic skills. Now that he had a class, there were additions as well. The life section was something he had missed. Being able to quantify mana and stamina and health was an indispensable advantage when going into a quest or combat of any kind. As for stats, everyone got a base stat based on how much they'd grown in all aspects when they'd had no class. The more you were able to achieve before getting a class, the higher your base stats could become. There was a limit to it, though. A human limit. Looking at his stats, they were better than what he'd started with in his past life. In his past life, all his base stats had been 1. Only his perception stat had been more than 1. Since mana was the highest class stat he had, Aiden could assume the class required a lot of mana to use its skills. All he had to do now was learn his skills. Shouldn't be too difficult. He thought of, and information trickled into his brain. It was like remembering a mathematical equation he had once forgotten. It took a moment, but eventually it clicked. As he learnt the skill, his hands came up. He brought both hands and interlaced their fingers one way, then separated them, only to interlace them again in a different manner. A small, manic smile stretched his lips as his fingers continued to weave signs, the action sluggish. They looked like Buddhist hand signs, but they were not. The skill flashed in front of him. Is in effect. Aiden's hands came to a stop, fingers interlaced in conclusion, and his interface flashed once more. He felt the effect of what he had done even before he saw the notification. Strength surged through him, and he got slightly heavier. You have activated Weave of Lesser Strength effect. 18% increase in strength. Duration, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 19 seconds. Aiden cackled like a madman. He was a freaking weaver of enchantments. No, that was an understatement. With his knowledge of enchantments, he was far more than that. Aiden LeChart had just literally become a walking enchantment. His mad cackles filled the room. I can work with this, he thought with a manic smile. I can fucking work with this.
Chapter 16. Envoy. The first thing Aiden did when Dead came back was leave the inn. It was late in the evening, with night creeping in from around the corner. Dead returned with some snacks and was talking about ordering a proper meal when he walked into the room and found Aiden putting his torn shirt on. He argued that Aiden couldn't leave in such tattered clothing, and that he could step out and buy something more presentable for their departure. Aiden's response was a deep sigh and a quick stroll out of the room. His dress code had drawn a few eyes at the checkout point, but nothing too serious. This was the capital city, practically infested with adventurers here and there. A man in bandages and tattered clothes wasn't that big a deal. Even if he was, he wouldn't be a big deal for too long. Instead of getting a japat to ride to the castle, Aiden settled for a stroll. It wasn't every day he could just enjoy the outside air without worrying about what would happen next. He'd spent so long in his old life looking over his shoulders every day. When he was a fugitive, he worried someone would try and capture him for the bounty on his head. When he was in the Order, he had been worried that someone would realize he was from the Order and stab him in the back. Unreasonable fears, but fears were rarely ever reasonable. Dead walked beside him, competent as could be expected of any soldier. But Aiden could see the worry in the man's eyes, the way they darted about frantically. Dead was making sure no one would jump them for one stupid reason or the other, while also making sure they weren't spotted by someone who shouldn't spot them. Aiden wondered at that. He doubted this far into their summoning that there was anyone that would spot him outside the palace and recognize him. After all, it would be a while before even the nobles found out about the summoning. He always wondered how so many knights were present at their summoning, and yet no rumors of him and the others had left the palace for so long. It said a lot about their control. For knights and soldiers and scribes, Aiden could understand. But there were maids and chefs, so that didn't make much sense. "There's a tailor just around the corner," Dead said, interrupting Aiden's thoughts. "I'm sure we can get you something befitting of your status before we get back to the palace, Lord LeChart." Aiden held back a chuckle. It was funny having someone with a significantly higher level than his fidget over him so much. Now that he thought about it, their level disparity wasn't so much anymore. He was a level 11 now, which meant Dead was only 8 levels above him. In a matter of time, I'll be stronger than him. "My lord?" Dead asked when he got no answer. Aiden turned his head, looked around. "Yes, Dead." He couldn't see any sign that there could possibly be a tailor's shop around. He did see a hair salon, though. "I can find a tailor's shop for you to get some clothes," Dead told him. "That will not be necessary." Aiden touched his hair, checked its length. "Instead, what do you think about my hair?" Dead took one quick look at it. "It is beautiful, my lord. A little unkempt, but that is to be expected."
Aidan laughed as they took a turn down another path, and the number of passers-by dwindled. I'm not looking for compliments, Ded. I'm not some pompous lord that needs to be praised and complimented at all times. What I was asking is if you think it's too long. Do you think I should cut it? Ded's eyes continued darting around. Depends, my lord. On what? On the look you are going for, my lord. It is common amongst the nobles to keep long hairs that fall to their shoulders and wear it down, though it is also popular to pack it up in a neat tail. Is that so? Aidan mused. Perhaps he would leave the hair to grow out. I have a question, Ded.
Feel free to not answer. I will answer any question, my lord. Aidan sighed. It was eerily like talking to one of the AI chatbots back on Earth. Our summoning, he said. What did the soldiers say about it back at the palace? Ded paused. I do not understand the question, my lord. Me and my companions that were summoned in the throne. How come I only hear about it in the palace? Is it that you guys are not allowed out of the palace, or what? Ded looked confused. I do not understand, my lord. This time Aidan stopped walking. What do you mean you don't understand? What is the punishment for revealing the existence of the summons to outsiders? Ded shook his head. I'm really sorry, Lord Lockhart, but I don't know what you're talking about. Aidan frowned. Was he playing dumb? He doubted it. Maybe there was another reason. It was unlikely, but possible. Aidan reached his hands into the soldier's hair, and Ded stiffened. His hands were raised halfway up, as if he was fighting to stop himself from stopping Aidan. Aidan ignored it. If his suspicions were correct, he had nothing to fear from Ded. He parted the man's short hair from one side to the other, then scattered it. He saw nothing, but refused to accept it. This level of inability to understand what Ded was supposed to know could only come from one place. Turn around, he commanded. Ded obeyed and turned around. Is everything all right, my lord? Aidan reached into Ded's hair again and continued his search. It only took him a few seconds to find what he was looking for. Buried underneath the man's brown hair was a black mark. Aidan traced it along his head gently, pushing hair aside as he did. Once he was done, he released Ded and sucked in a deep breath to calm himself. Someone had tattooed an enchantment onto Ded's head. When did you cut your hair? Aidan asked the soldier. 2 months ago, maybe, Ded answered. Why, my lord? Aidan shook his head, then resumed their walk. No reason.
And forget about the tailor shop. We need to get back to the palace as soon as possible.
Yes, my lord. But may I ask a question? If it's about how I know you cut your hair, or why I asked, I cannot give you an answer. It's not that, Lord Lockhart, Ded said, a little confused. It's something else. Aidan could see the castle gates now. They weren't far away from it. 2 soldiers stood guard with long swords at their hip and spears in hand. They were different from the ones that had been at the gate when he had left for his adventure, and he didn't recognize them. What's the question, Ded? He asked. From the way one of the guards leaned forward, it seemed they had spotted them as well. Ded let out a steadying breath. Why me, my lord? I don't understand. Why me? Ded repeated. Jord, friend of mine, said he was the one who'd passed the note to the knight who was supposed to assign your escort. Dundee was the soldier assigned to you, but I was the one summoned to be your escort for this quest. I don't understand it. Dundee is a known soldier with an actual combat class. He is also of a higher level than me. I don't understand why I was summoned, despite the job being his. Aidan shrugged. I needed a scout. There are better scouts than myself, my lord.
And yet I chose you." Dead looked worried and confused. "Yes, my lord." He said no more as they passed through the gates. The men standing guard asked questions. Dead provided them his ID and gave a few explanations. They wanted to know why he was bringing in someone that looked the way Aiden did, bandaged and in tattered clothes. Dead gave a simple explanation about how Aiden was an adventurer and a bastard son of some noble somewhere here to make some report or the other to some official of some name or the other. Aiden waited patiently while Dead cleared everything up, presenting Aiden's ID as proof of verification that he was who he said he was. While he waited, he wondered at something.
Someone had told Dead to shave his head a month ago and had proceeded to engrave an enchantment of secrecy on his head. The closer to the brain such enchantments were, the longer the effects. And judging by the fact that the ink was already fading, it seemed there had been no intentions of having the enchantment be permanent. There was a chance the ink fading could have been a mistake, but Aiden doubted anyone with the knowledge, skill, and level to engrave such an enchantment would make the mistake of using ink that wouldn't be permanent if they didn't want to. Aiden wondered how many more soldiers had shaved their head at the same time Dead had shaved his. But this was more than just an enchantment. An enchantment of secrecy was one of the highest known enchantments in Nastild. Not just anyone could engrave it. At least, not on this level. The question of how the enchantment remained active for so long was answered simply. It was in a category of enchantments called adaptive enchantments. They tapped into the mana of the person they were inscribed on and activate each time the person thought about whatever subject was meant to be a secret. As for the actual specifics of how it worked, the science, so to speak, Aiden had no idea. He had never been powerful enough to cast adaptive enchantments of this level. If he asked Dead, would the man have the answers he was looking for? He doubted it. There was a high chance that, too, was a part of the secret, and might alert the enchanter to his awareness of it somehow. He could explain away a lot of the things he knew with his time in the library, but knowing this would not be anything he could explain away. Also, his library gig was practically a bust ever since the unique skill incident. After a while, Dead turned and motioned Aiden in. Aiden strolled through the gate, getting strange looks from both guards. I guess being a noble bastard-turned-adventurer raises a lot of brows. "Dead," Aiden said as they walked inside. "How many of you were asked to cut your hair 2 months ago?" Dead took a moment to think about it. "All of us, I guess. I heard all the men serving in the palace apart from the knights cut their hair." "What of the ladies?" "I don't know, my lord. I only heard about the guys because pretty much all of us were walking around bald for a while." And there hadn't been questions about the blatantly obvious enchantments on their heads, or conversations about why they shaved their heads? Aiden frowned as they walked, not liking any of the things he was learning. If the women didn't cut their hair, it meant they had to have put the enchantment on some other part of the ladies. But who would have enough authority to... Aiden smacked his forehead. That was a stupid question. Only the royal family could give an instruction so widespread in the palace. The question he was supposed to be asking was who in the palace had an enchantment level so high that they could execute an enchantment of secrecy on all the guards working in the palace. Also, and more importantly, this meant that the palace was aware of their arrival long before they arrived. Their arrival hadn't been some coincidental thing worked around as they had been led to believe. "Well, any oaf could have figured that out," Aiden muttered to himself. "We literally appeared with an array of knights and the royal family waiting for us." The important question was why Brandis had gone the extra mile to bind everyone with the secrecy enchantments to make sure word of their summoning didn't get out. Why go to such extremes? "What did you say, my lord?" Dead asked. "Nothing important," Aiden answered.
I'll just need you to run an errand for me in a few days, that's all. Beyond the castle walls, my lord. Aiden looked at him. You have really got to stop with the whole my lord thing. It's a bit stiff. Dead stopped walking to bow in apology. Sorry about that, Lord Lacarte. Aiden sighed. I guess that's the best I'll get. King Brandis's study was just as Aiden remembered it. Walls were lined with shelves filled with books. The double doors behind the chair Brandis sat on were covered in green curtains, where they had been covered in beige the last time he'd been here. And the small section of the wall where the king had so carefully kicked the knight Darrendoff into was clean and pristine, without blemish. Told you I had people who maintain the building, Brandis said, noting Aiden's eyes on the wall. Aiden said nothing. He remained on his knee and returned his eyes back to the ground. Today, unlike last time, he was alone with Brandis. Brandis continued to eye him for a moment before he spoke again. I'm wondering if your attire is meant to be some kind of statement on what you've been through. Aiden didn't have to wonder what was wrong with his attire. He'd come straight to the king's study, presumptuous of him, after dismissing Dead, and had gotten the attendant at the door to announce him in. Unfortunately, Brandis had been preoccupied, so he'd had to stand waiting for almost half an hour before he'd been granted entrance. So he was here, bandaged and in tattered clothes. He had no sword on him, as it had been left with the attendant. One did not have a private audience with the king with a weapon at their side. My apologies for my current fashion state, Your Grace, Aiden apologized. It has not been long since I concluded my quest. Brandis waved his apology aside. It does not matter. How went the quest? What is the fruit of your labor? Aiden opened his mouth to speak when Brandis cut him off. My deepest apologies, Lord Lashard. Where are my manners? You may rise. The gods know I have too many people bowing to me already. I don't need you and your companions to be one of them. It is a rude thing to expect your saviors to bow to you. Aiden stood up as commanded. So, Brandis gestured, you were saying? The quest was a success, fruitful. Although the bastard son of a noble might have to stop by to claim his share of his reward, if not, people will start asking questions. Never mind that. I'm sure you can claim it here in the castle. We have a small room of sorts that has been designated as a financial institute by the Commerce Society. There are a lot of restrictions, but the system still considers it a financial institute. I'm sure you can cash your rewards there. Aiden turned thoughtful. He hadn't known that. Are you surprised that I'm not shocked? Brandis asked. Aiden blinked. I don't understand, Your Grace. The palace aids you with any amount of funds you require. I felt you would have been expecting me to protest at your request to get more funds from a quest you didn't have to do. Aiden shook his head. Not at all, Your Grace. Oh. Brandis' expression fell. Well, I came up with a whole speech on the fly, just in case you were. You don't mind indulging this old man, do you? Aiden wasn't sure what was happening, but as long as it was just listening to Brandis talk, he didn't see a problem with it. Or was the man stalling, trying to buy time for something to happen? He probably wasn't. Not at all, Your Grace, Aiden replied. Thank you. Brandis cleared his throat like he was about to give a speech. If you had been surprised at the absence of any pushback on your request, I would have told you of how I understand the need to claim your own victories. Some of your peers, I have been told, have treated the funds we have presented you with as if it were their due. Do not get me wrong. There is a portion of those funds given as a continued apology for being taken from your world without your consent. Then there is a portion that exists as a simple show of hospitality. If only Brandis knew that there were people like Sam who saw no need for an apology for being here. Aiden had a feeling there were a few people who,
if they had been asked, would have been more than happy to come here.
Take away the violence, and once upon a time I might have been one of them. What I'm saying, Brandis continued, is that I know what it means to want to collect money that you deserve. Aiden nodded, not sure what else was expected of him as a response. So, you said there were fruits of your labor, Brandis said. What have you gained? Quite a few things, Aiden answered. Don't tell me you already have a class, Brandis chuckled in good nature. Aiden said nothing. Brandis's chuckle turned awkward, then worried, then confused. Right? You didn't get a class, Lord Lockhart, right? Aiden held his silence. Brandis's confusion deepened. It was a goblin subjugation quest. What happened that you went from level 2 to level 10 in just 2 days? Level 11, Your Grace. Aiden saw no need to explain that it was actually level 14 that dropped down to 11 for special reasons. 11? Brandis opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. He pressed the heel of his palm into his forehead in sudden fatigue. If Sir Valden had not already vouched for how quickly you grow your skills and how disciplined you are, I would be worried right now. I know you all want to level up quickly. The gods know I've received more than a fair share of such petitions from your companions, but learning the basics before getting a class is more important than you know. Aiden nodded. Willing to alleviate some of Brandis's worries, he said, I assure you, Your Grace, I know all the basics. And the fact that I believe you is why I am not panicking. Personally, the man looked like he was panicking in Aiden's eyes, but Aiden didn't point that out. Brandis adjusted his shirt and leaned forward on his table. It was a simple brown shirt that made him look like a simple man out and about in his own house. If you are level 11, then surely you have been offered a class.
What class did you choose?
Here was the tricky part. First, there was no lying to be had. Any competent town had devices and people capable of seeing a person's details with their permission, and in some cases without. And as the king of his own kingdom, Brandis had such a skill. There were as many perks as there were sacrifices to the title of king. What was tricky was how to present his skill and still hold some level of autonomy over his actions. Weaver, Your Grace, Aiden answered. Brandis grimaced. Weaver? Yes, Your Grace. Like those that do baskets or mend clothes? Brandis was confused. There are some that are into building and architecture. That, Weaver? Yes, and no. Forgive me, Lord Lockhart, Brandis said in a tired voice, but you might need to explain more. Aiden nodded. But rather than speak immediately, he checked his mana. Mana 52%. That had to be more than enough for a demonstration. Rather than explain, Your Grace, he said, why don't I show you? Brandis's eyes narrowed in suspicion. All right. Aiden brought his hands together and weaved a very slow sign. In his mind, he saw the enchantment clear as day, but his body had a difficult time interpreting it into hand signs. Skill, enchanted weave, is in effect. It took him a moment, but Aiden concluded the weaving, and it took effect. His hair stood on end as electricity went through his skin. You have used Lesser Weave of Lightning. Effect: deal lightning damage on all attacks. Effect: 9% chance to deal stun damage on every attack. Duration: 0 hours, 0 minutes, 33 seconds. At level 11, Aiden's mind could now recreate higher-grade enchantments he knew, but they were only high as compared to what he had been capable of previously. They still remained the lesser form of their original enchantments. They merely carried longer durations, In some cases, longer radii or stronger effects. But he couldn't call them powerful. Not yet.
Brandis got up slowly from his chair, like a man who was seeing the impossible. Aidan remained still as the king walked over to him, staring at him as if he was some impossible item in a science lab. Brandis placed a finger on Aidan's shoulder, and some of the electricity crackled up an inch of it before dissipating without any effect. "Enchantment of lesser lightning," Brandis said in awe. He took his finger away slowly, but didn't stop staring. After a while, he looked away, suddenly in deep thought, then completely turned away. He took a few steps, picked a book out of one of the shelves, reconsidered, then put it back. He took out another book from the same shelf, read the words inscribed on the cover, then turned to Aidan. "Catch." He tossed the book through the air, and Aidan caught it in his hands. The electricity flowed through him and into the book, and he dropped it from his grasp for fear of destroying it. Aidan and Brandis just stood there, staring at each other until the enchantment wore off. When it did, electricity no longer going through Aidan, Brandis spoke. "You did that without any items." His voice was doubtful and still in awe. "Yes, Your Grace." "And no enchantments?" "There was an enchantment, Your Grace." "And you did that with—" Brandis gestured at Aidan's hands in silent disbelief. "You did that when you were moving your hands?" "Yes, Your Grace." Brandis walked over to his table and leaned on it. He looked like he did it because he needed the support. "So you created the effects of an enchantment with hand signs?" The disbelief in his voice was heavy. "Yes, Your Grace." Brandis shook his head. "Impossible." But the words didn't carry much weight or confidence. It was like that of someone refusing a fact shown to them on nothing but principle. "You are telling me that with your class, you weaved an enchantment?" Aidan nodded. He would be lying if he said there wasn't a small part of him that was enjoying the king's confusion. Brandis took a deep breath. When he let it out, he was calm again. Kingly. Piercing amber eyes met Aidan's. "I have never heard of anyone capable of creating an enchantment without at least drawing the enchantment somehow," he said in a deep voice. "What you have just done is unheard of." Aidan almost indulged in the king's awe by letting him know that he was very much aware of that. He held his tongue at the last minute, though, because it was not information he was supposed to have. "You may not understand this, Lord Lockhart," Brandis said with a sudden weight to his words. "But you're not just a weaver. You're a weaver of enchantments. You are a walking impossibility, Aidan. A living enchantment." Aidan felt something strange happen then. He wasn't sure what it was, though. It could have been the air or just a weird feeling. Heck, it could have been a figment of his imagination. But it wasn't, because a moment later, a voice spoke that was neither his nor Brandis. "Those who do the impossible are often those who change the world, King Brandis." The sage appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of one of the bookshelves, as if he had always been there. Aidan tensed at the man's presence. How long has he been standing there? How didn't I see him? "My apologies for scaring you, Lord Lockhart," the sage said. "I often forget that while Brandis is accustomed to this, most people are not." He calls his king by name in my presence, Aidan thought. It seemed intentional, so there had to be a statement in there somewhere. And judging by Brandis's lack of a reaction, Aidan had a feeling the statement was meant to be important. "There will be an envoy from one of the kingdoms from the south in a few days, Lord Lockhart," the sage continued, soliciting a frown from Brandis. "You will attend." "He will not," Brandis refused. None of our saviors will. They are not properties to be paraded around for the entertainment of our guests. No one is parading anybody, Brandis, the sage said, almost dismissive, as if talking to a child. The kingdom of Nelquan has chosen to intimidate. I assure you that they will come with theirs simply to flex their muscles, metaphorically speaking. It matters not, Brandis stood by his words. Just because some guy wants to get into a flexing match does not mean I have to indulge him. I am not a child. It is not about childish games. It is about confirming dominance. Men do not play such feeble games. The sage sighed, as if tired of the entire conversation. I'm sorry to inform you, Brandis, but while real men do not play such feeble games, kings do. I understood your previous desire to keep this from them and have none of them attend, but it is different now. We have an impossible card to play. The boy is not a card, Brandis snapped. And I am not a child. Do not speak to me like one. Silence settled on the room, heavy and thick. In it, the sage looked at the king with tired eyes. We are all children in greater eyes, Brandis, he said with sad solemnity. You just refuse to accept it. Aiden felt like he'd just learnt more about the sage in this single interaction than he had in the entirety of his previous life. The sage believed there were greater powers than him and was likely aware of them. That was a lot coming from an existence that people considered mythical. Also, Aiden wasn't sure how to put it, but the man wasn't the king's sage. He was sure of it. It was more like Brandis was the sage's king, if that made sense. The sage returned his attention to Aiden, and Aiden stiffened reflexively. He raised his staff and pointed it at Aiden. I apologize for my lack of decorum, but I will now take a look at your personal details. That is a breach of trust, Brandis objected, but he might as well have been talking to the birds. Aiden felt a gentle caress of the air, then felt something take a hold of his head where he stood. He didn't fight it, because he knew that he couldn't. He stood silently, held in the grip of fear as the sage laid his information open before him. How much would the man see? How much would he be able to figure out? The sage was still an enemy he could not defeat, he was sure of that. Worse would be if the man chose to slay him here, though a large part of him doubted that that would happen. Aiden was reminded once more of how powerless he was in the grand scheme of things. That's interesting, the sage mused after a while. He lowered his staff with a small smile stretching his bearded lips. He didn't look like a man who just found something interesting. He looked like a man who just found something truly ecstatic. Your title, Lord Lockhart, he said. How did you get it? I speak of Defier, not Goblin Slayer. What did the man know of Defier? On the brink of death, Aiden lied. On the brink of death. Yes, sir. I got my class, then I felt a strong pain in my chest that went on for minutes that seemed to stretch on forever. When I came to, it was there, staring at me. It was more a lie than truth, or perhaps the word Aiden was looking for was omission. Getting the Weaver class had felt like he was dying, and he hadn't even been sure of its success. And the cost. A unique skill and 3 levels. Even now he thought it was a steep price. The sage laughed, shocking Aiden and the king. Defier, he said, still laughing. It has been forever since I've seen a person with such a title. Yours seems to be even more significant than theirs with words that I cannot read. You must have defied something you had no right defying. I am a sage, and even I wouldn't dare to gain that title. He paused with a nostalgic sigh. Ignorance must be so bliss.
Brandis turned to him in shock. "Words you cannot read."
"How is that possible?" "It is not an impossible thing, my king," the sage replied. "It is a rare thing, but not an impossible thing. And if you factor in the fact that he also has a locked skill, then it wouldn't be very surprising." Brandis's jaw dropped. A locked skill. It seemed this one wasn't an impossibility to him, just a rarity. Also, what did the sage mean by something he had no right defying? Were there things that shouldn't be defied in Nastild, or was he specifically talking about the multiverse? There were too many questions with too little answers. "Is there a problem?" Aiden dared to ask. He wasn't against getting information from someone he considered an enemy. "None at all," the sage answered. "Our king's grandfather had a locked skill. The gods lock the blessings of a skill for one of two reasons. Either there are criteria to be met, or the owner of the skill is not strong enough to access it, in which case it is done for their own good." That didn't sound so bad. Aiden hoped his case was the latter. Having a skill with criteria to unlock was ludicrous when he didn't even know the criteria. "To more immediate matters," the sage said, continuing his usurpation of the conversation. "Your weaving of enchantments was slow. Do you believe it is something you can speed up? I am aware that in enchantments, the better the enchanter is, the faster their engraving. I believe your hand signs are your version of engraving, and honestly, I don't believe it is meant to be so slow." Aiden agreed. In fact, he was sure of it. His hand signs were slow because he was having a difficult time translating the symbols in his mind to actual signs. It felt more like coming up with his own language on the fly. Even then, the skill was doing more of the translation than he was. Given time, he was sure he could be faster. "Can you?" the sage asked. Aiden nodded. "I believe it should be possible." "Good," the sage nodded.
As for my invasion of privacy and rooting out your personal information, I will not do anything as petty as apologizing for an intentional show of disrespect. I am a being who simply takes what he wants when he can, as long as he can. I am neither a king nor a diplomat that I will have to use kind words. There is neither a carrot nor a stick with me. There is simply what is. I hope you understand, Lord Lockhart." The sage had already turned and was headed for one of the shelves, so Aiden was sure a response from him was not required. As the sage performed the domineering act of disappearing into one of the shelves, his final words were simple. "King Brandis, fourth of his name, will give you the details of these envoys' arrival from a distant kingdom." Then he was gone. In his absence, Brandis wore a scowl on his face. "It continues to annoy me when I am reminded by the fact that he cannot be controlled. He is kinder on normal days, though, less whirlwindy." His jaw ticked, then hardened. "Sages are a natural disaster unbound by the laws of time," he continued. "I guess we can only be glad that there are so few of them and their locations are unknown." That was another piece of information that Aiden had never had. He wondered what specifically Brandis meant by sages being unbound by the laws of time. Was it that they didn't die of old age, or was he speaking of something on a more magical principle? All he had were more questions, more things to research in the Library of Living Truth when he finally made his way out of Bandiv. He really needed a plan now. The town of cannibals, he decided, would be his next quest, as it had been in his previous life. Then the cave in the southern borders, then the Library of Living Truth. For now, he would address controllable matters. He turned to Brandis. "So what is it about this envoy, Your Grace?" Chapter 17. Names. Yul Quen had been to Bandiv once upon a time. It had been a large kingdom, vibrant and full of life, much like Nelquan. And if there was anything she could say for a fact, it was that she hated the kingdom of Bandiv.
Her father had fought for the kingdom when she was a child, standing alongside the king of Bandiv to conquer. The result had been tragic. Her father dead. And what did the kingdom do to acknowledge it? Nothing. They forgot the face of their savior and simply went about their lives. Her father had fallen to the scenario, along with other powerful soldiers from Nelquan, and King Brandis, fourth of his name, had sent gold and a share of the scenario rewards in honor of the fallen. That was all. The very thought brought a scowl to Yul Quen's face. The kingdom had lost great men during that scenario. So many great men. Yul Quen took her eyes from the window of her carriage to pay attention to her companion. She shared the carriage with a man with piercing brown eyes and hair the color of the moon, gray with a touch of blue. He was called Jiang Su, and when she'd met him, the first question she'd asked him had been about his hair. Jiang Su had given a simple answer, and even now she wondered at it as she stared at his hair. How does one make their hair a different color permanently in a world without magic? If she wasn't mistaken, Jiang Su claimed it wasn't magic. He had called it dye, a creation of his people designed to change the color of hair and other things. It was amazing that such a feat could be achieved without magic. Yes, Jiang Su, she answered, then remembered to add, and it is Yul Quen. I understand our friendship, but we must maintain decorum while we are here. Jiang Su nodded but kept a smile on his face. He was young, a year younger than her to be precise. He had 3 earrings on each ear. From one earring dangled a cross. Another was a simple ring, and the third held a thin rectangle with what looked like a rising sun on it. The second ear had the exact same arrangement. His nose was also pierced. A single nostril carried a single dot, and so did his lip. Jiang Su was tall, and when they stood, she had to tilt her face up to meet his eyes. But despite how intimidating his piercings made him look, and how odd his gray-blue hair was, he was a kind soul at heart. Yul Quen liked Jiang Su for it. So what is this place like, Yul Quen? Jiang Su finished with a frown. Have you been to this kingdom before? Yul Quen opened her mouth, ready to berate the kingdom for all the evil that it was, but stopped herself. Her mother had warned her not to poison Jiang Su's mind with her bias. He was the most powerful of his friends, but it did not mean that he was the most powerful there was. He was an impulsive 20-year-old, and she didn't want him making mistakes she would have to step in to rectify. It is a kingdom much like ours, Yul Quen answered, attempting at objectivity. Their king has been called a wise man, patient and understanding. They say his judgment is just, and he leads by example. Jiang Su cocked a brow. They? Yul Quen was distracted for a moment. Her eyes studied his face, always mesmerized by how easily he cocked a single brow, how it changed his entire face. He looked less like his age and more like a man who knew gentleness. She shook herself from her distraction. Yes, Jiang Su, they. There are records of his activities, who he is, what he can do, what he has done. His level remains unknown, as all monarchs aim to achieve, and his kingdom is rumored to have a sage. Like Master Lao Bek? Yul Quen snorted. You do remember that Master Lao Bek is not his real name, correct? Jiang Su nodded. However, it is the one I call him. I still don't see why. If I am to speak to someone on occasion, I would prefer that they had a name. And you chose Lao Bek. Yul Quen stared out the carriage window once more, watched as they went past a shop that sold the most colorful flowers. What does it mean? What does what mean? Jiang Su asked, feigning ignorance. Yul Quen held back a sigh. She could hear his boyish grin in his words. He was ever so flirtatious every once in a while, and the grin was a trademark. Her mother had advised her not to refuse his advances of love if she harbored similar feelings. However, Yul Quen was not to prove a distraction. Jiang Su was destined for a greater fate than to end up with her. If she was lucky, when fate was done with him, there would still be something left of Jiang Su to love and be loved by. "Lao Bek," she said. "What does it mean?" Jiang Su shrugged. "It doesn't mean anything. I just made it up." That surprised her. "And yet you gave him the name?" "He needed a name. I gave him a name." Yul Quen couldn't believe what she was hearing. Was this how it was where he came from? Did names have no meaning? "I would suggest that when we return, you apologize to the sage," she told him, without turning her attention to him. "You apologize for giving him a name without meaning. Then, if he is still interested in being addressed by a name, you will give him one with a befitting meaning." "Are names that important to your people?" Jiang Su asked. There was no grin or teasing in his voice, only genuine curiosity. Yul Quen nodded, remembering something her mother had told her once, not long after the death of her father. "A man is his name," she said to him. "So all names must be important." Jiang Su shook his head in what seemed like disappointment. "I can agree that a man is his name," he said. "But you sound like a man's name is what gives him importance." "It is where his importance begins, Jiang Su." Jiang Su folded his arms, still sitting with a straight back.
"And what is the meaning of yours, Yul Quen?" Yul held out her hand to him, and he unfolded his arms and placed his hand on top of it, palm up. It was another thing she liked about their friendship. She rarely ever had to explain what she wanted with her words. She leaned forward and traced a symbol on his palm. "Yul," she said, "means devourer." She traced another symbol. "Quen means father. My name, Yul Quen, is written so." She traced her name across his palm. "When written so, it means a father's devourer." She looked up and found him staring at her. Their eyes met, and she saw a sadness she couldn't quite place there. Was he sad for her? "So you're a father's devourer?" he asked. "I am my father's devourer," she corrected. "I am who he sends when he needs something done." Silence filled her momentarily, and she dropped his hand. At least, that was his intention. Jiang Su nodded in understanding. But things did not turn out that way. They did not. Instead, he was taken from me by... She silenced herself before she made a mistake. Jiang Su waited for her to complete the sentence. Ever the patient man. She did not. "And what is yours, Jiang Su?" she said instead. "What does your name mean?" Jiang Su sat back against the carriage. He folded his arms over his chest and crossed a leg over the other. "Like you, my parents believe that names are important, and so are their meanings," he said. "A man's name is the beginning of a man. I do not share those ideals, though. Names are important, but their meanings are not. A man is not given importance by his name. A man gives his name importance." "If your parents believe as I do, then your name must have a meaning." "The name my parents gave me has a meaning, but I changed it when I was old enough to Jiang Su." "That is a disrespect to your parents, Jiang Su." Yul Quen's mother would be appalled if she heard this. "And the name your parents gave you, what is it? What does it mean?"
"It means to be born of the heavens."
Jiang Su didn't look happy with the name. Yul Quen offered him her own hand, palm up.
"And what is this name?"
He smiled but shook his head.
"Something tells me that if I give it to you, you will call me by nothing else, Yul Quen," he said. "So I will not. You have met me as Jiang Su, and I will remain Jiangsu to you." Yul Quen pouted but schooled her expression immediately. Judging by Jiangsu's expression, he had seen it but chose not to address it. He knew her too well. He was right, though. If he had given her the name, she would have addressed him by it any time they were alone. Names were important by their meaning, and by those who bestowed them. He had to learn this, understand it, but she would not force it on him. "And Jiangsu?" she asked as the carriage pulled up to the gates of the castle of King Brandis, fourth of his name, and king of Bandiv. "What does it mean?" Jiangsu stared emptily at nothing. "A man gives meaning to his name by what he becomes," he said. "For now, I am nothing. But it is my hope that one day parents will name their children after me, and when they ask this question, their parents will say, 'It means to be a hero.'" It was an ambitious dream, but it was the same thing Yul Quen's mother hoped for, that one day Jiangsu would achieve the title of hero. "So for now," he smiled fondly at her, "I am nothing. So Jiangsu means nothing." Yul Quen reached out and took his hand. "You are not nothing, Jiangsu," she assured him. "You are a guest to the Queen of Nelquan, and the Crown Princess of Nelquan calls you friend. Until you become the hero, Jiangsu has every right to mean friend to the crown. And all will know this one day." Jiangsu's smile deepened, but he said nothing. And as deep as it was, it did not reach his eyes. In Yul Quen's opinion, there was too much sadness in his eyes for a man his age.
But who was she to judge? She had no idea how life was in the world called Earth. Before long, their carriage came to a stop, and she knew they were at the palace. The soft footfalls of a Japat's hooves echoed outside her door before someone spoke. "We are here, Princess." Yul Quen gave no answer to her retainer. She turned to Jiangsu instead. "Shall we?" Jiangsu smiled and leaned across to open her door. It opened to 2 lines of knights leading from her carriage to the palace entrance. A red carpet ran all the way from her carriage to the palace doors, so that she would not step on the ground until she was within the palace walls. At the center of the knights stood one man. He was tall and simple, lacked a domineering presence, much unlike his father. When he saw her, he spoke. "The Crown Prince, Denerit Brandis, son of King Brandis, fourth of his name, King of the Kingdom of Bandiv, welcomes Yul Quen Suk, Crown Princess of Nelquan." Yul Quen looked at Jiangsu. "What do you say, Jiangsu of Earth? Is this a welcome you can get used to?" Jiangsu gave her an easy smile. "Perhaps." Liar. He clearly didn't care for it. It was a flaw she would need to help him rectify in time. The hero of Nelquan could not be a man lacking in ambition. The world had to be at his feet. Nelquan deserved nothing less. Yul Quen stepped out of the carriage and onto a soft velvet carpet. "Let us meet our host." He weaved the final sign just in time, and the notification flashed before the piece of wood struck. Class skill, Enchanted Weave, is in effect. Power went through Aiden. It strengthened his muscles and hardened his skin. You have used Weave of Lesser Endurance. Effect, 16% increase in endurance. Duration, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 16 seconds. The piece of wood struck his back and shattered on impact. Aiden felt the weight of the blow, but neither the pain nor the damage. It was good to know that he could tweak the duration if he focused enough. "Is this necessary, Lord Lacarte?" Valden asked. "Why don't you measure your speed in time?" Aiden arced backwards, stretched. "Because anybody can do something in the nick of time. What I'm trying to do has to be instinctual."
So you're not measuring how fast you can make the signs. You're measuring... Valden paused. What exactly are you measuring? I've already figured out how fast I can make the signs, Sir Valden, Aidan said. That's movement speed. What I'm measuring is reaction time. Valden held up the shattered piece of wood. And how does this help? Seeing how well I work under pressure. If I'm too slow, there's pain, and I have to pick what enchantment I'm casting on the fly. Each enchantment works for different purposes. Speed, if I feel it can be avoided. Endurance, if it cannot. Strength, if I wish to take it. Valden nodded. I find it intriguing how quickly you have adapted to this, he said. You fight with enchantments well. Aidan snorted, turning his attention elsewhere. They were in their usual training ground with the sand-covered ground and the sun descending as the evening slowly crawled to night. Today they were not alone. At one end of the training ground, where the crack in the ground Valden had made still existed, Leto practiced knife techniques with a soldier Valden had brought with him on Aidan's request. From what Aidan could see so far, Leto had little to no talent for the knife, but he had more promise with it than most of the other close-range weapons he had ever touched since coming here. Do you think they can hear us from here? He asked Valden. Nirot is a level 22 Blade Master, Valden said. His skills allow him a lot of things, but far hearing is not one of them. So we are fine, Lord Lockhart. Good, Aidan nodded. He didn't want people eavesdropping on his conversation unless he knew. What do you know of the envoys coming to visit? The envoys from Nelquan, my lord? Aidan knew the name, knew the kingdom. He'd even been there a few times. In his past life, their true fame during the Demon King War was in General Jiang Su. He had arguably been the greatest of them all in his lifetime, stronger even than Drax had ever been. What Aidan wanted to know was their current relationship with Bandiv. The sage was aiming to use him as a piece in some kind of game he was playing with them, and Aidan wanted to know all he needed to know. The Nelquan he knew was the Nelquan of a few years forward. The kingdom now was a mystery to him. How important is the kingdom? Aidan asked. To Bandiv, it is important enough. Valden tossed the shattered piece of wood aside. About a decade ago, the kingdom helped ours to complete a world scenario. World scenarios are vastly different from quests in the sense that they are escalating events. Aidan knew what a world scenario was, but he allowed the night continue. A world scenario is what happens when a series of unique quests and/or scenarios have been failed or ignored for too long, and they have somehow created a compounding effect. Enough failed quests will eventually become a scenario, but not all scenarios start from quests. And the more scenarios that are failed, the larger the level of the scenario they become. Eventually, a scenario capable of destroying a kingdom is called a world scenario. And what scenario was this? Aidan asked. Valden shook his head. I was not a part of the King's Knights at the time, so I do not remember the name. Neither did I benefit from the scenario. What I do know is that a significantly high-level beast tamer had somehow managed to tame an entire monster horde and wanted revenge on someone. I believe Bandiv was in his way, and the king refused him and his horde passage. And Nelquan was called in. Yes. From what I know, the horde was too much for the force Bandiv had. In summary, a temporary alliance was made, and Nelquan lost its king to the scenario. So while we are allies, there are those who continue to hold the kingdom responsible for the death of their king. I see, Aidan mused. So the relationship is amiable on the front end, but quite volatile at the back end. Noted. Why do you ask, Lord Lockhart? I'm to attend the banquet the king is hosting for them. I just wanted to understand the political bearings. I doubt my presence is to directly play any political games, but I've come to learn that when diplomats and political figures gather, there is always a game and there are always pawns. I'd rather be a knowledgeable pawn. Valden's armoured head tilted downwards in a way Aidan had come to recognise as an uncomfortable thinking gesture. If that is the case, perhaps they have brought their own, he muttered. Their own what? Aidan asked. Valden paused. Then he shook his head. Nothing of import, my lord. He bent down and picked up another piece of wood from a stack. It was brittle and weak. Normally, no amount of force could swing it hard enough to cause Aidan any real damage. But Aidan couldn't say what could be done with it in Valden's hands. Valden didn't immediately swing it. He turned to watch Leto's training instead. Did you notice a talent in Lord Smith, my lord? He asked. Because I do not see it. Not a talent, Aidan answered. Merely helping out someone I know. But why the knife? Denid is a good instructor, and she will not be pleased to hear that he is learning to use the dagger. Aidan waved his worry aside. Leto will never be good with the sword, so there's no point in forcing him to continue on its path. He's less noble warrior and more sneaky thief. He does display an unhealthy lack of confidence when he fights, Valden mused. Nerot seems to be getting bored already.
Then someone should remind Nerot that he's not here to be entertained. He is here to teach. Valden's response shocked Aidan. The knight chuckled. Aidan turned to look at him. Do not hold it against him, Valden said, ignoring Aidan's look. When I invited him, he was hoping he would be teaching you how to gain a skill, not a different lord. You have become something of an interest amongst the soldiers, after all. At least, Dead's continued interactions with you have given him a certain level of fame. Fame? Aidan asked, surprised. Yes, Lord Lockhart. Fame. You are the only known lord among your peers to leave the palace, and rumors of a noble's bastard aiding in a goblin subjugation involving a level 29 goblin shaman and 2 level 20 undead hobgoblins has spread across the city to those who care to listen. Aidan snorted in amusement as he held back a laugh. Level 29? Level 20? That's what the rumors say, Valden said dismissively, as if the correct details didn't matter. You are also the only lord to be summoned to the king's study without first writing a petition. And you receive special training, different from your peers. It is a palace, Lord Lockhart, and people talk. Your importance is lost to no one. Well, that was interesting. Aidan hadn't been a subject of rumors since that one time at the Order when people thought he'd successfully stolen from the leader's private chambers. The truth was he had actually gone in to save Zen from being stupid and following up on a stupid bet, only to find out that Zen wasn't stupid. The head of the Order had caught him the moment the door opened and had simply sent him back to his living space. It was a level 20 goblin shaman. It was all Aidan knew to say. Do you know what rumors, stories, and legends have in common, Lord Lockhart? Valden asked. What? The truth is always lost in the embellishment of how beautiful the story can be. And only the fewest people care. That said, please stop sending a soldier of the palace out of the castle on your personal errands. The boy still has a lot to learn. It was unfortunate that Aidan wasn't going to stop sending Dead out until he got the information he was looking for. He at least knew that much. I'll take it under advisement, he said. Off in the distance, Nerot took Leto down with a leg sweep and a stab to the chest with his wooden knife. Judging by the pained grimace on Leto's face, the entire ordeal must have been really painful. Do you know that the king asked if you would be fine with your brother joining our sparring sessions? Valden said out of nowhere. Aidan hadn't known that. I did not, he answered. What did you tell him? I told him that unless your brother is as talented as you with the sword, it would not be a good idea. Why not?
Because not all competition, Lord Lockhart, is good competition. Aidan didn't know if Ted's talent with the sword could match what he was capable of right now. But despite being a summoner, Ted had been quite the swordsman in their past life. Good enough in the long run to give Drax a very difficult time. I say this because I was actually of the opinion that you would not like to share these sessions with other people. And you were right. Aidan gave him a grateful smile. But a wise man once told me that I will need people if I want to go far and not just fast. Valden nodded sagely. Does that mean that I should be expecting more people? I can always find suitable soldiers to assist. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Sir Valden. Aidan laughed. Leto's only here because he needs special attention to meet up with the others. And yes, over time I will ask for recommendations to help some of the others where they are lacking, should I ever notice it. But I'm not doing this to make friends. As I once heard a wise lord say, Valden shrugged, progress not perfect.
Valden seemed to be misunderstanding something, and Aidan felt compelled to clear it up. He had once had people he called friends, but none of them currently resided in the palace. And none of them ever did. You seem to be misunderstanding something, Sir Valden, he said to the knight in a serious tone. I know what is coming. I have an idea of it. I've read the books, seen the theories, understood the speculations. If we do not stop what is coming, and it comes, there will be nowhere to run. At the risk of sounding like a worse person than I already am, I am not helping my peers because I have suddenly developed a soft spot for them. I am helping them because once I am done going as fast as I can, I need them to be strong enough so we can go as far as we can. The moment the words left his mouth, Aidan knew they were the wrong things to say. He still held some level of malice towards the others for turning their backs on him the moment they'd learned that Ted was the Demon King in his past life. He just hadn't known it was still this deep. He had been angry, felt betrayed because they were all from Earth together, and they had power. They could have stood by him, stopped the manhunt for him. But they hadn't. You need to stop holding them accountable for what they did in a lifetime that no longer exists, he told himself. He needed to put away the bias of his past life. Yes, there could be a repeat in this one, but it was a possibility, not a certainty. People were the results of the decisions they made based on the experiences they had. Things could be different this time. Valden looked down at Aidan for a while. Then he shook his head. That, my lord, he said, is a sad way to think. He raised the piece of brittle wood in his hand and swung it without preamble. Aidan reacted quickly. Class skill, walking canvas, is in effect. He felt his mana burst out of him and fill the air, 6 feet around him, as his hand weaved a quick sign as fast as he could. Class skill, Enchanted Weave, is in effect. He completed the hand sign as the brittle wood struck him. You have used Weave of Lesser Flame. Effect: fire damage. Duration: 0 hours, 0 minutes, 18 seconds. Radius: 0.00013 kilometers. The wood ignited as sparks filled the air around Aidan. The temperature rose and the air burned. A moment after, the piece of wood caught a flame. Aidan had failed this one. Even if he had been faster than Valden's strike, which he had not been, all he would have accomplished was ensuring that he wasn't struck with a brittle wood, but a burning brittle wood. I would have helped give them fire damage, he thought with a frown. Valden stood in the midst of the growing sparks the enchantment left around them, unbothered. Aidan knew what the enchantment at its highest level could do. It was a force to be reckoned with, capable of setting even the air ablaze. Unfortunately,
What could create a sea of fire at a certain level could only create sparks and significant heat at his level, the way his skill allowed him to use it. "Again?" Valden asked. Aiden looked at the knight with a frown. The man was going to be anything but gentle for the rest of the training, and he knew it. But Aiden was no quitter. "Again."
Chapter 18. Leto flopped down tiredly on Aiden's bed. He bounced once, then bounced again intentionally. Sitting on one side of the bed, Drax shot him a scolding look. "It's not your room, Leto," he chided his friend. "Don't go spoiling the bed." "There's enough spring in the bed to bounce 1,000 Letos," Aiden said, rummaging through his wardrobe for the attire he was to wear. "Let him bounce." Ted laughed. "Look at you being all nice to Leto. Who would have thought that not so long ago you were avoiding him?" Aiden pulled out the attire he was supposed to wear and held it up to study it. "For the last time, Ted," he said, "I wasn't avoiding Leto." "Just me, then," Drax said, "and I still don't know why." Ever since Aiden had gotten Valden to get Nerot to teach Leto, Leto and Drax had taken to spending their time after dinner in Aiden's room, or Ted's room, whichever one they were occupying at the time. "Is that what you're really wearing?" Ted asked Aiden. He was lying on Aiden's carpet and had a clear view of Aiden and what he was doing. Aiden raised the attire a little higher. After being informed of the envoy coming to the kingdom by Brandis and being told that he was to be in attendance, a tailor had been sent to his room. And, true to the palace's reputation, the tailor wasn't simply a tailor. He was an elderly man with the actual class. The entire tailoring process had been quick and smooth. Aiden's measurements had been taken in a manner that would have seemed otherworldly on Earth. The elderly man, who had said he should simply be called Taylor, had stared at Aiden for a full second before asking what design he would fancy. Aiden's request had been born out of nothing but nostalgia. Everything was simple. He had simple pants, lack. It was tight enough to be presentable for a ball, but free enough to allow him easy movement. The tailor had suggested a simple buttoned t-shirt, white with a dragon design on one side of the shirt. Aiden had agreed to the color, but protested to the dragon design. The tailor was trying to make a statement, and it wasn't the kind of statement Aiden wanted to make. People did not walk around wearing dragons in the kingdom. Aiden's nostalgia was the brown trench coat that currently swallowed up the rest of the attire. It had been measured just right, and the tailor had crafted it as he wanted. He stared at it now, remembering his days in the Order. "Going for that John Constantine vibe?" Leto asked. "I don't think anyone at the ball will get the joke." Aiden had a feeling there would be one or two who would get the meaning. After all, he knew much about Nel Quan, and what exactly they were capable of as a kingdom. He hung the attire back in the wardrobe and took his shirt off. "Why weren't we invited for this party again?" Drax asked. Ted tossed something in the air and caught it. "Because we weren't." "And Aiden gets special treatment," Leto said. "Do you know all the soldiers have a running bet?" "On what?" Aiden asked. He hadn't heard anything about a running bet. Then again, his only source of information about the king's army was what Valden and Dead told him. And Valden rarely had anything to say, while Dead was now the content of rumors and was rarely privy to them. He also spends most of his time outside the castle these days. Aiden felt that perhaps the search he had the soldier doing was proving fruitless. Maybe I should just let it be. Aiden shook his head. He couldn't do that. For the future he was trying to achieve, he needed a team, and he had to find the person Dead was looking for if he was going to get this team he needed. "Did you hear me?" Aiden blinked, turned to Leto. "What?"
I said the soldiers have a running bet on whether Valden will leave with you when the king finally allows us start going out on quests or not.
Leto turned and laid on his stomach. Personally, I'm more interested in this mock battle I keep hearing rumors about. Drax frowned. Yeah, I heard of it too. The king is trying to match us against Derek and his people. Aiden almost laughed. Derek and his people. If only they knew that Derek wasn't the leader of that clique. But it didn't matter. He put on the shirt and changed his pants. By the time he'd slipped into his boots and was staring at the trench coat, the others had continued onto a different conversation. With a sigh, Aiden put the coat on. It was a party, but he just didn't feel right going in without any weapons. Just out of curiosity, Leto said, will there be girls at this party? It's a party, Drax said. What kind of party doesn't have girls? It's a ball, Aiden corrected, not even knowing why. Ball, party, Leto shrugged. Same thing. Ted chuckled. It's really not. The kinds of girls you run into at balls are liable to get you hanged for some dumb reason. Got challenged to a duel once and almost lost my pecker. Aiden froze. What did you say, Ted? Ted stopped tossing what he was tossing, and Aiden saw it was a very small ball of yarn. Got challenged to a duel once and almost lost my pecker. Where? Drax asked, confused. East side of the Devil's Gulf, Ted answered, unbothered. They had the best moonshine and the I call BS, Leto laughed. I already asked around, and nobody in the entire palace knows what moonshine is, or any alcoholic spirits. The closest thing they've got is some sharp drink called a telilop. Slaps like a motherfucker. Apart from that, they've got beers of too many kinds and wine for the high class. Drax looked at him. And why would you have this information? Because they offered it as a substitute for moonshine, duh. And why will you be asking about moonshine? Because you can tell a lot about a place's ability to party by how strong their moonshine is. That's not a thing, Ted pointed out. And so is the Devil's Gulf, Aiden said. All this paranoia was making him forget that sometimes Ted liked to say random things and fit together a story just to throw people off. It tended to help a lot in certain situations. Once upon a time, Ted had confused an adventurer well enough that the man had given his quest up to them just so Ted could stop talking. Aiden adjusted his coat. He was almost late. All right, guys, I've got to go, he told them, stepping over Ted on his way to the door. I've got a carriage waiting for me outside. Leto shivered visibly. How can you ride comfortably when you know what's pulling your carriage? It's just a jeep hat, Leto, Ted said. Think of them as horses. Tried and failed. Those things are really horrible. Seconded, Drax said. Aiden wasn't sure what it said about him that he had no issues with them. It says that you've spent 11 years riding on them. It would be a problem if I had issues with them. Anyway, he said, opening the room door. You guys shouldn't wait up. I'll probably be late. As he closed the door behind him, he thought he heard Leto say something about a wine cellar and inviting Ariadne and the others over for a drink. Aiden hoped he was wrong, but doubted it. As he made his way out of the palace to the carriage that would take him to the venue of the ball, he wondered why he hadn't heard anything about this party in his past life. Was this a new development, or simply an event they'd just never been aware of? He really hoped it was the latter as he climbed into the carriage, flanked on both sides by 2 soldiers on armored jeep hats. The last thing he needed was a massive change from what was supposed to happen that he had no control over. Aiden took his seat with a quiet sigh. Occupying the opposite seat on the carriage was Valden. He wore party-appropriate clothes, nothing too fancy, with clean black shoes that almost emulated his black hair currently packed back in a ponytail with a silver sheen to it. The knight took one look at Aiden's attire and narrowed his eyes. That's quite the attire,
he commented. Looking to make some kind of statement, Lord Lockhart? Looking to make 10 statements, Sir Valden. If the ball hosting the envoys from the kingdom of Nelquan had truly occurred in his past life, Aiden could see why they had not been aware of it. Not only was it not hosted in the palace, it was hosted by the Durenoff. They were the noble house of the kingdom that boasted the best artificers. Blacksmithing, enchanting, name it, they excelled at it. It was a good thing that they remained the most loyal house to the crown for all Aiden knew. The manor that hosted the event was not their main house, merely one of many houses scattered across the kingdom. Their main manor resided in the city of their ruling in the south. Each lord had one, a manor in the capital city. It was where they resided on occasions when the king had a need to hold council with all his lords. The carriage slowed to a gentle pull as they joined a slow line of arrivals. Each lord and lady and dignitary of one kind of the other making their entrance slowed the procession. Protocols demanded it, and an attendant made an announcement for each person that arrived as they entered the building. "Do we have to wait until our turn?" Aiden asked Valden. "Normally, I would say yes," the knight answered. Then his eyes panned to Aiden's leg. "But all that tapping screams high levels of nervousness. Are you all right, Lord Lockhart?" Aiden looked down at his leg, then placed a hand on it to stop the tapping. It succeeded. "I'm not one for crowds," he lied. The truth was that he knew what was happening, and it was very surprising to him. He was remembering the last time he'd been in a carriage to attend a party.
Zen had been on the other seat. They had not been invited, and they were getting ready to commit a sin that would make them the enemies of the whole of Nastild.
Aiden didn't know how it worked, but in the event that the entire messed-up framework of fictional time travel was real, and there currently existed a timeline where he had gone to save Ted and had just disappeared, he hoped Zen and the others had made it out of the palace and back to the Order safely. "If you're not one for crowds, Lord Lockhart, you might be in for a very terrible night." Valden pulled the small curtains masking the windows of the carriage and gently knocked on the window. He slid it open as one of their escorts trotted over to it on his japat. "How many carriages away from our turn are we?" he asked the man. "4, sir." Valden nodded in thanks, slid it back shut, and drew the curtain. He turned to Aiden. "There you have it, Lord Lockhart. Just a little patience, and the evening will be over." "Is there no alternative way we can take?" Aiden asked. He knew for a fact that there was a secret entry just through the side of the building, that the noble children tended to sneak out people that were not supposed to be sharing their bed on occasion. Every manor had one, created as if it had somehow become some kind of tradition for the noble houses. "Unfortunately not, my lord," Valden replied, with a shake of his head. Aiden pressed his lips into an uncomfortable, thin line. "You're enjoying this a little too much, Sir Valden." "And why would you think that?" "Maybe the smile on your face." "I have no idea what you are talking about, Lord Lockhart," Valden said. Then he chuckled. In the end, no alternatives were presented, and none was taken. They waited their turn until their carriage came to a stop. Valden and Aiden stepped out quietly and made the short stroll to the entrance.
While Valden walked with the penultimate decorum, as was to be expected of a knight, Aiden walked with a casual gait, hands tucked in the outside pockets of his trench coat. Valden shot him a look once or twice before they even got to the entrance, where the knight gave the man present a folded piece of paper. Behind the man, the doors to the manor were closed. The man opened it, gave it a quick glance, then slipped it over to another attendant, who slipped behind the door. The attendant gave Valden a smooth smile and spoke in the common tongue of Nastild. "You may enter, Sir Valden." The doors opened, and Valden and Aiden strolled into the building,
preceded by a loud yet soft voice announcing them. "Sir Valden Dirtwater," it boomed, "and his accompaniment, Lord Aidan Lachart." Aidan almost stumbled over his feet. He skipped a step and caught himself before an embarrassing stagger. Valden led him to the side of the room, giving him an odd look. "You can't tell me that you intend on stumbling for the entirety of this event, Lord Lachart." Aidan looked at him like he was mad. He'd known the knight's name, remembered only the first name from his past. "Your family name is Dirtwater?" he asked, giving the knight a wide-eyed look. "Yes," Valden answered, confused. "I am from a city named Noella. Before my knighthood, I was Valden of Noella. However, becoming a knight means that I require a family name. I chose Dirtwater, as it means greatness from nothing." Aidan held his tongue, remembering that Valden did not speak English, and that all their communication was in the Nastild tongue. "It means greatness from nothing," he repeated, holding back an amused smile. "It does," Valden confirmed, still puzzled. "I started out as a nobody from some backwater street in Noella, and made my way to the top. I have not achieved greatness, not true greatness, but I will achieve it."
Valden motioned, and they walked over to the nearest empty table and stood as everyone else did. "What's the S stand for?" Aidan muttered to himself. "What's that?" Valden asked. "I didn't catch that." Aidan shook his head. "Nothing important. Was just thinking of a race that writes the word hope with one letter." "They must have a really interesting written language," Valden said. "I can only imagine how many stories they can put on a single parchment." Aidan simply shook his head, a slight smile on his lips. Greatness, huh? He'd never been one to dream of greatness. Even before being dragged into Nastilid, he'd never really thought much about life after college. Get a job, get a family, live happily ever after. There had been more precise dreams before Tasha, his ex and childhood sweetheart, had done what she'd done. But they were gone. Greatness. It was an odd concept to him, though he'd heard it 1,000,000 times. "Yes, greatness," Valden said as a lord and lady were introduced. "Every man must strive for it. Not all men will achieve it, yes, but all men must strive for it. Some earn it, some are born to it, and some, like yourself and your companions, are destined for it." Aidan had no response to that. He was about to change the subject when a familiar name was announced. It drew his attention straight to the entrance, silence on his lips, and a sadness in his eyes. "Lady Yul Quen Suk, Crown Princess of the Kingdom of Yul Quan," the voice announced. "And her accompaniment, Lord Jiang Su, escorted by their entourage." Behind them were 12 other people, 8 men and 4 women in all. Valden looked between Aidan and the princess and said, "In a foreign kingdom, a princess needs to have her entourage, especially when she is the crowned princess." Aidan said nothing. "You should probably stop staring, Lord Lachart," Valden whispered. "The kingdom of Nelquan is known for their beauty, yes, and it is known that Yul Quen is amongst the most beautiful. But you are making yourself seem like every other young lord from every noble family present. I would advise control. One must not stare at a lady so blatantly." Aidan paused at Valden's words. "This is noted, Valden." The knight blanked at the use of his name, absent of his title, but did not protest. He sighed in acceptance. "I guess it was only a matter of time before you dispensed of my title." It only struck Aidan then what he had done. "Apologies, Sir Valden," he said quickly, taking his eyes off the man with blue-gray hair and sad eyes. "I was distracted. It will not happen again." "It is fine,"
Valden waved his apology aside as Princess Yul Quen and her entourage were personally shown to a table by an attendant. "I had thought you capable of naught else but your training. It is a comforting thing to be reminded that you are still a child capable of being distracted by beauty." Beauty, huh? Aiden didn't disagree. In his past life, he hadn't seen the crowned princess of Nel Quan until a year from now, when he had crossed paths with Jiang Su for the first time as well. And, like most people, he'd developed a crush on her for her beauty almost immediately. But he'd grown out of it quickly enough. No, what held his eyes was Jiang Su. Aiden knew the man from his previous life. He knew the man for the man he had become, not the boy currently standing beside the princess. The general of the Nel Quan army, the man to storm the Demon King's castle with an army of 800 when the crowned princess of Nel Quan had been taken hostage by the 5th general of the demon army. Aiden knew that the demons had eventually come to call Jiang Su a monster. He knew that the demons had come to hold him as one of the greatest foes they had ever faced, respected him for his style in battle.
He also knew of the man's demise at the hands of Voss, the destroyer of Voss. For all Aiden had known, Jiang Su was the one who had been most deserving of the title of hero, more deserving than Drax. Like Aiden, he wore an attire that stood out from that of everyone else. Where Aiden wore a trench coat, Jiang Su wore a clean, Japanese-styled kimono. "The man beside her," Valden said. "Jiang Su, was he? He walks with a fighter's quality." Aiden nodded. Of course he would. Jiang Su, while not the only one to acquire his unique class, was the first to acquire it. Even so early into their arrival in Nastild, he'd embodied the concept of who he was so strongly that the system had identified it as a class in this world. Aiden expected nothing less from the first man on Nastild to acquire the class of samurai. Every person present remained standing for a while longer. They did not associate with a different group from the one they came in with. Groups familiar with each other exchanged, at best, a greeting or two in the form of a wave or a simple acknowledging bow. Valden gave a wave or two of his own and had a few bows. Aiden was struck with nothing but a few odd looks. He wasn't sure if it was from his attire or people trying to figure out who exactly he was and how important he was that he was present with a knight. He did catch Jiang Su's attention, however. Jiang Su watched him with curious eyes from across the room, along with 3 other of the princess's entourage, and exchanged a few words with her. The entire room remained this way, on their feet, and having nothing to take but the occasional sip of wine from one passing attendant or the other that moved with trays of wines in wine glasses. Eventually, the slow trickle of announced lords and ladies and guests came to an end. Then the attendant made the final introduction. "Introducing," the voice called out in the most reverent voice of the evening, "the royal family. King Brandis, 4th of his name, King of Bondiv. Queen Brandis, Queen of Bondiv. Princes Deneret and Vascot Brandis, and Princess Eliswit Brandis, sons and daughters of the crown." Brandis walked in with an unquestioned authority in his steps. Unlike the rest of his family, there was nothing extravagant about his clothing. His shirt was simple and his pants black. He wore the shoes of someone expecting to do battle. If not for how clean he looked, his golden blonde hair and amber eyes, he could have been mistaken for anyone. No, Aiden thought, correcting himself. Not anyone. Even without the glamour, King Brandis carried himself like a man above men. He walked with a controlled stride, fitting for a king. Aiden would have liked to say it made the man unique, but he had seen enough kings in his life to know that the powerful learned to wear their power
like a second skin. Even in a dungeon, a king could still remind anyone of what he was. It was something a simple man could not do. There was silence as the royal family entered. Brandis and his family exchanged simple waves and nods of greetings until they made their way to a space set aside just for them. It was a rectangular table, long enough to house the entire family on one side of it. The chairs looked like they cost enough money to buy a small house. When Brandis and his family sat, only then did the party truly come alive. People mingled. Words were exchanged. Aiden watched as the groups intertwined with themselves. He picked out a glass of wine from a passing attendant with a tray and took a sip as he watched. Everything unraveled easily. And as the nobles talked amongst themselves, there was no limit to how frequently they stopped by to share greetings with the crowned princess of Nelquan. It was not lost to Aiden that most of the men that approached Princess Yulquen were on the younger side of the age group. They were mostly the heirs and young lords of one noble house or the other.
As the ball proceeded, time waning on by until they were over an hour into the event, the crowned prince, Daranet, got up and extricated himself from the royal table. Brandis's eyes watched him discreetly until he vanished into the small chaos of people. Elliswit followed after, leaving Brandis and the queen with their younger son. There were a few people who stopped by to exchange greetings with Valden. They treated him as one would treat a younger brother or a junior at school. Aiden couldn't recognize them all, but he knew enough to guess that some of them were knights of the kingdom, even if not specifically under direct command of the king. "Sir Tenet was my teacher before I became an official knight," Valden told Aiden when they were alone, free from the constant hassle of exchanging greetings. "He taught me the proper ways of court." "As long as he didn't teach you how to fight," Aiden joked. "If not, I'll have to ask why the palace assigned you to me when I could have the best thing." "The palace assigned me to you, Lord Lockhart, because—" Valden's words trailed off at the smile on Aiden's face. "Ha ha, very funny. Though I must admit to be very surprised at how well you've carried yourself thus far." The ball had been going on for slightly over an hour, and while he wanted to, Aiden was yet to take a seat even once. There were chairs at every table, clearly, but in a place like this, surrounded by people with significant levels, even the ladies were more than willing to be competitive in every way. Aiden knew most people were always looking out for who would seat first. It was an odd culture. The higher levels would not sit first because it would be displayed as some level of physical tiredness. Those with magical-oriented classes would also not want to sit first because it would be viewed as some form of weakness to the classes with martial orientation. Aiden had always thought it was a stupid thing. Some events could go on from the beginning until its end, with no one taking a seat save the king, if one was present, or the host. Even the envoys from Nelquan remained standing. Aiden must have stared at them a little too long because Valden had to draw his attention to a couple that was coming their way. "Lord Derenoff and his daughter, Lady Nella," he whispered quickly. Aiden turned in their direction with a warm smile on his lips and lowered the hand holding his glass of wine. "Lord Lockhart," Lord Derenoff greeted. Aiden raised his glass slightly in greeting. "Lord Derenoff." The lord stopped in surprise, then collected himself. "Ah, I almost forgot you have Sir Valden at your side. So you are the Aiden Lockhart." Aiden wasn't sure he wanted the title of the. "You are in no trouble, I assure you." The lady, Nella, leaned over to touch Aiden gently on the forearm. "My father was just curious to meet the man my older brother had so stupidly almost killed." An alarmed look crossed Valden's face, but the knight schooled it immediately. As for Aiden, he didn't have to think to know who they were talking about. Former knight Derendorf was from the Derenoff family. Not really a hard guess, Aiden thought. In fact, judging by the similarities of their names, he should have figured it out the moment he'd heard Derenoff's name. He also looks like the father. "Anyway," Nella continued,
We just thought we'd stop by and apologize for my brother's stupidity. It is not the first time he's doing something uncalled for, and we're very sure that it will not be the last."
"I remain grateful to the king," Lord Daranoff said. "When he was informing me of my son's insanity, he spoke of a justified need to grant you the unfortunate honor of witnessing a sight-bound punishment."
Valden bristled beside Aidan. "I am so glad he did not," Nella said. "I know my brother, and that punishment will not send him into hiding. Instead, he would rage and hold a grudge. It is more likely to send him into a life of either excessive hunting or a life of crime." Lord Daranoff patted his daughter's hand that rested in the crook of his elbow. "A life of hunting will probably do him no good. Your brother would pick the life of crime." "He could just leave the kingdom," Valden blurted. Judging from the look on his face after the words had left his mouth, it was clear that he had not intended to speak. Nella laughed as if he had said something funny. "Oh, Sir Valden, my brother would rather die than exile himself." Aidan understood why they suggested a life of hunting or a life of crime. An honorable man would have chosen a life of hunting, since it was almost impossible to suffer the fate of sightbound if there was no one in the kingdom that was stronger than you. Unfortunately, the life of crime was another option because killing a fellow human provided more gains than killing a monster. There were scribes and polymaths in kingdoms all over Nestild that continued to theorize on why that was. Some felt it had something to do with the similarities of the mana, while others refused the theory because monsters killing monsters did not grow their levels so quickly. Aidan could just imagine a former knight wreaking havoc on the kingdom's streets. "Regardless," Daranoff said, pulling Aidan from his thoughts, "we just wanted to stop by and offer you our apologies for his sake." Nella nodded. "The gods know he won't." They turned to move on to their next point of interest, when Daranoff stopped to ask a question. "Just out of curiosity, do you know why my son tried to end your life? If it's not too much to ask." Aidan's expression turned thoughtful. After a while, he shook his head. "It's not too much to ask," he answered. "However, while I remember for a fact that it had something to do with something the king said in reference to myself, I cannot for the life of me remember what it was." Daranoff watched Aidan a little longer before nodding and walking off. "I hope you enjoy the ball, Lord Lecat," he said over his shoulder. Aidan tipped his glass in response. Once they were gone and out of earshot, Valden grabbed Aidan by the arm. "Sir Darendorf tried to kill you?" he asked in a sharp whisper. "Former knight Darendorf," Aidan corrected. "He is no longer a knight. The king declared him stripped in my presence. But yes, he did." "Why?" "Something about the scriptures in regards to me and a few of my companions developing a unique skill." Valden paused. "Hold on. I thought you just said you had no idea." Aidan cocked a brow at him. "I thought you asked because you knew I was lying." "I didn't. I just asked because it's something you do to show worry. You ask questions, even though it's been answered before." "Huh," Aidan grunted as Valden went on to doing other things, yet never leaving his side. Aidan hadn't really thought about it before. Zen used to do it a lot, asking what most people called pointless questions. One of the reasons he and Aidan had gotten along was because Aidan never berated him for it. Sometimes it got annoying, but he never held it against Zen. The worst he'd ever done was not answer. And you didn't answer a lot of questions. Aidan wondered if Zen in this timeline was better off left to join the Order. It wouldn't be until a few years, though. Aidan knew Zen's mannerisms, and knew he could work with him even now. I trained intakes in the Order, he thought. I can prevent him from having the Order life, and still train him to be strong, can't I? It would also dissolve Zen's greatest sacrifice of not being able to be there for his sister. It would be a significant change to the flow of events. Even if it wouldn't have a significant effect on the order, it would have a significant effect on other things. Aiden's eye caught Derenet leaning over Brandis at the table, exchanging quick words with him. The frown that creased Brandis's forehead said the words were anything but simple, as his eyes moved to the Nelquan envoys. Aiden tapped Valden on the shoulder, then nodded at the envoys when he had his attention. Did you notice anything strange about the people they've spoken with just now? Valden gestured at someone to be patient as he answered. Nope. Did you see them speak with the crowned prince? Yes, but that should be a given. He is the prince and she is a princess, and they are both crowned. Aiden gestured at the king. Anything deep enough for the king to know can't be a given conversation. Valden turned to Brandis's table and found Prince Derenet approaching them. He dropped his unfinished glass of wine on the table and sighed. It is not unheard of for such things to happen at an event with envoys from other kingdoms. Even the lords and ladies are known to do it when they host each other. Do what? Aiden asked. Valden adjusted the cuffs of his sleeves. I was wondering why the king asked that I accompany you to this event. Aiden blinked. I thought I was the one accompanying you. No. Valden was folding his sleeves. It is not unheard of for both parties to want to test their mettle. For that, they match their weakest knights present against each other. They claim it is a show of power. Personally, I just think it's for sport. That's why all these manors have a room dedicated specifically for such things. Aiden had witnessed this a few times. They didn't match the powerful knights because it could be seen as an insult and a show of aggression. Knights worth their weight in gold did not fight simply because they had to. They were too experienced and too noteworthy. The last thing you needed was to let your potential rival or enemy know that their strongest knight was stronger than your strongest knight. It was basically an admittance of weakness. Valden was done with his sleeves by the time Derenet was close enough. Win or lose, he told Aiden, make sure you learn as much as you can from our spar. It is always a good thing to learn what you can of other fighting styles. Though I don't understand why he would wish to use me. With my titles, the advantage will be skewed heavily in my favor. It is not like him. Aiden didn't understand what that last part meant. When Derenet got to them, Valden bowed in greeting. My prince. Derenet acknowledged the greeting with a nod. Sir Valden, I hope you are enjoying the event. I am. Lord Lechart, Derenet greeted. Aiden's bow could be described as a nod. Prince Derenet. The prince seemed surprised that Aiden knew his name, or perhaps it was the level of his bow. I am ready to serve whenever, Valden said, as it pleases the prince. Aiden wasn't going to complain at the chance to watch Valden spar at a level that was worthy of straining him. Ah, I see. Derenet looked from Valden's eyes to his folded sleeves. I was wondering why you were folding your sleeves. Unfortunately, Sir Valden, tonight is not that kind of night. Well, that blows, Aiden chuckled. I was really looking forward to seeing Sir Valden go up against someone that is his equal. Then I fear I must disappoint you more, Derenet said, though I'm not sure if it is entirely a disappointment. Princess Yul Quen Suk of the royal family of Nelquan has requested a sparring match between you and one of her retainers, and my father has approved it. What level are you? Aiden looked from the prince to Valden. 11? Good. Her weakest retainer just hit level 13. The disparity is not so much. Come with me. Aiden followed the prince, slightly surprised. It didn't take long for the surprise to leave. This is what the sage and the king were talking about, he realized. This was the game that King Brandis had not been interested in playing. Aiden was beginning to believe this ball had also taken place in his past life. The only reason none of them had heard of it was because it was 2 more weeks before they were let out of the palace. Enough time for discussions of it to have died down. And the reason they had not been invited to it was because none of them had touched level 10 at this point. The king would have had to refuse the request on the grounds that they were too weak, which in itself would have been a show of weakness. Standing before Brandis at the royal house's table, with his hands clasped behind his back, Aidan waited to be addressed. When Brandis spoke, after a look of contemplation on his face, it was not the exact words Aidan had expected him to say. "Can you fight in that?" Aidan looked down at his trench coat. He had fought a lot of battles in a trench coat in his past life, even inculcated everything he knew about fighting into it. "It will not be a problem, Your Grace." Deronet stood behind the king, and at having Aidan address his father with the title, he frowned. The Queen's expression was only one of amusement. Brandis's expression, however, never changed. "Will you fight?" he asked. "I'm sure my son has explained the situation to you, and I want you to know that you can refuse." Deronet's expression turned to shock. "Father, that will be—" "I will not hesitate to turn her request down," Brandis said, cutting Deronet off. "Yul Quen has been given authority over her retainers and has every right to present them for this display. Now she will not be disrespectful enough, no matter how she views this kingdom, to challenge me directly. It is why she has challenged you. But understand that I have every right to delegate authority to you or not. If he says he will not, then there will be none of this tonight." "You will have me admit weakness, Father?" Deronet asked, flabbergasted. "I have told you countless times not to invest yourself in these things, Deronet. They are nothing but pointless posturing."
Wild yappets showing their rectal brightness in a pointless display of superiority. Brandis turned to look at his son. "A man who knows how to fight will win a lot of fights, but a man who knows when to fight will never lose a fight," Aidan finished. It was something he'd heard before, but not from Brandis's lips. Deronet scowled, but held his tongue. "If I tell you to go down there and acknowledge that you do not have the authority to sanction this fight," Brandis told him, "you will. I will not subject one of our saviors to this pointless barbarism." The Queen looked unbothered, and the younger prince, Vascott, remained silent, taking interest in his meal. At 16, 4 years younger than his brother, he was not considered an adult and knew what conversations he was meant to pretend to be ignorant of. Deronet nodded. "Yes, Father." Then Brandis turned to Aidan. "Aidan Lechart, will you fight?" Aidan stared back at amber eyes and remembered something the head archivist of the order had once said after explaining an execution of a lord's son by the lord at the simple request of a king. A king's request is a difficult thing to refuse. There were often layers to it, possible futures, potential favors, hidden threats or promises. Sometimes it was not intended or planned, but it was there. Always there by virtue of being a request made by a king. But this was not it. Aidan could refuse here, and nothing would be said on the matter. Staring into Brandis's eyes, he knew this. Deronet would have a lot to say, but a prince was only as troubling as the king allowed him. In any normal position, the answer to fighting an opponent 2 levels stronger was often a no. But Aidan's very existence made this position anything but normal. His hand twitched, and thoughts whirled in his head. His body had an answer even before his mind. "I'll fight, Your Grace." His voice was simple, spoken at a casual tone. But in the silence of the room Aidan had not noted, it was loud. "Then a spar we shall have." Brandis rose from his seat, and the crowd was already moving. "But we will not have it in the arena," he announced loud enough for all to hear. "There will be rules to be kept. This is a friendly display, not an aggression amongst animals. We will clear a space for them, and they will merely show us what they are capable of."
Now clear a space. The flow of the crowd changed, and in a matter of moments there was a large clearance at the center of the banquet hall. Yul Quen and her entourage stood at the edge of the circle, and one of them leaned in for her to whisper into his ear. Once she was done, he stepped into the clearing. "They will fight unarmed," Brandis announced as Aiden stepped into the clearing. "And they will fight without skills. This is to be a show of skill, not mindless aggression." Yul Quen curtsied. "As your grace wishes." Aiden and his opponent stood facing each other. "A pleasure to meet you," the retainer said in the common tongue. "I am Haruto Takanashi," Aiden finished, to his opponent's surprise. "And I am Aiden Lachart." If his math was correct, Haruto was probably 20 years old right now, maybe 22 years. The man had also gained the Spearmaster class. "You have the class of Spearmaster," Aiden continued when the man opened his mouth to speak. "As a show of good faith, I will also inform you of my class. I achieved the Weaver class." Haruto's eyes narrowed at him. He doesn't believe me, Aiden thought. I wouldn't either. Regardless, Haruto took a combat stance, and Aiden knew his opponent was not going to take him lightly. Good. Aiden took a simple stance of his own. I wouldn't want him to. Brandis stood tall at his table, arm raised high. "Is the representative of Nel Quan ready?" He looked at Yul Quen, and she nodded. Her expression was calm. Brandis turned to Aiden. "Is the representative of Bandiv ready?" Aiden met Jiangsu's gaze, not the king or the princess, then nodded. Brandis brought his hand down. "Begin!" Haruto wasn't large. He had an inch or two on Aiden, and they were likely in the same weight class, but he moved quickly. He crossed the distance in a single forward dash, readying an attack. It was an open hand, thrust forward like the blade of a spear. Aiden stepped into it, slapped the attack aside, deflecting it from its path, and slammed his fist into Haruto's throat. The room fell silent. Haruto dropped to his knees and doubled over. He clutched at his throat, gasping in pain, while his body twitched. Aiden turned, looked at everyone around. He saw shock on a lot of faces. Brandis was doing his best to conceal a smirk. Valden had no such compunction. He smiled like a man whose team had just won against the odds. Yul Quen was the opposite of Brandis. Her frown was barely concealed, while Jiangsu watched in surprise and amusement. Aiden met Jiangsu's eyes once more, simply because he could. The reaction of Jiangsu told him that the man knew what he was about to do next. Jiangsu smiled, eyes never leaving Aiden's, as Aiden's next word filled the air. Next! Chapter 19. The Demon of Nel Quan. Yul Quen stared in anger. She knew she had not been insulted. However, she felt insulted. She'd told Haruto his duty. He was not allowed to deal any significant harm to the man he was to face, but he was to show an unquestionable display of dominance. Crush his spirit if he could. Her mother had advised her not to do anything that would foster enmity amongst the summoned, even if they were of different kingdoms, because, in the end, should the demon king rise, they would all need to work together to face them. A massive display of dominance could as easily breed enmity as it could establish a hierarchy. It was a calculated risk Yul Quen was willing to take, and her mother had always taught her to take calculated risks. And if a person bred enmity from being outclassed, then they were clearly not men worthy of power. So what in the name of the false gods had happened? First, the man, Aiden Lachart, had announced Haruto's own name and class. This was something she would have to inform her mother of. King Brandis had spies within Nel Quan, and exterminating all of them was to be a priority on their return.
Then the fight had begun and ended in a single moment. All she'd done was blink, and Haruto was on the ground, convulsing like a choking child. And as if that was not enough, the fool had the audacity to do the unreasonable. "Next," Aiden called. Had they taught the boy nothing of decorum? Yulquen schooled her expression and turned to another of the summoned. She was about to speak when she caught an odd look on Jiangsu's face. The man was smiling. And it wasn't the kind he often showed her. It wasn't one of curtsy or something flirtatious. It wasn't patronizing or shown out of simple kindness. It wasn't even a smile of amusement. What she saw was a genuine smile, one that touched his eyes. Whatever he had seen, it had impressed him, pleased him. She didn't even have to ask to know what he wanted.
Yulquen let out a resigned sigh. "They will not allow it," she said. "The level disparity is too high." The silence of the crowd, born of obvious shock, had dwindled into a small buzz of mutterings. Those around were pleased, but not entertained. Still, they would speak of this for a very long time. "What will not be allowed, Princess?" one of her retainers asked, a man over 30 years old. She waved him away. "Not you, Garand." Jiangsu's attention had still not left Aiden Lachart and his strange, too long jacket. "They will not allow it," she repeated. Jiangsu's smile did not waver. "And yet it must happen." She willed as much firmness into her voice as she spoke again. "They will not allow it." Jiangsu was at level 20 with a unique class that was unheard of anywhere. To make a request to have a level 11 face a level 20 would be an insult, a stain on the name of Nel Chuan. And the level 11 was a weaver, for that matter, if he was to be believed. He wasn't even a combat class. "And yet," Jiangsu said once more, still smiling, "it must happen. It is inevitable." He raised one hand, the one he most often kept hanging on the hilt of his sword, the only one in a sleeve. Yulquen grabbed his robe, kimono, discreetly, hoping to stop him. For the first time since Haruto went down, Jiangsu looked at her, and she saw the fire in his eyes. She had seen it in a lot of men's eyes, men that would not be dissuaded from the madness they wished to plunge themselves into. She knew then that she would not dissuade him. He would insult the name of her great kingdom. Win or lose, there would be no victory for Nel Quan in the game they played this night. And she would bear the responsibility of it all. She was older and had lived in this world longer. She was supposed to be able to stop him. But by the life of her, she knew she could not. Jiangsu raised his hand, drawing everyone's attention. "The level disparity between us may be high," he said. "But would you be willing to indulge me in a spar, Aiden Lachart?" Aiden smiled. It was almost as wide as Jiangsu's. Then he bowed respectfully. "It would be an honor." Brandis turned to Jiangsu, confused. "And you are?" "Jiangsu, Your Grace," Jiangsu answered with a bow. "I am level 15, Aiden said, before Jiangsu could finish his statement. Yulquen paused, slightly confused. Was it possible that their spies had provided them with the wrong piece of information? It was. Jiangsu was the only summoned that trained away from his peers. His training was under a significantly high-level master. Spying on such a person with a level beyond the 200s, as much as anyone knew, was an impossibility. It could not happen unless the person allowed it. Jiangsu was the first to recover from his surprise. "I am actually level 15, Aiden repeated. There was something in his voice, an adamant tone that insisted he not be disobeyed. Yulquen knew it, and knew it well. Her mother had used it often. He knows Jiangsu is not level 15. She looked at Brandis. The king's expression revealed nothing, yet she couldn't help but wonder. Did the king know whatever piece of information his summoned was preventing Jiangsu from sharing? He had to know. He was the king. And if he did, then there was no way he would allow— 15, King Brandis mused. The disparity is not that much. Yul Quen's jaw dropped. She knew she was supposed to school her expression at events such as this, but she couldn't believe this. The king was allowing it? This was madness. Either King Brandis didn't know, or he had gone mad. Beside her, Jiangsu's smile threatened to tear his face apart. He was like a boy just given a new gift, something so amazing he hadn't even known he'd wanted it. He left her side so fast, it was like he practically jumped. All right, he said, squatted beside Haruto. You did good, my friend. You did good.
He helped him up and guided him back to Yul Quen and the entourage. She took the moment to grab Jiangsu by the lapel of his kimono. Win, she told him vehemently. It is important that you must. He looked into her eyes, as if she was a child trying to tarnish something most sacred, while he was an adult who was understanding of why she would do such a thing. All I can promise you, Yul Quen Suk, he said solemnly, is that I will fight. Then he was gone from her reach. Yul Quen frowned. She hated this sense of honor and integrity he liked to carry around. Yes, it was sometimes admirable, but he was still young. What did he know about honor and integrity? What was the honor in a level 20 losing to a level 11? She blamed this entirely on the man he'd taken to calling Lao Bek. A man of Jiangsu's age should not be so obsessed with honor and integrity to the extent that he was. Still, despite his level, for some reason she worried. After all, Jiangsu did not have his sword. Aiden stood quietly waiting to test his mettle. He faced Valden every day, but no matter the disparity in levels between them, the knight was always taking it easy on him. What Aiden needed was a fight that would test his ability to the fullest, a battle to see just how much he could handle. If he remembered correctly, one of Jiangsu's companions had once commented on how Jiangsu had always been 10 levels above them during his funeral. There was always a possibility that it had been an exaggeration, but there was also a possibility that he was about to fight a level 22 samurai. Jiangsu came to a stop in front of him after helping Haruto back to the envoys. Aiden bowed when Jiangsu stopped. It took Jiangsu by surprise, but after a moment, Jiangsu bowed back. Aiden wasn't sure how to feel about fighting a 20-year-old boy, even if all he could see was the general who the demons had feared and acknowledged so greatly that it had even given him a system title. There had been legends of his training even then, Aiden thought, taking off his trench coat. The last thing he wanted was to give Jiangsu any more advantage than necessary in this fight. I must say, I did not expect that, Jiangsu said in English. He had a Japanese accent, even if it was only slight. But I guess not everyone is oblivious of some Japanese customs. Ah, I see, Aiden replied, not oblivious to the confused expression on everyone's face around them. They have already told you of us. Jiangsu's brows furrowed. They have not told you of us? But you knew of Haruto. They have not told those I was summoned with either, but I already know of you. They should have told you all, Jiangsu frowned. You should have told the others. Aiden shook his head. Not mine to tell. Not yet. Then how do you know? This was a problem Aiden had seen the moment he'd opened his mouth and revealed Haruto's information. Mainly, he'd done it to disorient the man and show off a little, but it had brought the problem of how he knew what he knew. What Brandis didn't know. Now he had to rectify the problem. I have my ways, he answered.
Jiang-Su looked at Brandis, then back. It is wrong that they have not told you. Aiden almost smiled. So the honor Jiang-Su had chased until the day he died was one he'd carried since the beginning. 11 years of unshaken sense of honor. It was commendable. Would you like a sword? Aiden asked. Though I doubt there's a katana around here anywhere. I haven't seen one since I arrived here. How did you… Jiang-Su stopped himself, looking down at his kimono. My attire. Aiden nodded. I've been wondering something since you arrived, though. If you would indulge me. Why do you wear your kimono that way? Jiang-Su looked down at his left hand, hanging out of the front lapel of the kimono, so that the left sleeve was left empty. All Aiden's memories of Jiang-Su were either of him wearing his kimono properly or waging war in a samurai armor. It is an old samurai custom, Jiang-Su answered. A samurai wears their kimono this way when they are without a master. A ronin does the same. Or so I heard back home. Before coming to Nestild, I mean. Aiden nodded. It meant he must have gotten a master, as at the time they'd met, in his past life. As for a weapon, I believe I am fine without one, Jiang-Su added. He reached for his empty sleeve, adjusted the kimono, and started tying it into a knot around his waist so that his left side was left uncovered, revealing only the black shirt he wore inside. Aiden folded up his trench coat and placed it on the ground. I guess that would make sense. Aiden rubbed his jaw in thought. Your class should also account for unarmed combat. Jiang-Su's brows furrowed. Yes, Aiden answered his unasked questions as impatient murmurs began to rise amongst the spectators. I am very much aware of your class. Still, I do not mind facing the demon of Nel Quan without his sword. Jiang-Su blinked. What did you call me? Nothing important. The murmurs were rising now, impatience growing ever louder. We have kept our spectators waiting for too long, Aiden said. Shall we begin, General? How about we make this entertaining, Jiang-Su said, taking a combat stance. It looked like he held a sword in front of him with both hands, but there was no sword, and his hands were not fists. If you win, I will grant you one request to the best of my ability. And if I win, you will explain why you have called me two things I know nothing about. Deal. Aiden looked at Brandis, and the king shook his head in dissatisfaction before raising his hand. Is the representative of Nel Quan ready? Yes, Your Grace, Jiang-Su answered. Is the representative of Bandiv ready? Aiden nodded. Brandis brought his hand down. Begin! Jiang-Su closed the distance immediately. His speed surpassed Haruto's, and Aiden took a moment to adapt. Jiang-Su already had him before he was even ready, hands grabbing him by the lapels of his shirt. Aiden knew the technique immediately. He stepped in, slipped his feet between Jiang-Su's legs to prevent himself from being thrown. Before he could affirm his defense, Jiang-Su was already throwing him. Aiden locked his hands around Jiang-Su's arm as he braced for the fall. When he hit the ground, he grit his teeth against the impact. His hands held firmly onto Jiang-Su, and he threw his leg around the man's arms. Allowing the momentum of his throw give him leverage, Aiden brought Jiang-Su down with him. Jiang-Su hit the ground, but twisted away from Aiden's hold before Aiden could switch his technique into a submission arm lock. They were back on their feet almost immediately, and commendable murmurs moved through the crowd. It wasn't voiced by many, but it was voiced by enough. Jiang-Su's smile never left his lips, and Aiden rushed him. Aiden struck with open hands that he switched into closed fists. He didn't go just for the face. He ducked and weaved and added as much flair into every combination. Jiang-Su met him, deflecting and evading. They moved, spiraling the large center that was their sparring ground. For a moment, Aiden had Jiang-Su on the back foot.
It was taking a lot out of him just to keep up with the man. Even with all the technique he knew, matching Jiangsu's speed and strength was taking all the stamina out of him. It was taking far too much stamina out of him. His flow and rhythm was waning. Then Jiangsu took advantage of a break in Aiden's combo and separated from him with a massive backstep, only to close the distance immediately. Aiden's last strike was a grab that caught the air before Jiangsu was on him once more. Jiangsu came at him from below, body bent at an odd angle so that he struck at him with an upward thrust. Aiden leaned back, allowed the blow scrape past him.
Then Jiangsu brought the blow down. Aiden acted quickly. His feet carried him back, away from the blow that would take him in the chest. The blow came down, hit the ground, and Jiangsu vaulted forward with a kick, leveraging on it. Aiden deflected the kick with both hands, sending it aside. It did little to disorient Jiangsu, and the moment the man faced him, they went into a flurry of blows. They stood deep within each other's space, striking and blocking. Standing so close, there was no space for evasion. Each strike had to be blocked or deflected before it crossed a certain point and landed. They encircled each other as if executing a dangerous waltz, their footing doing as much work to control the fight as their blows. The sound of fists meeting open palms and thrown elbows being stopped filled the silent air. Aiden struck with his leg, never going above waist level, and Jiangsu stopped it with a raised knee. The moment their legs met, Jiangsu maneuvered his, stepped on Aiden's foot, and brought the strike down. Aiden winced at the pain of being stepped on by someone whose strength stat was clearly superior to his own, but was quick to slip his foot free immediately. The distraction was instant, and he barely stopped the elbow strike thrown at his nose with an open palm. The flurry lulled back into its odd pattern of attacks and defense, until a notification flashed in front of Aiden. Stamina 58%. Aiden frowned as he avoided a leg strike from Jiangsu, pushing his speed to keep up with his opponents. He couldn't allow the fight draw out longer than it already was. He was already using all the skills in his arsenal to fight on par with someone with superior stats than his. It was taking everything he had just to stay afloat in the battle, and it was drinking his stamina like a man starved of water. Yet, he would be lying if he said he was not enjoying himself. Aiden executed a quick and complicated flurry of blows. By design, the switch-up confused Jiangsu. The man's strikes faltered, and Aiden caught his hands and pinned them down. Jiangsu's smile deepened as their faces met. "I would not advise a battle of strength," he said in English. "As you probably know, I'm level 20. "Thank you for confirming that," Aiden said. Then he switched his grip and pushed forward, forced Jiangsu back. Jiangsu brought his pushback to a stop after 2 steps, then tried to break Aiden's hold. Their hands bobbed once before coming back down to the level Aiden had kept them. Jiangsu stared at their hands in confusion, then at Aiden. When he tried again, it was more of a display of skill than strength. Aiden strengthened his hold, kept their hands in place. "There are ways to pin any man down," Aiden said, groaning under the strain of keeping Jiangsu's arms locked down. "It'll take far greater technique to release yourself than you think." Stamina 44%. "Nope," Jiangsu disagreed. "It's really not that complicated." Then he headbutted Aiden. The crowd erupted in cheers as Aiden's head reeled back from the blow. His vision blurred, and he fought to secure his hold on Jiangsu's hands. Jiangsu was already moving. He shook his arms one way, then another. Aiden's hold did not budge, but it took a lot out of him to ensure it. Stamina 38%. Jiangsu threw another headbutt as Aiden's head came back, but Aiden was ready for it. He angled his head just right, tucked his chin into his neck,
and braced for impact. When their heads met, Jiang Su was the one reeling back from a cut lip. But Aiden was not unaffected. His head thrummed and his vision worsened. Stamina, 36%. His hold on Jiang Su waned, his strength failing. Jiang Su's hands went into another frenzy, turned one way, then another. Aiden knew he could not keep his hold, so he switched it from a hold to a grip, then spun himself into Jiang Su and flipped them. Aiden used a full-body throw, tossing himself as well.
It sent Jiang Su soaring through the air. Jiang Su hit the ground and rushed quickly to his feet, as if he felt no pain, arm flailing defensively in the air to keep Aiden and any follow-up attack away from him. Aiden dived at him, tackled him with a wrestler's spear. He felt the strength in Jiang Su's core give under the force of his shoulder as he knocked the wind out of him and brought the both of them back down. They hit the ground hard, and Aiden's interface flashed in front of him once more. Stamina, 31%. "Oh, shut up," he groaned as he slipped his arms under Jiang Su's left arm, locked his hands over the right side of his neck, and squeezed. Jiang Su struggled against his hold. He went for strength, trying to break Aiden's lock. Aiden bent himself into the technique, squeezed with all his muscles. Stamina, 28%. Come on, then. Tap. Stamina, 26%. Jiang Su's strength was waning. Aiden could feel it in the lack of resistance against his lock. The air was silent, the crowd mute in anticipation. Then pain flared in Aiden's side, and he buckled under the force of it. Somehow, Jiang Su had reached across with almost no space for any significant momentum and punched him in the side with enough force to shake him. Health, 97%. Aiden's hold cracked under the impact of the blow, and Jiang Su pulled himself from it. To Aiden's surprise, Jiang Su didn't disengage. Instead, he grabbed Aiden and moved to somehow throw him even from their position. Aiden braced himself as Jiang Su rolled over him, using the momentum of the roll to force Aiden to go with him. Before Aiden knew it, Jiang Su had risen to his knees and was throwing him over his shoulder. "No, you don't." Aiden moved his center of gravity, transitioned from being thrown over the shoulder to an upper arm grapple that sent Jiang Su moving with him. Jiang Su followed him down, and his head hit the ground at an odd angle before he forced them apart with a strong kick to Aiden's chest. Each of them slid along the ground, but not so far apart. They were back to their feet as quickly as was possible, staring at each other, shoulders heaving as they panted heavily. Aiden's eyes locked on his stamina. Stamina 19%. Fighting someone stronger that knew what they were doing with everything he had was far too taxing for him right now. If Jiang Su kept going, Aiden was going to lose due to insufficient stamina. There was nobody present who wouldn't have noticed it at this point in the fight. Not an entirely bad way to go, he thought, smiling. At least he'd left Jiang Su panting almost as much as himself. Jiang Su's eyes ducked to something non-existent in the air, and Aiden almost chuckled. "How many % do you have left?" he asked in English. "Stamina's 38, Jiang Su panted. "You?" 19. Jiang Su laughed. "Call it?" Aiden nodded. "Sure, this one's yours." Jiang Su dropped and sat down carelessly on the ground, exhausted. Aiden laughed and did the same, doing his best to control his breathing. The moment they both hit the ground, the crowd erupted in cheers. They didn't even wait for Brandis to call it. In all fairness, they hadn't waited for Brandis to call Haruto's loss either. Brandis stood in place for a minute, gave the crowd some time to get their cheers out of their system before raising a hand to silence them. "The winner," he looked from Aiden to Jiang Su. Aiden nodded towards Jiang Su when his eyes met with Brandis's. He knew the verdict and wasn't going to argue it.
Even if Jung-soo had sat down first, Brandis knew the truth. Brandis sighed. "The winner," he declared, "is Jung-soo, representative of Nel Quan." Some of the members of Yul Quen's entourage made short and quick gestures of victorious celebration before schooling themselves at a reproachful look from their princess. Another round of murmurs filled the crowd. It was debatable, but not displeased. Apparently everyone had something to say to each other about the spar. Before Aiden could pick himself up from the ground, Jung-soo raised his hand, drawing attention to himself. "Just for the record," he said when silence returned. Aiden saw Yul Quen's expression dip into worry. Lord Lecarte made a small mistake about something. That held everyone's attention, and Aiden almost laughed. Ever the honorable one. He had no idea what could have happened to make a man of 20 so obsessed with honor, so much so that he held it to his heart for years, up until his death. "And what is that mistake, Lord Jung-soo?" Brandis asked. Jung-soo took another moment to catch his breath before answering. "Lord Aiden Lecarte is level 11, but I am not level 15. Behind him, Yul Quen dropped her face into her hand as Jung-soo finished. "I'm actually at level 20. The crowd erupted in a new type of cheer. Jung-soo gave Aiden a smirk, and Aiden laughed as the chaos grew around them. At his table, Brandis shot Aiden a quizzical look. When Aiden saw it, he remembered that some of his posturing tonight would cause him some issues. He would have to answer questions he wasn't supposed to know anything about. When he looked away from Brandis, Jung-soo was standing in front of him, holding a hand out to him. Aiden took it and allowed Jung-soo pull him up. "And he calls me the demon of Nel Quan," Jung-soo said when he was standing. "What level 11 spars a level 20 to a standstill? One that used every technique in his arsenal. And we can't really call it a standstill, can we?" Jung-soo chuckled in amusement. "I never expected to run into another student of a sage," he said. "I didn't even know you guys had a sage. You've got to tell me how you convinced him to teach you his style of fighting, though. Mine keeps on refusing." "Student of a sage?" Aiden blinked, the glory of their spar forgotten immediately. "Wait, what?"
Chapter 20. Worries. Mazdan was a high-class wine, created from something called Mazdan berries. One of the things Aiden knew about Mazdan berries was that alchemists used it in a few of their concoctions. They increased the efficiency of poisons, drawing them out to their strongest capacity. With the addition of another alchemical solution he could not remember, a certain level of perfect harmony could be achieved. Specifically, it was designed to give almost all levels a good enough buzz. Jung-soo held up his glass of wine, stared at its contents. "So you're saying Mazdan might as well be an alchemical concoction?" Aiden twirled the wine in his glass, keeping a discreet eye around them. "All I'm saying is that it's designed to get the really high-leveled people drunk," he said. After their spar, Aiden had had more than his share of nobles and knights come to greet him. The conversations were short and simple. He'd displayed exquisite fighting acumen. It was impressive that he'd lasted so long against someone 9 levels higher than him. Where did he learn to fight like that? A noble or two had thrown in how powerful they were in the kingdom, and something about their 3rd or 2nd daughter with considerable power in the family, but no inheritance position being a beautiful fit for him. Aiden had answered them in the only way he knew how to answer such conversations in his current situation: with lies. Now he was seated with Jung-soo, drinking Mazdan and dancing around the subject, while his mind came to terms with what he'd learned. When they had a little touch of freedom again, the hovering nobles listening to them turning away to other endeavors, Aiden got up. "Shall we take this elsewhere? I've heard that this manor has a refreshing balcony." Jung-soo got up with him, and they made their way up a flight of stairs,
answering greetings and returning bows, accepting compliments and claps on the back, until they were out of massive glass doors that escaped onto a large balcony. Free from attention, Aiden returned them to the real reason for their conversation. "You're saying that the kingdom of Nelquan has a sage," he muttered, not sure Jiang Su knew the weight of the information he'd given away. Jiang Su nodded, loose strands of moon-blue hair billowing in the night's breeze. "I know. What kingdom has what sage is usually a high-kept secret, but—" Aiden snorted. A high-kept secret? Jiang Su had no idea what he was talking about. Even kings didn't know what kingdoms had a sage. There were 5 known sages on Nastild, and that was a rumor very, very few people were aware of. Aiden hadn't even started to learn of these things until he'd joined the Order. In fact, as far as he could remember, Drax didn't even know that Brandis's advisor was a sage. This was throwing him for a loop. "Are you done?" Jiang Su asked with a cocked brow. "If you are, I was just saying that—" "Good evening, Lord Jiang Su." Both of them turned to find a young woman in a dazzling blue dress, littered with enough glitters to blind a man under enough light. She walked onto the balcony, closing the door behind her gently. The curtains at the glass door were drawn aside so that anyone without could see within, and vice versa. On the inside, Aiden caught a few people watching the woman as she approached them. She blushed when she got to them, chuckled shyly. "I hope I pronounced that right. It is a unique name, after all." Jiang Su gave her a kind smile, polite. "You did, my lady." The woman gave Aiden an equally kind smile. "Lord Lockhart?" Aiden gave her a subtle nod, but said nothing. "I just wanted to say that your first spar was truly amazing," the woman said. "That's the fastest I've ever seen any spar go." Aiden nodded again.
"Oh, sorry." The woman turned and offered her hand, palm down to Jiang Su with the other hand placed atop it.
"My name is Evelina Contrell, of House Contrell."
Jiang Su moved to take her hand, and Aiden reached out to stop him by the wrist. Normally, he would have more tact, but there was nothing normal right now. He had just discovered another kingdom with a sage, and this other kingdom also had its own summoned people from Earth. Also, if he was to be believed, Jiang Su was the student of said sage. He wasn't sure which one was messing with his mind more.
"Lady Contrell," he said. Evelina smiled and dropped her hand. "Call me Eveline. My mother is Lady Contrell."
Aiden nodded.
"Lady Contrell, Lord Jiang Su will be returning to his homeland eventually, and I have developed something of a kinship with him on account of the fact that he arguably whooped my ass a few moments ago." Evelina winced at hearing the word ass. "So, while what you were about to do would have made for an interesting scandal," Aiden went on, "you will have to find another envoy of the Nelquan kingdom." A new blush filled Evelina's face. Where it had once been from some level of shyness, it was now from embarrassment. She gave Aiden a confused look, then an embarrassed one. Then she opened her mouth, and no words came out. Finally, she just turned and left. Jiang Su looked from Aiden to the retreating woman, then back. "What was that?" Aiden gestured it away. "It is customary to show interest in a man who you are just meeting by offering him your hand, with a hand over a hand, as she did. If the man takes it, it is a sign that he's interested as well." "I didn't know that," Jiang Su said, surprised. "I know." Aiden waved his worry aside. "It would have been a scandal. An interesting one, but a scandal nonetheless." Jiang Su dropped his glass of wine on top of the balcony's banister. "Thank you for that. It doesn't matter. You would have been fine either way. What matters is how you got a sage to teach you." Jiang Su shook his head. "I didn't. He just saw me on the day of our summoning and told me that I'll be training with him. The others don't even know what he is. They just think he's a powerful swordsman." Aiden cocked a brow. "Swordsman?" "Yeah. He wears a robe and carries a sword without a guard. Mine walks around with a staff and uses magic." "I'm confused." Jiangsu reached for his drink, paused, then ignored it. "If your sage uses magic, then how did he teach you to fight unarmed?" That wasn't a long stretch. Aiden had a feeling there was no form of combat Brandis's sage didn't know. Still, he shook his head. "I told you, he didn't teach me how to fight. In fact, I've only seen him twice, and I don't think he knows that I know he's a sage." Jiangsu frowned. Aiden could see that he didn't believe him. The question was, why? "All right." Aiden emulated his action and placed his own glass of wine on top of the banister. "Tell me this. Why do you think I'm being taught by one?" "First, there's no way you know he's a sage without someone telling you, and most of the people in Nel Quan's palace don't know theirs is one. They just think he's an advisor to the crown. And two, you fight like a sage." That caught Aiden's attention. "You fought yours unarmed?" "All the time. He says it's good to know how to fight against someone with a weapon and someone without a weapon. There was a point in our fight when you were using the same moves he was using." Aiden ran a shaky hand through his hair. Now he needed to know if Brandis's sage was paying attention to this party. Brandis was here, so it was likely. Jiangsu looked at Aiden with a touch of worry. "Are you okay? You look like someone just told you your dog died." Aiden shook his head absently. "Never had a dog." As for the important thing, he couldn't really put it to words. He'd gone all out in this fight, used everything he knew about unarmed combat. It had been the only way to try and win in his situation. "Just tell me two things," he said, voice shaky. "Are you sure it's not just a strange fighting technique of this world?" Jiangsu nodded. "Certain. He told me himself. He said he couldn't teach me because it was a technique only sages can use. To teach me was to somehow break a sage rule or something." "This is bad," Aiden thought. "This is very bad." "What's the second thing?" Jiangsu asked. "The fighting technique." His words trailed off, and he shook his head. "Never mind. I already know the answer to that one." There was only one fighting technique he had used during their spar that was truly unique, even in this world. "Is there a problem, Aiden?" Jiangsu asked, worried. Aiden shook his head. "Not at all. I'm just trying to remember where I actually saw it, since I wasn't actually taught. Also, I need a favor. I know I lost, but I need a favor. Do you think you can help?" Jiangsu spared a moment to look at Yul Quen, where she was speaking to some lord down below them along with her entourage, before answering. "As long as it's within reason." "All right." Aiden was glad for that. "First, I know you guys are already thinking of how to get rid of the spies in Nel Quan, because I know Haruto's class." "We are. Yul is already running mad about it." This part was important. It had been a bit of his plan for when he began to possess knowledge he couldn't get from a library. He had planned to use it later in the future, but he'd gotten carried away and messed up with his displayed knowledge before his spar. "You can try," Aiden said to Jiangsu. "God knows every kingdom has a spy in every kingdom. What I want you to know is that I have my own connections. They are not the kingdom's spies, and, try as you might, you'll never deal with them." Jiangsu looked at him through narrowed eyes. "Okay, but I've not heard the request. Just what vaguely sounds like a threat." Aiden waved his words aside. "Not a threat.
Another thing you should know is that this kingdom knows nothing about my connections. And yes, not even our sage. But you didn't know we have one, though. I have learned that they are a difficult existence to get information on. Aiden picked his wine glass and took a sip before placing it back down. Even your kingdom doesn't know that we have one? For safety reasons, I will advise we keep it that way. Bandiv never finds out about Nel Quan, and Nel Quan never finds out about Bandiv. Not that I'm refusing, but why? Because while I didn't know you guys had one, I know a thing or two about them. There are 5 known walking on the face of Nestild. Only 5. No one knows where any 2 are at the same time except themselves. It has been like this since the beginning of them. No idea how long that is. I fear for what would happen if they found out that there are 2 people that are not them with the knowledge of where 2 of them are at the same time. Jiangsu opened his mouth, then closed it. I've fought with mine enough times to know that that is a more worrying threat than even you know. The Queen does not oppose him, ever. She makes it look like she values his counsel, but sometimes it feels like she just never opposes him. Mine talks to the king like he's a child when it's only the 3 of us in the room. That's terrifying. It is, Aiden agreed. As I was saying, Bandiv is very unaware of my connections, and I would like to keep it that way. But I slipped up tonight, displayed knowledge the king doesn't have, and I'm not supposed to have. Jiangsu rubbed his chin. He'll have questions. Yes. How I knew Haruto's name and class. How I knew your level. Did you? Jiangsu asked. Aiden paused. Not exactly. Levels are a complicated thing. You could have increased your level between my last update and when you got here. My point is, I don't want him to know. If he knows, a lot of things will change. Jiangsu sighed. You do know that the story of you having your own high-level spies is almost impossible to believe, right? Aiden nodded. He'd initially planned to implement this maybe 6 months to a year down the line, but your stupid mouth, that's what. But this story would come to light late. For now, only Jiangsu needed it to help with his lie. I know, Aiden agreed. I see. Jiangsu didn't look like he saw. So what do you need me to do? When he asks me how I know what I know, I'm going to lie, Aiden said. I'll tell him that I overheard it during a conversation you were having with your companions. There is a chance he will believe me. We are kids in his eyes, new to this world. He would believe such a slip-up. The problem is if he finds a way to try and confirm it. I see what you mean. Jiangsu stared into the starry night sky. You want me to admit to having such a conversation? I'll handle it on my end. Now, your turn. You lost. Aiden smiled. On a technicality. Nope. You lost. Why did you call me General? Because of the way the others deferred to you, Aiden lied without missing a beat. I know it's probably because of how close you seem to be to the princess. She's always gravitating to stand beside you. But calling you General was meant to throw you off. Jiangsu chuckled. And Demon of Nel Quan? Your hair. It's naturally that color. Doesn't look like a magical augmentation. And people here with that color of hair usually have it magically altered. Only demons and monsters have naturally oddly colored hair. This time, Jiangsu shook his head in amusement. Mind games through and true. But how did you know it's naturally this color and not an augmentation? Humans on Nestild have brown, black, blonde, and the occasional red hair. All the other colors are, let's call it, magical dye. But they are brighter than yours. Yours looks more natural. Also, we have someone who also had a touch of dye when we got here. It's now just the natural hair color. It's just not very visible.
Jiangsu touched his hair. Lao Bek, my sage, said the summoning was the reason. Something about recreation based on our state at that point. He says it naturalized everything. Still, can't say I know how I feel about the mind games you were playing with me and Haruto. Tell us things to throw us off balance before the fights. It didn't work on me, so that's something. Aiden shrugged. What can I say? I was about to go up against someone that was 9 levels above me. I needed every advantage I could get. Aiden stared at the stars in the night sky as thoughts returned to his mind. He thought of memories of his past life and problems of this one. He'd barely been here a month, and he already had problems he didn't have until Ted had become the Demon King. He knew the sin of knowledge, the transgression of knowing where 2 sages were at the same time. Both sages also lived in 2 of 5 kingdoms that had summoned people from Earth. It was a problem, and most likely not a coincidence. Penny for your thought? Aiden looked at Jiangsu. Sorry, just wondering what I'll do when my sage finds out that I have a fighting technique that belongs to him that I'm not supposed to know. Oh. Relief was heavy in Jiangsu's voice. If that's the case, you don't have to worry about it. Nothing gets past them. If you saw it somewhere and picked it up, then it's very likely that your sage wanted you to learn it. They tend to work in mysterious ways. That said, he picked up his wineglass and turned to the door. I have to return to my people. The princess gets worried when I'm gone for too long. Aiden nodded. It was nice meeting you, Aiden Lechart, Jiangsu said, offering him a handshake. Aiden took it. You too, Jiangsu. Try not to take any man or woman's hand offered in courtship on your way back. Jiangsu stiffened. The men do it too? Aiden gave him a wide grin. Who knows, General Jiangsu? Who knows? Before long, Aiden was left alone to the cool breeze of the night, the starry sky staring down at him, and the worries in his head. Sages did work in mysterious ways. That much was true. And sometimes they knew things and didn't worry about it. So, he shouldn't have anything to worry about. Knowing the fighting technique wasn't supposed to be something to worry about. But Jiangsu was wrong about one thing. Aiden had to worry about it. He had to really worry about it. Because Jiangsu had just told him that he knew some secret sage fighting style. And it was the exact fighting style they taught in the order. What the hell is going on? The breeze was gentle, soft against his dark hair. Vas liked it here. Here, nobody bullied him for not having parents. Nobody looked at him with pity like the maids in the palace did. Nobody looked at him with fear like every single person of authority did. In the palace, he was either pitied or feared. There was no in-between. It was a better reaction than the one he'd had before he'd been brought to the palace. Before the palace, he'd been a street child, bullied and oppressed for not having parents by those that had, and for being weak and scrawny for those that didn't have, like him. He had a friend or 2, but they were in the same boat, weak and preyed upon. They understood their friendship, comfort and lies in the name of hope. They shared their happiness where they could find it, but never their pain. It wasn't a friendship forged in fire, merely one forged in mutual grief. They were the weakest, lying at the bottom of the food chain. Too weak to bound together and challenge their oppressors, they accepted their fate at the bottom. When one was being bullied, the others hid, protected themselves. They were young, but they were not foolish. Grief dissolved certain delusions of grandeur from a person's mind.
So when one was done taking their beating,
They knew they could always find the others and forget themselves in the blatant lies that were dreams designed to console themselves. Dreams of becoming great warriors when they were 18 and received their very own interface and a chance to be powerful. Dreams of being taken pity on and picked from the street the way they'd often seen strays get picked by random strangers. Dreams that one out of the three of them would never get to see. But Vass was living one of those dreams now, picked from the street by a random old man with curious and intentional eyes. The man had no name, merely a staff and long beards. He was clean, cleaner than anyone Vass had ever seen in Bracknell. But he was also quiet. Vass had never been expected to be brought to the palace. He'd even accepted the fate that he was to be used for some experiment. It wasn't the first time there were stories of alchemists and necromancers doing human experiments of some kind. But here he was, the weakest member of the palace, yet the most feared and pitied by proxy and existence. Knights bristled each time they walked along their way, only to have their path cut off by his very presence. Some of them thought he liked doing it, liked to stand in their way and look at them like they had no other future but what he was going to tell them. It hadn't been until later on, when the old man had told him he had other uses apart from playing errand boy to the king. No one had known, but he had been present at the summoning, hidden away in a corner as he had played his major yet small part in the event. The old man had patted him on the head, told him he'd done well, then sent him on his way when all was done. So yes, Vass loved living in the palace and away from his old home. But he hated how those who lived in the palace looked at him. He was very sure that Deranet, the crowned prince, hated him. If he was to still be around when the man became king, he was sure to be hanged. But there was nothing he could do about it. He would be hanged, and another young child would take his place. Vass let out a tired sigh and looked up at the starry night sky. He liked it here, out in the forest. The stars didn't care here or there about him. He was as equal to them as any other man and woman that looked up at them. And the trees didn't judge him. Old and tall and large as they were, they kept the rain at bay and the sunshine waiting patiently away. And the breeze. If he lied to himself hard enough, he could believe that it loved him in a way his mother never had. The sound of something snapping dragged Vass from his thoughts. He loved this place because no one ever came here. So panic filled him, and he turned quickly, feral like a threatened feline. The person he saw had a familiar face. "Hungry?" they asked, holding out a bowl of something that smelled sweet. Vass said nothing, stared in worry as the person came forward. He saw the Lord and struggled to remember his name. "It's all right," the young lord said, drawing closer. He placed the bowl gently on the ground. "I don't bite." Vass looked down at the contents of the bowl. It was owl meat, his favorite. He eyed the young lord and slowly inched towards the bowl. The young lord smiled. "I don't know if you remember me," he said, "but we've met before." Vass remembered it now. He was the jovial one that kept giving him kind glances. Vass knew his family name, but not his own name. But the name echoed in his mind as the Lord said it. "I am Lord Lockhart," the Lord said with an easy smile. "But you can call me Ted."
Chapter 21. Rue Brandis.
"Back!" Aiden spun, hands weaving a quick sign. His interface flashed quickly. "You have used enchantment of lesser speed." Then he darted away, blitzed through the distance so that the swords came down on nothing. When he came to a stop, it was amidst a small cloud of dust. He gave Valden an incredulous look. "What was I supposed to do with back? They were coming at me from all sides." Valden shrugged. I called out the most fatal attack. That was a distraction, and you know it. Drax was panting hard. And you still managed to escape it. Beside him, Leto dropped to sit down on the ground. They'd been sparring for an hour straight, and Aiden was impressed with their growth. Anita dropped her short sword and joined Leto on the ground. Can't believe the clone didn't work, she muttered. Aiden held his hands in front of him. The effect of the enchantment was still flowing through him. Speed remained in his muscles, waiting for him to make a move. With normal enchantments, there was a trigger to them, an off switch of sorts. All you had to do was cut off your flow of mana to the enchanted item, and it would cease as long as it was not the kind of item with an area of effect function. For Aiden, however, enchanted weave did not work the same way, so he had to be careful of which enchantments he used and when. Valden said there were skills like that, but as the mastery increased, he would learn how to deactivate it. Aiden really hoped so. The last thing he wanted to do was use a lightning enchantment and be unable to turn it off when his enemy decided to turn up with a bucket of water. The wooden sword he'd used was chipped and cracked, suffered under the weight of all the blows he'd had to parry and defend. He tossed it aside. Can someone tell me why Ted hasn't been joining us these past few days? Anita asked.
It had been a week since the ball. A week since Aiden suggested Drax and Anita be added to his training with Valden. At first, the knight had simply gotten them other soldiers that could help with their training, but today was their first time sparring against Aiden. As for Ted, Aiden could still remember how the conversation had gone. Ted had turned him down politely. As eager as he was to get strong, he wasn't that eager. He's not interested, Drax said. He was nice about it, though. And Sam? She asked. Aiden didn't remember inviting Sam. I don't remember inviting Sam, he said. Leto gave Aiden an awkward look. I did, but he refused. I think he really doesn't like you. I don't like him, too. Ever figured that there might be a... Aiden cut himself off with a deep breath as the speed slowly ebbed from his body. He felt it the moment it was all gone. As for inviting Sam, Leto hadn't done anything wrong. Not entirely. Yes, it was not his place to extend the invitation without Aiden's permission, but Leto was often everybody's friend. He always wanted to be. But that wasn't Aiden. And try as he could, he wasn't willing to help Sam get as much power as he wanted. It didn't matter how much of the future he changed. Drax would be an enemy of Ted if Ted became the Demon King, but he was still a good person. What Sam became was a far cry from a good person. Call him biased, but Aiden couldn't shake it. And I'd kill him again if he tries to walk that path. Aiden ran a tired hand through his hair and checked his stats. Health 100%, stamina 42%, mana 15%. He still had a long way to go with his enchantments. The mana requirement for each enchantment when he used it was almost double the mana requirements for activating an enchanted item, which meant he had to work with lesser enchantments when using the class skill and support it with enchanted items. How exactly does that clone skill work? Leto was asking Anita as Aiden checked his stats. It's an effect of the doppelganger class, she answered. Aiden turned away from the group as Drax's attention went to Anita's explanation. Taking a stroll in Valden's direction, he pulled up his interface. Name, Aiden Lachart. Species, human. Age, 19. Class, Weaver, level 14. Class skill, Enchanted Weave, Mastery 12.20%. Walking Canvas, Mastery 08.00%. Locked, Mastery 0.00%, U. Affiliation,
Kingdom of Bandiv. Title: Goblin Slayer, Defier. Skill: Tongue of the Visitor, Mastery 100%. Basic Swordsmanship, Mastery 57.03%. If Unarmed Combat, Mastery 42.90%. Resilience, Mastery 50.03%. Mana Manipulation, Mastery 21.03%. Keen Eye, Mastery 99.99%. Basic Enchant, Mastery 45.04%. Dagger Wield, Mastery 14.33%. Quiet Movement, Mastery 64.00%. Light Steps, Mastery 89.19%. Awareness, Mastery 100.00%. Stats: Dexterity 6, Agility 5, Mana 7, Speed 8, Perception 6, Strength 3. Life: Health 100%, Stamina 42%, Mana 16%. Sir Valden, I need you to do me a favor, he said as he approached the knight.
And what would that be, Lord Lachart?
Throw something at me when I... Something flashed at him, quick as a whip, and Aidan ducked away from it. His eyes followed it, and found that the item was small, almost unnoticeable. A small pebble. He stared at Valden, mouth agape.
What was that for? Was it not what you wanted? Valden asked casually. You wanted me to throw something at you when you least expect it.
Yes, but...
Did you expect it?
Aidan frowned. No.
Then I believe I have done you a favor. Did it suffice?
Aidan was already looking at the notification in front of him.
Congratulations! You have gained perfect mastery. Keen Sight, Mastery 100.00%.
Yeah, he answered.
Valden nodded. Then you're welcome.
With that, he glanced over at the others. They remained conversing.
Foundational skill with perfect mastery detected. Multiple foundational skills with perfect mastery detected. Congratulations! You have achieved perfect mastery in the necessary foundational skills. You have gained skill Detect, Mastery 2.10%. He pulled up his skills once more. Skill, Tongue of the Visitor, Mastery 100%. Basic Swordsmanship, Mastery 57.03%. Unarmed Combat, Mastery 42.90%. Resilience, Mastery 50.03%. Mana Manipulation, Mastery 21.03%. Detect, Mastery 2.10%. Basic Enchant, Mastery 45.04%. Dagger Wield, Mastery 14.33%. Quiet Movement, Mastery 64.00%. Light Steps, Mastery 89.19%. Now that he had the basic detection skill, he was one step closer to leaving the palace. Keen Sight and Awareness were now simply a part of him, passive benefits of the Detect skill. Once he got Quiet Movement and Light Steps to perfect mastery, he would get the Stealth skill. Then, whether Brandis likes it or not, I'm out of here. He spared one glance at Drax, Leto, and Anita. They may or may not be fine in the end, but that was not his problem right now.
They had 2 to 3 years before the chaos kicked in. After all, there would be stray demons lurking around before the Demon King. "Hey, Aiden!" Anita hollered at him. He folded his arms, still standing beside Valden. "What's up?" "Did you hear about the mock battle the king is setting up?" she asked. "It's like us against Derek's team." "I did." "You know you're on our team, right?" Aiden had been giving it a lot of thought, and he'd already made a decision on the mock battle. He was currently the highest level among them as far as he knew, and there were still some of them that hadn't gotten to level 10 yet, Leto being one of them. After his encounter with Jiang Su, another part of the timeline had changed. Brandis had changed his plans. The first thing the king had done was have both groups go out under supervision and start working on their levels. Most of them were already close to level 10, so it hadn't been too time-consuming. Aiden had paid attention to almost none of it. His only interest was in Drax and Ted. True to what he knew, Drax unlocked the Knight class, which gave him superior mastery over sword and shield. Ted unlocked the Summoner class, which gave him mana affinity, and tilted his Charisma skill towards monsters of certain kinds, along with human beings. Those remained the same as they had been in Aiden's past timeline. Aiden turned to Valden. Before he could say anything, the knight shook his head. "You will not be participating in the battle." "Does that mean—" "Yes," Valden nodded. "The king has granted your request. He has given you leave to explore beyond the capital city, to the south, as you requested." Valden put his hand to the hip of his shield, and a small enchantment engraving came alive in the softest blue. His hand dipped into it and pulled out a rolled-up parchment. The parchment was held together by a piece of twine that was sealed with the engraving of the king. Valden handed it over to Aiden, and he took it, but didn't open it. In the past week, he'd discovered that more time spent in the palace while waiting for their first quest was simply a waste of time. So he'd switched up his plan a little, moved his destinations around. "In there is a letter to the Naranov house," Valden said. "They will be your host for the duration of the time you will spend there. Also, you have been granted clearance, by that letter, to use the teleportation center." "What of my request for a companion?" "All you have to do is pick a companion of your choice. The letter accounts for a +1, so anyone will suffice, as long as they agree." Aiden looked down at the parchment. "You have used skill Detect."
Item: Royal Decree. King Bandus IV has penned a royal decree instructing that the wielder of this decree, Lord Aiden Lacarte, be granted all necessary requirements and extended hospitality by House Naranov. This is to be extended to any +1 of his choosing, at Lord Aiden Lacarte's discretion. Refusal will be seen as disobedience to the crown. The Detect skill was amazing. Official documents like this possessed some level of interaction with the system. As such, he didn't have to open it to know its contents as long as he possessed the Detect skill. If this had been penned by someone without an official position sanctioned by the system, or someone that was not a scribe, the best the skill would have gotten him was probably that it was a rolled-up piece of paper. At a higher mastery, it would have gotten him more. And if whoever penned it in an official capacity had chosen to place a secrecy enchantment on it, it would have gotten him less. Aiden tapped the paper against his hand in thought. Now he just had to speak with his +1. "When will we be leaving?" Valden asked, with what seemed like a reluctant tone. Aiden blinked. "You're coming with me?" Valden paused. "Am I not?" "Why would you be?" Aiden gestured at the other 3 people seated on the ground. "You've got your work cut out for you while I'm away." Valden's helmeted head tweaked downwards. "I thought," he muttered, letting his words trail off.
Aiden cocked a brow, realizing what was happening. You thought you were my +1? Valden nodded. Aiden chuckled, then patted Valden on the arm. Oh, good friend. As much as I would love to go with you, I had someone else in mind. Besides, if I take you, who would train these children? We heard that, Anita shouted over the distance. Valden looked from her to Aiden. Isn't she older than you? Aiden shrugged. They're all older than me. I think I'm the youngest of all the summoned. Valden disagreed. You're 19.
I'm sure there is one of you that's 18. Aiden had no idea who that was. The youngest Aiden remembered was Leto, and the boy was older than him by a few months. Anyway, Aiden said, someone has to teach them. They can be returned to their respective teachers. Valden folded his arms. There was something petulant about the stance. Private sessions were only meant for you, Lord Lockhart. Aiden stroked his jaw. I see. And what exactly do you see, Lord Lockhart? That you actually want to come with me. Wait, what? It's all right, Aiden laughed, slapping the armored arm once more. I'll see if there's anything I can do about it. I just thought you wouldn't be interested in leaving the capital. That's why I didn't plan for it. I honestly thought you'd like to remain as close to the king as possible. Valden looked down at his arm where Aiden had patted him, then at Aiden. It is not that I want to come with you or not. It is simply that I was under the assumption that I would be coming with you, seeing as I handle all your tutorship. You don't handle my magical lessons. You do not study magic, Lord Lockhart. You do not have the affinity for it. Aiden looked at the knight through narrowed lids. Touché. Valden shrugged and looked away. Merely stating a fact, Lord Lockhart. Well, I learn enchantments, and you don't play a part in that. So there. Aiden stuck his tongue at him, surprising even himself with the childish behavior. He still wasn't over the fact that 2 lifetimes, and he still couldn't learn magic. Anyway, if my +1 refuses, I'll consider having you for my +1, as long as you have no problem with it. We can practice my French while we are at the portal. French? Valden asked, confused. What is that? The language of love, Sir Valden, Aiden said, then started making his way for the exit. The language of love. Now he needed to speak with Ted. The mock battle would be useless to him. The time Ted would use to prepare for the battle would be better spent preparing for the rest of their stay in Nestild. Besides, he needed to get them ready for the first quest the king had for them. After all, nobody had known the town had actually been cannibalistic, and he wasn't going to go giving out information that would put him under more suspicion than he already was. The fact that Brandis was yet to summon him regarding how he had the information he had on the Nel Quan envoys when he, the king, didn't have it, was still troubling Aiden. What do you mean you don't want to come? Ted was lying down on Aiden's bed, playing with what looked like a small fire-breathing lizard. It had green scales and the head of a bearded dragon. It was also as long as Aiden's forearm. Ted ran a finger along the top of its head, and it spat out a tiny gust of flame. Do you know that the flame lizard has the potential to grow as large as a horse? Ted said, still rubbing its head. And a Japat can use its feces like fired projectiles. It is their preferred way of combat against smaller opponents. Aiden came and sat beside Ted on the bed. The flame lizard hissed at him, and he smacked it on the head with the parchment to deter it from any unruly behavior. The summoned creature scurried away from him, moved closer to Ted. Ted gave him a look. Isn't that document supposed to be important? It is. But aren't you supposed to be happy to leave the palace? Ted rubbed the creature's head once more before it slowly started dissipating into smoke. Ted waited until it was completely gone. 3 minutes, he noted with a frown. Too short.
What level are you? Aiden asked, genuinely curious. So early into being a summoner, 3 minutes for a summoned creature was a good number. Rather than answer, Ted waved his hand as if casting a spell, and an icon appeared above his head. Theodore Lachart, Summoner, Level 15. Aiden just stared.
He had a lot to say about what he was looking at. An entire book worth. But his mouth was momentarily too stunned to speak. He'd literally gone through a small army of goblins and killed a goblin shaman. He was level 14. In your defense, you're supposed to be level 17. It was a logical excuse, but it still didn't make sense. And he'd been thinking not very long ago that he had the highest level amongst all of them. I guess pride always comes before a fall. Still, that was that, and this was this. Aiden brought them back to the conversation at hand. You still haven't told me why you won't come with me, Aiden said. That's because I like the palace, and the people, and where I am. Ted made a gesture with a finger, and a geometric sign appeared in the air, then burst into smoke. Also, there's a small mock battle Brandis is setting up, and I really, really want to whoop Derek's ass. When the smoke cleared out, there was a massive spider on the bed. It was 1 foot tall and almost 3 feet wide on account of its long and thin arachnid legs. It turned, multiple eyes looking around as if it had no idea where it was. Ted gave it a friendly wave when it looked at him. I also made friends I'll miss if I go, Ted continued, as the spider slowly crawled up to him. So you go. I'll be fine. Aiden was a little stuck on the sight of a spider cuddling his brother's face as if it was a totally normal thing as he got up from the bed. One of the things Aiden had been hoping for was to use their time on the road to explain his situation to Ted. They'd spent enough time together since coming here, and while their bond was not as strong as it had been in his previous life, it was strong enough. At least Ted would ask questions, but wouldn't discard him as someone with a mental case. But that plan was now a bust. All right, Aiden conceded with a sigh. But how about we take a stroll outside the castle walls before I go? Apart from the goblin hunt, they hadn't been outside the castle walls together. If they wouldn't travel together, then this was his chance to explain to Ted. Ted looked at him, squinted in thought. Then he hummed thoughtfully. It was as if he was considering a reason for going out, as if he knew all the reasons they would spend time together outside the palace, and was weighing if he was interested. In the end, his answer was simple and nonchalant. Nope. Aiden halted his steps towards the door and turned. What? Ted turned and laid on his back. Nope. He popped the word enthusiastically as the spider took its time climbing on top of him. The sight gave Aiden a very wrong feeling. He didn't know if Ted liked spiders. Why not? He asked, then pointed at the spider. And that's creepy. Ted raised his hand and scratched the spider behind its head. It is? His face was thoughtful, and his hand paused mid-scratch before continuing. I guess it is. But I'm a summoner. Summoned animals are quite literally my arsenal. I can't say I won't summon a snake because most people find it terrifying, or a spider because it's a bug. If it works, I'll use it. Aiden saw the sense in that. Besides, he only pointed out how creepy it was because it was creepy. And the spider isn't what's creepy. It's that he's treating it like a dog. You didn't answer my question, though. Ted moved his hand from the spider's head, and it dropped its body on top of him, nuzzling its head against his chest. Ada, Ted said, unbothered by the spider. We've spent every evening together hanging out for the past month. I know it's good that we're getting closer, because God knows we were a mess back on Earth, but we can't hang out all the time. Apart from the ball and when you went for that contract you told me about, when last did we spend an evening apart? Never.
Every evening they ate their dinner, and Aiden and Ted just hung out in their room. Most of the time, they didn't even do a lot of talking. They were just present. Judging by the look on your face, you have the answer to that question. Ted's head was hanging over the edge of the bed, so that he looked at Aiden upside down. Which means that I've spent all my evenings and nights with you. Now, you might enjoy hunting for power and going to bed, but I enjoy female company and getting laid. It might make me sound like some kind of sleaze, but I haven't gotten laid in 2 months. Aiden raised a finger while wanting to say something, then dropped it. What was he going to say? Do you need the evening to yourself? He asked in the end. I can always spend the night in your room, if you think my room would be better. Ted cocked a brow. What? I thought you wanted to get laid tonight. Nastilde doesn't have protection, but there are actually enchantments that help with that whole thing. Or you can always put, don't make this awkward, brother. Ted sighed, interrupting him. We are not going to talk about the birds and the bees as if we're both virgins. I know for a fact that you are not, and in case you don't know, I am not. No one's getting laid tonight. Anita and I are just hanging out. That's all. Aiden heard everything, but was more focused on something else. What's it doing? He asked. Ted looked at the spider on his chest. It had 4 legs pressed against the sides of its head. It's emotionally linked to me, he answered. It's a summoner thing. I guess since I really didn't want to hear what you were saying, it really doesn't want to hear what you were saying. Since I was going to cover my ears, it covered the side of its head, where there would be ears if it was my head. You know, for someone who spends a lot of time in the library, you really know nothing about summoning. Aiden knew a few things about summoning, and that level of connection didn't show up until around level 50, when a manifesting class skill was gained.
Maybe that's why he grew so fast, Aiden thought. His class was already a powerful version of itself from the beginning. Aiden conceded with a sigh, then opened the door. Where are you going? Ted asked. Out, he answered. I need a breath of fresh air that's not palace air. He also needed to talk to Valden about being a +1, since Ted wasn't going. Since the trip was in 2 days, they'd need some time to get set. Maybe not Valden, but Aiden definitely needed some time to pack. Queen Rue Brandis sat quietly in her chamber, sewing. The space was large and simple. Blue walls served as a backdrop to a room with a simple desk and a simple chair. There was a massive rug with the design of a nettleck, with its 6 cute and furry limbs and big round eyes and its fluffy body. Rue Brandis wasn't one for the dragon designs the palace knew and loved all the time. The light in her room was dim, the bulbs that littered the walls to grant illumination turned off. Her only source of light was from a candle that sat atop what was supposed to be her reading table. But she wasn't a reader like her husband, so she guessed it could just be called a table. Come in, she called. The door to the room opened. Her guest peeped inside the room as if expecting to see someone else before entering and closing the door behind her. I've told you to stop doing that, Mother, her daughter Elliswit chided her softly. It scares the maids. Even if your class allows you feel every living thing around you, wait for the person to knock. Queen Rue paused her activity and looked up at her daughter with a fond smile. Everyone said Elliswit looked a lot like her, and she agreed. The only part of her that she'd gotten from her father were her amber eyes and her strong ability to be very uninterested in the kingdom's politics. Elliswit was very much like Brandis in the problem-solving department. Give her a weapon and point her towards the problem. It was a simpler solution than silver tongues and false smiles. Elliswit locked the door behind her and took a sit on one of the chairs, eyes on the piece of cloth on her mother's lap. What's that? She asked. Rue raised the cloth up for her daughter to see. It was thick and beige,
and so far she had sewn a geometric design into it. Elaswit cocked her head to the side, trying to make heads of the design. "Is that an enchantment of—" "Nope," she shrugged. "Got no idea what that is." Rue turned the embroidery to look at it, then paused. "Oh, I got the lineal inversion wrong." She folded up the embroidery, then placed her thread and needles on the table. "Sorry about that," she said. "Still trying to get that life enchantment working." "No, Mother, there's already a healing enchantment," her daughter disagreed. "What you're trying to do is create a life enchantment. I know you're a powerful enchanter with a life affinity, but people don't invent enchantments. You know that." Rue sighed. Only a powerful enchanter could birth a strong child with no sense of adventure. Sometimes she blamed how she'd raised Elaswit and her other children for the way they were. Her and Brandis were taking a different approach for their third child, and at 16, not yet blessed with his own interface, he was already dreaming big. He was the one that gave her the idea she was currently using for her attempt at creating a life enchantment, very much unlike her daughter. Elaswit sat before her with her hair worn down. It was brown as her mother's, and long, and she moved it so that it fell down one side of her shoulder. She was not as pretty as Yul Quen from the Nel Quan kingdom, but she was plenty beautiful. And Rue did not believe it was a mother's bias. "You were the one that called me, Mother," Elaswit said after a moment of being stared at. "And if you want me to go talk to some pompous lord's child to dissuade him from making some stupid decision, then the answer is no."
I'm still getting stupid letters from the Dawnwist boy in the West. What makes him think you can court a self-respecting woman with letters thought up and written by your scribe? It is about a young lord. Nope, Elaswit interrupted her mother, rising from her chair. Not doing this. Young lords are the worst lords. Rue sighed. Her daughter was often impatient, and she had no idea where she got it from. "Sit, child," she said softly, "before I enchant you into a cripple for the duration of this conversation." Elaswit froze. She looked at her mother with part worry and part disbelief. "You can't do that, right? There aren't enchantments for that, right?" Rue laughed. How she loved her kids and their various reactions. Darrenet, her first, wouldn't dream of cutting their conversation short in such a way, and their last would simply think of what enchantment would counter the possibility of a crippling enchantment. "You have no idea what an enchanter of my level can do," Rue told her daughter with a fond smile. Elaswit frowned. She had realized it was a joke and a cautioning at the same time. "And what level is that, Mother?" Rue cleaned her lap of leftover threads. "Lower than your father's and significantly higher than yours. Now take a seat so I can tell you about what I require of you." Elaswit's frown never left her face, but she took her sit. "Now," Rue sat forward, "what do you know about the young lord Aiden Lachart?" Chapter 22. Of Noble Blood. This was uncomfortable. Aiden fought the urge to keep his eyes forward and focus on what was outside the carriage window as the carriage trudged along. He'd been given the basic information of his story before the journey had begun by Voss. It had been a weird encounter, simply sitting in his room, on his bed, while the young boy narrated the king's message like an automated machine. He was to maintain his alias used for his adventuring. He was a bastard son of some secret noble somewhere who was into adventuring and had gained favor in Valdan's eyes. He was not Valdan's student, even though he trained with Valdan, as it was not a simple thing to be squire to a knight. Aiden could work with all of that. As for the details of the trip, they would find their way to the teleportation center. There, they, as well as their japats and carriage and all that they had with them,
would be teleported all the way to the south, where they would be received by a waiting entourage from the Naranov family. The family was already aware of their visit and would treat them with all the hospitality for the duration of their stay. As for why Aiden hadn't heard the information directly from the king, it was because the king had been occupied at the time. Voss had told Aiden this, and somehow he had a feeling it was not an important part of the message as far as Brandis was concerned. One did not ask why a king did not deliver his messages personally. They simply took the message however it was delivered. Aiden's real problem was in the complete hitch in his plan. She sat down opposite him, staring directly at him. He was forced to stare outside at views he knew all too well just to avoid making eye contact. Princess Eliswit Brandis. Aiden played around with his memories, remembering what he could about her. Unfortunately, he hadn't been close with any member of the royal family in his past life. All he knew of them were rumors and open secrets.
A strong one he knew about Eliswit was that while she had her mother's ability to be cultured and feminine, she was more inclined to her father's way of things. There would be no politicking with her. If she had questions, she would ask. If she felt that a challenge was necessary, she would challenge. She had the butcher class, which gave her a very powerful advantage in a situation where she had to fight multiple opponents, and she used the class to its extremes in battles from what Aiden knew. Why is she here? He had asked Valden the very same question when he had arrived at the carriage this morning, to find her already seated within, waiting for them. Valden's response had been simple and very lacking of information. She has business in the south. Aiden would have liked to go into his old knowledge to claim that she in fact had never had business in the south, but he could not. That was the thing with his past life. He only knew what he knew. And in his earlier days, there had been a lot of things he hadn't known. At this rate, he could not count on his knowledge of the minuscule things. All his actions had already set the minuscule things askew. He had clashed with Jiang Su in unarmed combat, killed a goblin shaman that may or may not have gone on to do other things, and gained the direct attention of king and sage. Don't forget you've also helped ensure the first person to know the location of 2 sages outside of yourself. Does Lord Lockhart intend to stare out of the carriage for the duration of our trip, Sir Valden? Eliswit asked. Is this how he is when he travels? Valden wasn't dressed as a knight currently, merely a simple man on a trip, with his hair tied back in a blue ribbon. Unfortunately, Princess, he said in a respectful tone. This is to be my first trip with the young lord, one I almost did not attend. So you do not have the answer. I do not. However, we did take a carriage to the ball hosted for the envoys from Nelquan, and there wasn't so much outside the carriage staring. Aiden held back a scowl as they passed the Adventure Society hall. Lord Lockhart, Eliswit said, addressing him directly. Princess? He did not take his eyes off the road outside. You may call me Eliswit in the presence of Sir Valden, or when we are alone, she corrected. Aiden fought the urge to raise a questioning brow. When they were alone? You did not suggest etiquettes to be addressed when alone unless you either expected that events would lead you to be alone with the person, or you planned on being alone with the person. I will remember that, Princess, he answered. You're 30 years old and you do not know how to have a conversation with a woman, he chided himself. It was a worrying thought. Well, technically, I'm 19 and she's 22. Also, I talked with Taliner just fine. It's a princess I'm having an issue with. May I take this to mean that I am intentionally being ignored, Lord Lockhart? Aiden drew his attention from the boring road outside to look at amber eyes that watched him with a piercing purpose. Now all he had to do was figure out what that purpose was. He gave her a polite smile. Not at all, Eliswit. The princess's expression went flat in an instant. Empty. No, empty didn't even come close to defining it. It was void-like,
lacking of even emptiness itself. Well, that's an interesting expression. Beside Aidan, Valden covered his mouth with a hand and failed to successfully suppress a laugh. Aidan shot him a glare. "Not the time, Sir Valden." "Says the man who called the princess by her name," Valden chuckled. Aidan couldn't believe the usually stoic knight was currently lacking in decorum. It was as if he became a different person when he was out of his armor. "If I'm not mistaken, she asked me to—" Aidan let his words trail off as he returned his attention to the princess.
By the gods, he just realized what he'd done.
It was not unheard of for the elite to make such a request in the name of being polite. It was like inviting a friend to join you in a meal out of politeness. The polite response was to refuse the meal with equal politeness. Nobles did it all the time. "You may call me Adelvit," to which the response would be, "Oh no, Lord Anded," or something like that. "I wouldn't dare." And he had just dared. "My apologies, Prin," Ellisfit cut him off with a raised hand. "You have nothing to apologize for, Lord Lacarte. I was the one who asked that you call me by my name in the presence of Sir Valden alone. I just didn't think you would be so quick about it." The last part she muttered to herself. Aidan nodded. Unsure of what to do next, he took his renewed interest in the roads outside. He was unlikely to refer to her by name anytime soon. The trip to the teleportation center was longer than Aidan knew it was meant to be. The carriage followed a roundabout route. Whether it was for safety due to carrying the princess or something else was anyone's guess. Conversation within the carriage was scant. Words exchanged were few and in between. Valden spoke with Ellisfit on the activities of the Palace Knights, and she spoke to him on what she knew about the actions of the Adventure Society. Aidan learned that the guild had put in a request for Dead, though the princess had referred to him as a random soldier by the name of Dead. Valden had pondered on it and given Aidan a few looks here and there. Aidan met none of them. If the Adventure Society was looking for Dead, then that was between the Society and Dead for now. Granted, Aidan was going to ask the soldier what the inquiry was about when he got back. It was good to know that they'd been able to get in touch with Dead in between his trips for Aidan. Remembering the task Dead was accomplishing for him made Aidan frown.
He hadn't gotten to see the soldier before this trip, which meant he would spend his time in Neronoff territory with no idea of an update. When they got to the teleportation center, their carriage slowed down. The place was a wide clearing close to the center of the capital city. It was a massive stone circle as wide as 2 houses, with countless enchantments carved into the stone and smoothed over. Aidan had used it a few times in his life. Not necessarily this one, but ones in different kingdoms. Once, when they had gone to help the kingdom of Nelquan defeat a powerful demon that had been terrorizing its outskirts. Another had been on one of the quests Brandis had sent them on beyond the kingdom, to a ruined city where they had reclaimed an artifact. A massive battle axe Derek had ended up using, since it fit his fighting style best. The elevated platform of round stone with its countless enchantments was not the teleportation device, however. The teleportation device was the 2 massive, tusk-like erections that flanked it on both sides. They were as high as a duplex and as wide as an elephant. Actual words were inscribed into them. From what the history of Nastild told, the words were as old as time, inscribed by people who lived so long ago in a civilization so ancient that the meaning of the words had since been lost to the annals of history. There were priests who claimed that they were words written by the gods in the language of the gods once upon a time when they walked Nastild. Their carriage came to a final stop at the center of the circle. "Oh," Valden said, reaching into his pocket as they came to a stop. "This is for you." He held out a folded-up piece of paper, and Aidan took it with a touch of confusion. He held it in front of him but didn't open it. He could feel the princess's eyes on the paper. "I ran into Dead this morning," Valden said, in way of explanation. Aidan froze, paper still held in his hands.
His grip tightened a little.
"Did you read it?" he asked. Valden was hesitant. "Yes, you did," Aiden concluded. He couldn't entirely blame the knight. He was sure that Valden had taken his time to persuade Dead to hand it over to him so he could pass it on, since they were traveling together. He probably thought it was important, and simply being folded up, it would take a very high level of willpower not to have a look at what it was.
"You know the soldier called Dead?" Elliswit asked suddenly.
Aiden nodded, not looking up from the paper.
"And you share correspondence?" she continued. "What would a low-ranking soldier need with someone of your position? And I ask from genuine curiosity. I have been told that I am often bland enough to come across as rude and pompous, so I feel it is important to point that out."
Valden looked at her, and she shot him a glare.
"And while I am very capable of those traits," she continued, "I assure you that this is not it."
Aiden nodded absently. He wasn't really paying attention to her words, if he was being honest. His mind was more on the result of Dead's task. "If I may ask, Lord Lockhart," Valden ventured cautiously, "are those individuals you are searching for?" Aiden wasn't sure how to answer the question. The details on the piece of paper meant a lot to him, but they would mean nothing to Valden. However, he couldn't help the feeling of secrecy. There were secrets that could mean nothing to the world, but could mean so much to a single person that they would hesitate to share them. Outside the carriage, enchanters and mages were working on the teleportation device. The mages chanted their spells, while the enchanters scribbled away at the ground, adding enchantments to already existing enchantments. None of them were truly activating the device. Instead, they were preparing the event and setting their destination. Teleportation magic, the likes of which they were about to use, did a lot of damage to the environment around it when activated. It burned the ambient mana and scorched almost everything. The job of the enchanters and the mages was to ensure that nothing was destroyed beyond repairs.
"Lord Lockhart."
Aiden recognized Elliswit's voice, but was already on to what was necessary. He unfolded the piece of paper and looked at its contents. The words were simple. Zen, Shewa, Tanor, Vran, Olsted, Balt. Only 2 of the 6 names were not struck out. Shewa and Olsted stared right back at him. His contact was yet to find them. "Brace for impact," Valden said. His words were simple and without alarm.
"You should listen, Lord Lockhart," Elliswit said. "Teleportation magic is not something to be trifled with. It leaves most people disoriented and shaken. I have seen mages who have been left unable to cast a spell for hours after a teleportation."
Aiden smiled weakly, still looking at the names.
"Then I guess it's a good thing I don't have a talent for magic."
Outside the carriage, someone shouted, "Impact!" Then the world around them erupted in the darkest blue. Lord Naranoff sat at his desk, studying the reports in front of him. There were a lot, always one person or the other with some complaint or the other. A baker divorcing his wife for infidelity and disagreeing with how the court had handled it. A farmer who believed his neighbor had set wild jeppets upon his field to ruin his crops. What makes these people think just anything can be appealed to me when they disagree with the court? He'd seen at least 4 such complaints already, and had half the mind to be done with every other complaint. Sadly, he was not that kind of lord. It was not all the time that one delegated. If he left everything in the hands of delegates, he would be a lord who knew nothing of the happenings in his lands. Also, he did often find interest in the absurdity of some request. There was a slight knock on his door as he read the documents before it was opened. "Announcing," his attendant's voice came through, "Lady Nella Naranoff of House Naranoff." Lord Naranoff sighed and looked up from the parchment in his hand in time to watch his daughter stroll into his office in all mocking haughtiness. Behind her, his attendant stood with an apologetic expression.
He was an elderly man with white hair and was already balding at the top. His class had never gotten the chance to grow, as the man had never found interest in its skills. He'd spent most of his early years trying for a combat class, swinging the sword and thrusting the spear, when he should have been reading books and theorizing. He'd given up on the path for a combat class a little too late. The best he'd gotten was the spearman's skill, and even that never went beyond the 5th% mastery. Even now, Naranov couldn't remember why he gave the man this job. Pity, maybe. He motioned at the man, waving aside his apologetic expression. "It's fine, Khalid." "Yes, my lord." Khalid gave a bow at the waist before leaving and closing the door behind him. With Khalid's absence, Naranov turned his attention to his daughter, seated on one of the chairs in the room. She wore a nice purple gown, tightened by a corset that enforced her curves, and held her hair up in what he could only describe as a complicated bun. It was the complete presentation of a lady out and about. If only she'd agree to put on makeup. "Is there a reason you're dressed like a damsel about to go out with her friends?" he asked. "A lady should always look her best," Nella answered with fluttering eyes. Naranov shook his head with a smile. "If only that were true for you." "If a lady wanted to always look her best," he countered, "she would remember to apply makeup." Nella, his daughter, snorted in a way that was most unladylike. "I hate those things. Always makes me feel like I'm wearing a mask. They make my face heavy." "Those are not the words of a lady, Nella." "Then think of me as a lady in training, father." Nella adjusted on the seat and crossed her legs. "You summoned." "I did." Naranov cleared his front of the unimportant parchments and opened one. It carried the reason for her summoning. "Before we continue, please stop making my attendant announce you in. You are my daughter, and he would be more than happy to announce you as my daughter." "And where's the fun in that?" Nella laughed. "Besides, old Khalid loves the attention. He gets to make me feel all important, and he gets to have someone look for his trouble. Everyone just treats him like your attendant and forget he's a human who likes to be bothered from time to time." Naranov had no idea what she was talking about. "Again," she said, "you summoned. Is it about Derendorf? Has the king released him?" "Gods, no," Naranov snorted. "The king still holds him prisoner as per my request." Nella let out a low whistle. "Brother will not be happy to learn of that when he's eventually released." "He'll be fine," Naranov waved her words aside. "The gods know I'm tired of the boy as is. 30 years of age and he still acts like a spoilt brat. But that's my fault, I guess." "It is. You and mother spoiled him to rot." Naranov chastised his daughter with a look. "We spoiled you to rot, too. How come you turned out fine?" Nella cupped her face in both hands and gave him a flattering smile. "I'm just built different, Daddy." Naranov shook his head, smiling. "Or maybe you're just young and will become stupid at 30. How old are you again? 27? 28? Nella's flattering smile turned into a scowl, and she threw one of the seat cushions close to her at him. Naranov ducked on his chair, and it flew over his head. "I'll have you know that I'm 22, she said. "Still." "I challenge you to say that when I have a bow and arrow." "And I challenge you to have a bow and arrow." Both of them kept each other's gaze for a while. Then they started laughing. "I don't think most lords are this rude to their daughters," Nella said. "I know a few of the ladies that would go bawling their eyes out if you told them this." "Well, like you said," Naranov made a vague gesture with his hand, a simple twirl. "You're built different." Nella adjusted on the seat, smiling fondly. It was a while before she schooled her expression. "Why have I been summoned, Father?" Naranov nodded, expression going as serious as his daughter's. "It's about the cave in the south." "I thought we've already controlled the spread of the demonic mana." "We did, but it's growing again. It's causing a problem for the adventurers." That's stupid, Nella said flatly. We've already instructed them through the society to stay clear of it.
We have, Daranoff agreed in a tired voice. But you know how they are. They keep venturing within in search of a unique skill. You know those things aren't easy to gain, especially when you already have a class.
And they're willing to risk death for it? That's stupider.
Naranoff didn't have anything to say to his daughter on that. Despite being among a handful of noble ladies who liked the gritty side of life, combat and the likes, she remained, ultimately, of noble blood. She did not understand what it meant to be a true adventurer starting from the bottom of the barrel. They had to claw and scrape and climb their way to the top. Most adventurers never got past the level 50 wall. Most adventurers never got a unique skill. Some adventurers never even hit level 50. But Naranoff had made sure that every one of his children had gotten a unique skill before reaching level 10. They had not needed to struggle or suffer. They had not needed to risk their lives. They'd had tutors and had been trained in a manner that ensured it. And when they hit the level 50 wall, there would be people there to guide them as there had been for him.
Every noble did it for their children. A noble that did not was already a failure as a noble.
Sometimes he wondered if he should have allowed his children suffer, though. His father had made him suffer as a child, but nothing beneath the suffering befitting of a noble. Who am I kidding? No loving parent wants to watch their child suffer. Nella did not know what suffering was, but she still had character. And not everybody had to suffer to have character.
You're doing that thing again, Father.
Nella's voice cut through his thoughts. Naranoff shuffled a stack of papers, simply looking for something to do with his hands. What thing, child?
That thing where you have a whole internal monologue.
No monologue. Naranoff dropped the stack of papers back. As I was saying, the adventurers continue to be, in your words, stupid, in search of a unique skill. And despite the society's warnings, they will continue to be.
That's why I said the guild should just tell them it's demonic mana in the cave.
Nella scoffed.
That will get them to stay away. The gods know everybody avoids the thing like a plague.
And rightly so, Naranoff said, pointing a finger at her. Only a fool sees demonic mana and runs to it.
Then tell them.
Naranoff shook his head. We cannot. It will cause panic. In moments, the whole town will hear of it, and the resulting panic will stifle the town's economy. The reason you're here is because we intend on resolving this issue once and for all. Nella's brows furrowed.
How?
You. Naranoff folded a piece of paper very neatly. You, my dearest daughter, will be going to investigate the cave. Elliswit watched Aidan as the mages and enchanters worked whatever they had to work outside the carriage to ensure a smooth and less harmful teleportation. For those inside the carriage, the only thing they needed to worry about was appearing where they were supposed to appear.
There were points in history where people were known to appear in the middle of nowhere during a teleport of this level. Sometimes the mages and enchanters got it wrong. Sometimes the receiving teleportation space wasn't calibrated properly to receive them. Sometimes it was something else entirely. She'd heard from her father, once upon a time, that they'd lost an entire company of mages and enchanters during one of their trips when she was a child. Some mage or enchanter had failed to do their work aptly, and the rebound form, the teleportation, had practically fried the mana in a very wide radius. He had left the story at a simple end. The group had died. It was only when Elliswit was older that her mother had given her the gory details. The grotesque forms, the moulded and melted flesh. There had also been something about the walking dead, but her mother had been quick to point out that the last part was just a joke. In front of her, Aidan Lachart was staring down at a piece of paper as if it held the secrets to his world in it. His eyes were serious, yet scared. She could see a mix of satisfaction and worry in them as he contemplated whatever it made him contemplate.
It piqued her curiosity to know what news could possibly shake a boy who had only been in this world for a month so greatly. A simple piece of paper had never been more enigmatic in her life. "Brace for impact," Valden said to Aidan. His words were simple and without alarm. Aidan didn't even flinch. From the little Elliswood had learned of the young lord so far, he wasn't one for politics. He was simple and straight to the point, much like her father. It was no wonder he favoured the young lord. There had also been the thing with him calling her by name. She still wasn't sure if it was an ignorance towards decorum, or his way of telling her that he was not from her world, and was not interested in any games the people of her status liked to play.
Aidan's continued uninterrupted attention to his piece of paper was becoming worrying. If the boy did not pay attention to himself and prepare for the effects that would come, they could well have him vomiting all over the carriage when they arrive at their destination. Elliswood had seen stronger men than him puke all over the place on their first teleportation.
"You should listen, Lord Lockhart," she told him. "Teleportation magic is not something to be trifled with. It leaves most people disoriented and shaken. I have seen mages who have been left unable to cast a spell for hours after a teleportation."
None of her words were a lie. Aidan smiled weakly, still looking at the piece of paper. "Then I guess it's a good thing I don't have a talent for magic." Outside the carriage, someone shouted, "Impact!" Elliswood took a deep, calming breath. Aidan continued to look at his piece of paper. Maybe I should have added the vomiting part. Then the world around them erupted in the darkest blue. Elliswood's senses vanished, taken from her by whatever powerful magic ran through the stones that ensured such a massive, long-distance teleportation. Elliswood grew blind, deaf, and mute. Her world was nothing. It was a disorienting feeling. Up was down, and down was up. She thought with her stomach, and her brain rumbled from a lack of food. The soles of her feet felt clammy, and she balled them into fists and released them. Through it all, she focused on her breathing. In through the eyes, out through the navel. How she hated teleportation. Then she crashed back into her seat. Her body jerked as if under the recoil of blasting a powerful spell, and it took her a few seconds to reorient herself. Did I ask myself to breathe through my eyes and out my navel? She groaned, remembering her own words to herself. If there was one thing she hated about teleportation, it was how stupid it made her feel once it was over. The few seconds she took to reorient herself were already time spent. She couldn't afford to waste any more time. Reaching under her seat with her foot, she pulled out a pan and kicked it in front of Aidan, prepared for this very moment. She knew the pride of men that led them to stupid acts of bravado. Aidan Lachart probably thought he could withstand the effects of the teleportation, or simply wanted to test his mettle against it. The outcome was obvious. "I'll be happy if you can..." Elliswood's words died on her lips at the sight in front of her. Valden was a panicked mess hovering over Aidan. His hands kept reaching out to the young lord, yet never touching him. "Lord Lachart," he said with genuine worry. "What's wrong, Lord Lachart? What happened? Can you hear me? Where does it hurt?" Worse than his words was Aidan. The young lord was in a bad state. Aidan was kneeling on the carriage floor, paper crumpled in his fist, balled tightly, as if holding on for dear life. He was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily like a man on the verge of death. Blood dripped from his nostrils, mouth, and ear as he fought to gather himself. More blood stained his clothes. His mana and stamina levels had to be at rock bottom from what she was seeing. In everything Elliswood knew about teleportation magic, this was not a registered sign or symptom. The only physical effect was nausea and vomit. The magical effect was skills not working properly for brief periods of time. This is not it.
Valden was already calling out of the carriage for a health potion. Aiden's breathing slowed, but his trembling went nowhere. Where he had once stared at a piece of paper, he now stared at nothing. When Aiden finally looked up from the ground, she found he was also bleeding from his eyes.
What the hell was that?
He stuttered in terror. Elliswit left her seat to kneel down in front of him. She wished she had some kind of healing magic, something to help him. But she did not.
What was what? She asked, but he didn't seem to be listening to her. What was happening made no sense. Teleportation was never this bad. Aiden's bleeding eyes trembled in terrified eye sockets. Elaswit had never heard more confusing words than the words Aiden uttered next. "I," he said quietly, "can't fight that."